The Collapse of the Weimar Republic, Political Economy and Crisis. 2nd edition. David Abraham. For my parents, who at Auschwitz and elsewhere suffered the worst consequences of what I can merely write about. Contents. Preface to the 2nd edition 1315. Preface to the 1st edition Slyin XLV. Chapter on E. Theory and the Weimar Case 1-1. State and Economy in Weimar 1-2. State and Society in Weimar 8-3. Stability in Weimar, Block 3 and Labor's Support 26-4. Crisis and the End of Stability 35. Chapter TWO. Conflicts within the agricultural sector 42-1. The modes of agricultural production 45-2. Estate owner domination and the basis of rural unity to 1924 52-3. 1925 to the crisis, the absence of alternatives and imminence of conflict 59-4. The agricultural crisis, its resolution and contribution to the general crisis 74. Chapter THRE. Conflicts within the industrial sector 106-1. From pre-war conflict to post-inflation equilibrium 109-2. Industrial politics in the period of stability 122-3. Industrial production 133-4. Inter-industrial conflicts and mechanisms, AVI, tariffs and reparations 141. 5 political responses to the crisis, Burger Bloc, Brüning Bloc and National Opposition 152. 6 A note on industry and work creation 166. Chapter FOUR. Conflicts between agriculture and industry 171-1. Dominant and dependent sectors 171-2. Strategies for sectoral interaction after 1925 177-3. The economic interaction of the two sectors 181-4. Strategies 1 and 2, Exports versus Protection, 1925 to 1931 185-5. Strategy 3, Modernization, Conciliation and Reform 194-6. After Exports and Reform, toward a new national Sammlung Block 202-7. 1932, Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny 207-8. Strategies 4 and 5, Cartelization and Imperialism 212. Chapter 5 The Re-emergence of the Labor/Capital. Conflict 221. Social Compromise, Its Results and Its Limits 229-2. The Politics of Socialpolitik 243-3. Implementing Industry's Program 253. Chapter SIX. In Search of a Viable Block 271-1. Organized Capitalism, Fragmented Bourgeois Politics, and Extra-Systemic Solutions 271-2. Collapse of the Grand Coalition, End Without a Beginning 277-3. The Failure of Brüning's Crisis Strategy 281-4. The Break Between Representatives and Represented 295. Toward the Extra-Systemic Solution 303-6. From New Base to New Coalition 308. Preface to the 2nd edition. The 1st edition of Political Economy and Crisis sparked a wide-ranging and sometimes acerbic controversy. The various issues that came to be involved have received ample treatment elsewhere, and this is not the place to rehearse them once again. Suffice it to say that while I continue to believe that substantive differences over German history and historical method were at the core of the debate from the outset, I certainly helped precipitate and contribute to it through errors in the original edition. I have thoroughly rechecked all the sources in dispute and a large number of other archival and secondary sources germane to the arguments of the book. This edition incorporates the correction of all errors indicated by my critics and found by myself. Aside from these emendations, the text that follows is nearly identical to that of the 1st edition. 2. Needless to say, I regret these errors, but 1 am gratified that none of the corrections alters the fundamental arguments or theses of my book. This, rather than convenience, explains why I have decided to leave the text unchanged. Weimar remains an active area of scholarly inquiry, however, and my own thinking about its political economy has not remained stagnant. In the, which follows, I provide an overview of some recent literature in the field and offer an examination of the Deutsche Führerbrief, a newsletter for Weimar industrialists and political figures that provides additional documentation for one of the arguments made in Collapse. In preparing this edition of Collapse, one have benefited from the comments, suggestions, and at times much needed encouragement of many friends and colleagues. 1 am grateful to them all. In addition, Dr. Thomas Trump of the Bundesarchiv and Mr. Bodo Herzog of the Historical Archive of the Goethe-Hoffnungsstadt offered their kind assistance and encouragement during my revisit to their respective archives. Although somewhat less burdened than a decade ago, Mr. Herzog is, to the relief of every researcher, no less irrepressible. Thanks are also due to Dr. Dieter Schuster of the Deutsche Gewerkschaftsbund Archive and staff members of the archive at the Berlin Historical Commission. Not least, I would like to thank Holmes and Meyer and my editors, Kevin Davis and Catherine Turek, for their assistance in producing a second edition of Collapse. The Collapse of Weimar Republic begins with three questions. First, how did Germany's divided economic elites attempt to articulate a national agenda around which they could unite? Second, how and from whom was popular support won? Third, how did the institutionalization of social peace first work and then fail? These questions originate in a general concern with the functioning of capitalist democracies, but they are also addressed to a situation specific to Weimar Germany. To answer them, the book explores the factors that, from roughly 1925 to 1930, generated cooperation between the more dynamic, export-oriented, and liberal industrialists on the one hand and the leaders of organized labor on the other. I try to demonstrate how this Weimar system worked, whom it benefited, whom it compromised, and whom it hurt. The explanations, based in economic sector analysis, are, one think, advanced clearly enough. With the Depression, the end of American loans, severe dissension over reparations strategy, and the shrinkage in world trade, the balance within the dominant classes shifted in favor of more protectionist, labor-intensive, and nationalist conservative forces. The compromise that was the Weimar system could no longer hold. Neither labor nor capital was prepared to make those concessions that might have saved the Republic. Collapse's critique of business interests is clear enough, but it also contains an implicit critique of German labor, one that I am surprised did not draw more fire from the left. 1. After 1931 no government could successfully win popular support and also offer heavy industry a way out of the now unacceptably costly system. The crisis revealed a contradiction between the demands of democracy and the needs of capitalism. Capital withdrew from the social and political compromise that underlay stability. The result was a 15-16 fierce stalemate that proved the source of Weimar's collapse and provided a political opening for the mass authoritarian populism of the Nazis. Faced with the necessity of choosing among political alternatives not of their own making, industrialists had to address the Nazi groundswell. As hard as they pressed their own burger-like parties, industrialists were unable to make them popular with the voters. In fact, as the book argues, the harder their patrons pressed them after 1930, the less popular these parties became. Nor were industrialists successful at launching hothouse conservative mass movements, like the League for the Renewal of the Reich. They had to work with the material available and were less savvy and well-positioned for mass organization than the old agrarian elite had once been. They were unable to make their own history just as they wished. The book argues that the response of industrialists to the Nazis was various, inconsistent, and contradictory. I try to provide some understanding as to why different groups of industrialists responded as they did. Simply put, although it is no simple matter, by mid-1932 most significant industrialists could see no other way out of the crisis acceptable to them, and to protect their social dominance, they exposed themselves to a potentially uncertain future. By that time, for the dominant industrialists and most agrarians, there was no feasible and acceptable alternative to the NSDAP. No other force could claim genuine popular support while also demonstrating a credible commitment to eliminating Weimar's fragmented political democracy and Gen-era social welfare arrangements. Industrialists wanted class peace, an economy free to accumulate and generate profits, and a rescindent Germany. Capitalists worried about interests. They meant to insert their interests in a power vacuum and in light of the Nazis' independently achieved successes. But the Nazis extolled will over interest, and this was vexing. Indeed, as I show, the Nazis were inadequate and disappointing in many respects and threatening and disturbing in others. They were not a movement by industrialists, nor were they what industrialists really wanted. Ultimately, however, they were the only real alternative. Just as industrialists without much enthusiasm collectively compromised with the socialists in 1918 in order to maintain what was theirs and improve their future prospects, so by 1932 they did the same with the less threatening National Socialists. It would be an injustice to attempt to summarize here the considerable scholarly work that has appeared over the past 5 years dealing with /XVU. The various issues raised in the first edition of Collapse. For such contributions, however, dealing directly with industry and politics, two must be addressed here, each for somewhat different reasons. In a series of essays and lectures, gathered together in Wachstum. Krisen, Handlungsspielraum der Wirtschaftspolitik, 3 Knut Borchardt offers an analysis of the structure and core problems of Weimar's political economy very much like that presented in Collapse. It is, of course, gratifying that so distinguished a scholar should have arrived independently at conclusions so much like my own. But, in an important sense, it is also ironic. For although Professor Borchardt is generally understood as advancing a conservative argument, few scholars have made the central point as clearly as he has. In capitalist democracies capital rules, and it is its logic that enjoys hegemony. At the core of the Borchardt thesis lies the argument that political alternatives after 1930 were heavily constrained by economic necessity. In particular, Chancellor Brüning could do little to save the Weimar system because organized labor's wage and social policy victories had paralyzed German capitalism. A strong labor movement extracted wage increases in excess of productivity growth, thereby squeezing profits, discouraging investment, and antagonizing capital. The entrepreneurial class could then only welcome the growth of a reserve army of the unemployed in order to weaken the bargaining position of labor and strengthen its own. To argue this is to say, in effect, that the vehement objections of Weimar capitalists to high-end political wages were rationally founded, whatever the ideological functions of such objections. Weimar, in other words, suffered from an economic crisis that was, in good measure, a profit crisis engendered by a militant reformist labor movement. This circumstance left Republican and socialist politicians with little room for maneuver, facilitated the growth of right radicalism, and eventually encouraged the migration of parts of business into the right radical camp. According to Borchardt, the system suffered from a structural problem that went well beyond the pressure of reparations and high interest rates. Many of the same arguments are made in Collapse, especially in Chapter 5. Borchardt grounds his argument in a larger economic analysis, which portrays the Weimar economy as non-functional and untenable and existing within a barely functional and tenable political system. I believe one can accept his judgment of Weimar's as a sick economy without inferring anti-labor conclusions. Borchardt finds a net social product per capita during Weimar that lay well below the long-term trend line, real net investment per capita about 12% less than in the immediate pre-war years, personal consumption level 16% higher and public expenditures 34% higher in 1928 than in 1913. And an unprecedentedly high share of national income going to wages. 5. He links low investment levels to high levels of public borrowing and spending, disproportionately costly wages to a successful wage policy by labor and the state, and slowness in productivity growth to these and other factors. Due to the political strength of labor, high unemployment did not succeed in adjusting wages downward in time, and the rate of exploitation remained inadequate. The relative powers of the combatants Marx referred to in Capital seemed to weigh in favor of labor. In other words, Borchardt credits the SPD and trade unions with succeeding at much of what they had promised to do. Once they experienced defeat and abandoned efforts at revolutionary transformism/19. After 1918-19, the SPD and ADGB unions militantly and successfully pursued redistributional struggles. These were often facilitated and even encouraged by political and legal mechanisms, such as binding compulsory arbitration by the state, as well as by elections. By the time of the SPD's successful 1928 election campaign, socialist theorists and representatives of capital alike had come to believe that the weekly wage was a political wage, dependent on the political representation of labor. Incremental social and wage gains lay at the center of labor's strategy and capital's fears. Indeed, successful social democratic reformism appeared as more of a threat than communist agitation. Borchardt provides some of the same evidence adduced in Collapse and agrees that wage and social welfare policy became the sine qua non of left politics in Weimar. Indeed, to labor's ultimate grief, they were the litmus test applied to all governments before and after 1932. Labor's approach worked for a while, but once it began to fail, there was no spielroom and no simple escape route, the piper had to be paid. Domestic-oriented and heavy industries, partially on account of their greater labor intensity and tighter markets, were the first to call the question and demand an end to the Weimar system. With little change in labor's posture, and with worsening world trade protectionism, the export and dynamic industries lost their relative preeminence within German capital and moved closer to the position of their more nationalist and conservative colleagues. 7. Social democratic scholars in particular have criticized Borchardt for insisting on the reality of the profit squeeze, i.e., for blaming labor, 8 for suggesting a shortage of investments and profits rather than of demand and jobs. Actually, the thesis of labor-induced profit squeezes is not the intellectual property solely of conservatives and neoliberals or the policy property of business. Historically, there has been a left/right confluence on this question. 9 analyses that stress the profit squeeze have understandably generated a great deal of discomfort among those German scholars who see such arguments as blaming labor for the severity of the Depression, the collapse of Weimar, and worse. 10 From the perspective of the present, they seem also to justify the contemporary chastisement of labor by Christian Democratic, Thatcherite, and Reagan Republican governments while suggesting the sterility of any collective or demand-centered recovery strategy. Today, as in Weimar, the question can be asked, are there not enough jobs for people or not enough profits for investment? And though investment there must be capital strike and flight notwithstanding, can one assume that private capitalists do it better than socially oriented public organs? Posed this way, Borchardt's argument appears to be intrinsically anti-labor, redolent of the desire of Weimar capitalists to take advantage of the economic crisis to weaken labor and its organizations and to undermine democracy. 11. Perhaps the issue ought to be addressed somewhat differently. Col Laps observes that the Weimar labor movement's search for economic/XXI rationality, social justice, and political participation was inevitably and decisively constrained by the privileged status systematically accorded the logic of accumulation. It seems that the best that can be accomplished is the worst that can be done, paralyzing capitalism without being able to transform it. 12 The Weimar SPD and ADGB were highly effective but also terribly vulnerable. Having mistakenly assumed that democracy would overcome capitalism within the new system of capitalist democracy, they were at a complete loss to deal with the system in distress. Having persuaded most of their members that success was to be measured almost uniquely by wage and social welfare gains, the SPD and ADGB had virtually no idea what to do once capitalism ceased producing surplus they could skim. Rather than inferring from Borchart's persuasive analysis only the possibility of a right turn or retreat by labor, is it possible to posit the possibility of a turn away from economism and a politically oriented turn to the left to escape the crisis? At least one of his respected critics, Holt Frerich, citing arguments in Collapse, has cautiously suggested something of this sort by stressing the availability, feasibility, and desirability of job creation and pump priming programs. 13. Yet to stress the availability, feasibility, and desirability of job creation and other anti-deflationary measures is not enough to solve Borchart's riddle. 14. There was no economic way because there was neither political will nor an alternative political economy. Collapse seeks to explain why, under Brüning, this was so. What may be added here is that, in his efforts to balance and further various capitalist interests while also retaining the tacit support of labor, Brüning could not abandon the imperative of accumulation. At least not unless he, as political entrepreneur, was forced to do so. For that to have happened would have required one of two inducements, either the pressure of a broader worker salaried employee popular constituency such as came into being in the 1960s but which was impossible in Weimar, or a rapprochement between the socialist and communist movements. Yet socialist complicity in and commitment to the system seemed to have been too great to permit any undoing of the fatal decisions of 1918-19 that split the labor movement. And if, somehow, the SPD and the KPD had been able to join forces, the evidence suggests that the leftward pressure thereby exerted would have been directed to toppling Brüning. With that, political warfare would have replaced economic constraints. 15. The second contribution, Michael Grubler's Die Spitzenverband der Wirtschaft und das erste Kabinett Brüning, vom Ende der Großen Koalition 1929-30 bis zum Vorabend der Bankenkrise 1931 provides 500 densely printed pages covering a year and a half in the relations between leading German business associations and the Brüning government. It is a thorough and impressively researched work. In one of the few English-language reviews, Grubler has been criticized for failing to treat adequately the economic background to political decisions and for not providing an analysis of the causes for divisions within industry. 16. But such criticism notwithstanding, Grubler offers a trove of chronologically and topically organized materials of significant value to future research and not available elsewhere. 17. He matches an examination of the structure and leaderships of the key interest organizations in the heavy and processing industries, commerce and banking, and agriculture with a close-up study of policy formulation in them. They are thus treated as powerful interest groups both within and outside the state apparatuses seeking to resolve the economic and political crises to their own advantage. /XXIU Greibler contends that in 1930 and 1931 moderate industrialists still sought to reach compromise with the unions. Such agreement might also have stabilized the political system, albeit in a more corporatist and less democratic mode. The evidence in Collapse also points to the existence of a strategy or approach of this sort on the part of the dynamic export fraction of capital, but stresses that preponderant influence was already at this time shifting to the heavy industry national fraction. In addition, and here I differ with Grubler, one think neither side was prepared to assume the costs of compromise. In fact, neither of the constituencies represented by the leadership of moderate industry or organized labor would even entertain it. Especially with the economy promising to contract further, redistributional struggles heightened. Economics and politics thus conspired to make the situation ripe for radicalization, not conciliation. The third contribution, a major intervention, begins with that radicalization of capital and moves to its consequences. Reinhard Niebuhr's Großindustrie, Staat and Endstab 1930-33, Paul Silverberg und der Reichsverband der deutschen Industrie in der Krise der Weimarer Republik appeared shortly after Collapse and is well described by its full title. The fruit of over a decade's research, Niebuhr's book is avowedly and primarily an organizational history that both picks up the Weimar story later than Collapse and, in concentrating on business relations with the Nazis, also takes it further, into 1933. Neeb provides a wealth of empirical material and probes insightfully into sources beyond my own. This is an extremely valuable contribution. At the same time, gross industry seems governed by a self-denying ordinance, as far as theorization is concerned, and this leads Neeb to stop short of articulating conclusions to which his own evidence leads him. 18. In spite of the differences in our approaches, the two books discern many of the same patterns in Weimar's political economy and frequently draw similar inferences about the behavior of people and organizations. 19. They agree on general matters, such as the economic basis for political divergences within industry. They share XXIV/ an assessment of the functional basis and characteristics of the welfare democratic Weimar system. And they agree on many particulars, such as the role of key individuals and events, including the controversial Bad Hartberg meetings. 20. It is worth pursuing the Hartberg question a bit further, both for its intrinsic interest and because of the light it sheds on the complex question of the relations between capitalists and the NSDAP. On October 11, 1931, a united right-wing national opposition led by Hugenberg of the DNVP, Hitler of the NSDAP, and Selt of the Stahlhelm, met for the first time publicly and staged a large rally at the Brunswick spa resort of Bad Hartberg. For Henry Turner, a distinguished historian and critic of my own work, Hartberg marks the first of the three cases at the center of big business's relations with the Nazis prior to the latter's assumption of power, and it provides a paradigmatic example of how questions about these relations are to be posed and understood. Turner undertakes to demonstrate that the meetings produced little direct financial support for the Nazis, a conclusion few historians are likely to dispute. In addition, however, Turner argues that big business was not really involved with Hartberg since no significant industrialists or other men of big business attended the meetings, and of the 25 or so businessmen who were present, only one was of real importance. 21. The force of such an argument is unclear, however. As Neeb so ably shows in his consideration of the same event, other questions may be asked as well, and other facts adduced. Is financial support the only, or most proper, measure of the significance of such a meeting? Is the personal presence of key industrialists an adequate measure of their interest or sympathy? Neeb thinks not. Nor does he take lightly the presence at these meetings whose avowed purpose was to unify the popular right and put an end to Weimar democracy of the former president of the Reichsbank, and of the chairman of the Association of Ruhr Coal Owners, an industry at the heart of Germany's economy. Neeb encourages us to ask more about the / industrialists who attended. They too are highly relevant to industry's attitudes toward the meetings. It turns out that among the / industrialists attending were the following: Max Schlenker, the head managing director of the Langnamverein, the leading organization of Ruhr industrialists, Ludwig /XXV. Grauert, managing director of the Northwest Employers Association, the other central association of Ruhr industrialists, Martin Blank, who headed the Berlin office of Paul Riesk, probably the single most powerful Ruhr industrialist, and Erich von Gilse, who shared that Berlin office and who remained one of Riesk's most trusted confidants and party contact man even after he ceased being the parliamentary delegate from Riesk's district. Neeb also mentions August Heinrich Spauer, by consensus the leading publicist of heavy industry, whose budget was provided by Ruhr firms, including Riesk's, whose efforts were critical to the Hartberg meeting ever taking place, and who from 1930 on was industry's chief liaison to the national opposition and Nazis. Since such men were present, it is reasonable to conclude, with Neeb, that German heavy industry, through its key organizations, was well represented at what was the first meeting of a united rightist national opposition dedicated to bringing down the Weimar system. 22. On this touchstone issue, gross industry, after exploring the matter in far greater detail than Collapse, arrives at very much the same assessment of industry's divergent response to the Hartberg meetings. Neeb's conclusion merits quotation here, the general assault by the national opposition against the brimming government on the occasion of the Great Hartberg Front demonstration on October 11, 1931 was co-supported at least indirectly by heavy industry. Whereas the Reichsverband eschewed participation. The Langnamverein and the Northwest Employers Association sent their Sindici, Schlenker, and Grauert. Along with other leading lobbyists, like Blank, von Gilsa, and Heinrich Spauer, they demonstrated their interest in the creation of a unity from against the existing system. The leading representatives of Western industry, such as Riesk, Springorum, and Poensgen indeed agreed with the basic line of the national opposition but were not ready to come forward openly. 23 On another and an important matter, gross industry and collapse do not agree, and I now find Niebe persuasive. Relying heavily on the observations of Paul Silverberg's opponents on the right and on the left, I tend, for the most part, to identify that major industrialist with Weimar industry's more advanced economy and more liberal forces. XXVI/. Although I describe Silverberg as a politically complex figure, sometimes a progressive initiator, sometimes a pessimistic bellwether, this may be too generous. Niebe argues forcefully for a calculated and shrewd opportunism on Silverberg's part. In the course of 1932, this was increasingly manifest in his efforts to sever the formally socialist trade unions from the SPD. That effort basically failed, despite General Kurt von Schleicher's similar strategy during his brief tenure as Chancellor. Where I stress Schleicher's maneuver, Niebe emphasizes Silverberg's. In his search for a base of mass support for capitalist hegemony, Silverberg in 1932 courted the Nazis just as in 1926 he had courted the socialists. This is, as Niebe notes, an important finding, one to be kept in mind. 24. Unlike the other recent works discussed here, Henry Turner's German Big Business and the Rise of Hitler is readily accessible to the English reading public. Turner's inquiry is guided by the question of industrial support for Hitler and the Nazi Party, which he assesses primarily in financial terms. Indeed, the dust jacket poses the core question: did big business finance Hitler? Turner presents his position in the text as unambiguously as he presents his foil in the book's frontispiece, John Hartfield's 1933 photomontage showing Hitler, with money bag in hand, as a puppet dangling from strings held by the industrialist Fritz Thyssen. 25 And Turner shows the inadequacy of Hartfield's view. Few scholars will challenge the conclusion that the NSDAP was well organized to generate its own funds and was largely self-supporting. It is a conclusion consonant with my own contention that the NSDAP was a modern broad-based people's party very different from the bourgeois parties whose erstwhile voters it reaggregated around a generally vague but, in crucial respects, unambiguously clear agenda. But Turner expands on this conclusion that the financial role of business in the rise of the NSDAP was slight to take positions that are in fact rather dubious. Turner presents a business community virtually devoid of political acumen, one that viewed Nazism myopically and opportunistically. 26 In their ingenuousness, a few eccentric, albeit major, industrialists offered Hitler their support, while important figures in the business world, like Heinrich Spauer and Jack, championed the cause of /XXVII. The Nazi Party and from 1931 on urged its participation in governing. The bulk of the monies that did come from industrial circles to the NSDAP was given to moderate figures for purposes of enlightening them on economic matters and as a form of insurance in the event of eventual Nazi victory. The real support for the Nazis within business, according to Turner, issued from smaller businessmen resentful of the power of the great firms. Turner holds that, in contrast to certain agrarians and the Camarilla around the Reichspräsident, nearly all leaders of industry were suspicious and fearful of Nazi radicalism and sought instead to rejuvenate the conservative parties without granting the NSDAP any significant role in the effort. All told, for Turner, the part and efficacy of big business in the upheavals of German politics from early 1930 to January 1933 have been grossly exaggerated. 27. Given the real differences between big business and collapse, the extent to which the two books agree on facts, share key conclusions, and ultimately complement each other may be considered surprising. Like collapse, big business finds divisions and camps within German capital, although Turner is reluctant to ground them, as one do in the domestic and international economy. Nevertheless, we identify many of the same individuals as liberals or progressives. Indeed, when citing anti-Nazi sentiments in the ranks of big business, Turner most often cites men I identify as central to the ranks of the dynamic liberal fraction of industry. There is little disagreement on those figures, we differ over some of the others. Turner demonstrates the determination with which many German businessmen completely rejected Weimar's welfare democracy. He shows how some of them participated in undermining the Republic from the time of the Kapp Putsch through the breakup of the last parliamentary majority government to Pappen's putsch against the government of Prussia. Insisting on their distance from the NSDAP, Turner emphasizes how committed the leaders of heavy industry were to Pappen's plans, a fully authoritarian state, punitive anti-labor social policy, a reversal of the peace treaty, and an end to both political democracy and civil liberties. In actual fact, Papen was more of a Wegbereiter for the Nazi regime than an alternative to it, as Turner tends to suggest. In the end, it is more than a puzzle how Turner, given his own carefully sifted evidence, can conclude that only through gross distortion can XXVIII big business be accorded a crucial, or even major role in the downfall of the Republic. 28 It is the argument of collapse that such was indeed the role of business in the dissolution of Weimar. Even when historians choose and agree on the same facts, they may well construe them differently. Thus, big business refers to the oft-told tales of the business community's representation at the Bad Harzburg meeting and the alleged presence in Bad Harzburg of persons identified with industry. 29 Although not all scholars do, Turner and I agree on the attendance list. Seen from his perspective, that list indicates that business representation there was not real, merely alleged. Schacht was not literally a businessman, only Reichsbank president, A.D. and associate of businessmen. Few of the working industrialists in attendance were key figures. Yet, as noted in the discussion of Neeb above, with the same facts but a different focus, the business community 7 heavy industry can be said to have been very much and very well represented at the Harzburg meetings. More generally, by focusing his questions so heavily on financial support and personal contacts, numerous other distinctly political activities, which might occupy a more central place for other scholars, recede to or beyond the margins for Turner. Paul Riesch's strong counsel to the chairman of the conservative Bavarian People's Party /XXIX. Early as August 1931 discouraging disagreement between that party and the Nazis, his toleration and acceptance after October 1931 of efforts, strongly opposed by the liberal wing of industry, to purge the chief party of business of those who supported the slightest cooperation with labor and to use financial leverage to merge the rump of that party into the national opposition spawned at Bad Harzburg, his directives in 1932 to newspapers of which he was part owner to desist from criticism of Hitler, and indeed his insistence on publication of a pro-Hitler article the day before the election, and even the presidential election of spring 1932. Marked by the choice between a conservative but socialist-supported incumbent Hindenburg and Hitler, where Riesch opted for the side of the national opposition. These are facts of a different sort but facts that nevertheless matter, facts fully in accord with German heavy industry's systematic efforts to undermine the socio-political compromises with labor that kept the Weimar Republic from collapsing earlier. In the concluding pages of Big Business, Turner presents the principles that inform the arguments and selection of evidence throughout the book. Those pages of Big Business indicate clearly how far removed from each other both methodologically and conceptually his work and mine are. 30 Both Turner's work and my own seek to present an accurate picture. Yet, where Turner holds the conscious, deliberate choices and actions of men to be the sole legitimate locus of the historian's inquiry, I take those factors, however important, to be only a part of that inquiry. 31 For Turner, those conscious, deliberate choices constitute a universe of relatively non-problematic evidence that admits of little if any uncertainty. For Turner, differing views of the evidence, especially those held in the past, were and remain the result of distortion, ignorance, bias, and agendas falsely set. Without such distortions, only a single truth would out. Thus, Turner rejects a variety of Marxist interpretations, all for the same reason. Whereas valid hypotheses tend to generate consensus, versions of Nazism's rise to power based on the assumption that capitalism accounts for its triumph have given rise to such a high degree of XXX/ arbitrariness and disagreement as to result in utter inconclusiveness. 32 interpretations that display what Turner calls elasticity cannot do an acceptable job in demonstrating causality. Like schools of explanation grounded in divine or occult causality, with which Turner brackets them, they perforce violate the most basic premises of the professional study of history. 33 There is between us a rather considerable and earnest intellectual divide. 34 Turner rightly stresses empathy as the first task of the historian if he is to understand the actors and the facts. He faults most historians for failing to participate in the feelings and ideas of businessmen and includes this as part of the ignorance and bias that has distorted the work of others. Historians of all sorts, he argues, have consistently been biased against businessmen. That bias should not come as a surprise. Professional historians generally have little or no contact with the world of business. Like so many intellectuals, they tend to view business with a combination of condescension and mistrust. As a consequence, most of what historians have written has been largely uninformed by knowledge about businessmen or their institutions. 35 Moving beyond knowledge to empathy, many historians believe that interpretive understanding verstehen is what our enterprise is about. For some of them perhaps, and certainly for Turner, the theoretically based examination of behavior and pattern consistency, the attempt to comprehend particular human associations as social Systemzirkelsuren is unscholarly. The latter, of course, is central also to the tradition of historical analysis that includes Marx, and historians/XXXI. Inspired by that tradition have contributed importantly to our knowledge of the German past. For some, at least, this identification has colored reception of their work. Turner, for example, perceives a body of work that is part of a still continuing crusade against capitalism, preconceived for corroborating doctrine and, from the time of the Third Reich to the present, anchored in political usefulness, to discredit and undermine societies with capitalist economies and to legitimize repressive anti-capitalist regimes. 36 The result of perceptions such as Turner's is the attribution of epistemological and explicit political biases to those who approach historical problems differently. This second edition of Collapse rests on the same evidentiary base as the first, and no new sources have been introduced into the text. But there is one documentary source, pertaining to one of the issues raised in the book, that merits introduction to readers of this volume, and that is the Deutsche Führerbrief, politische Wirtschaft like Privatkorrespondenz. The first edition made one or two references to this newsletter for industrialists. Its association with both the Central European Economic Congress and the Ruhr Heavy Industry Langnamverein suggested that the Führerbrief was an interesting source for gauging the political sentiment of heavy industry. At that time my access to this publication was limited largely to the articles reprinted in a collection by one of its former staff writers, Alfred Sohnrethel. 37 A subsequent reading of the press run for the crisis years, along with consideration of Nieb's treatment of the Führerbrief, persuades me that I had perhaps undervalued its significance as a critical barometer and platform for industrial sentiment on the question of the Nazi Party. It deserves more extensive treatment than it has so far received in English. 38. XXXU/. The Deutsche Führerbrief was edited in the capital by Otto Mainen, private secretary to Paul Silverberg, and Franz Reuter, Berlin press agent of the Ruhr Industrialists Association and disciple of former and future Reichsbank president and Ruhr Authority, Hjalmarschacht. The newsletter appeared twice weekly with a run of about 1,250 copies directed to the leading circles of finance and industrial capital including cabinet members, Reichswehr leaders, leading big agrarians, and the circles around Hindenburg. 39 leaders of heavy industry were tied to it, including Riesk, who exercised pressure, sometimes unsuccessful, on it. 40 in economic and social policy matters, if not always in political ones, the Führerbrief consistently represented the position of Ruhr heavy industry. With their contacts to Silverberg and Schacht, the editors were in closest touch with the political matters of industry and mandated to maintain formal and informal ties to the government and bureaucracy. In its movement from 1928 advocacy of a grand coalition with the SPD to its 1932 advocacy of coalition government with the NSDAP, the Führerbrief mirrored the movement of industry itself. In 1928, with the interests of the dynamic export fraction of industry preponderant, a measure of cooperation with labor was the preferred path, despite the objections of representatives of the heavy industry fraction. 41 By mid-1932 the situation and strategy were reversed, the NSDAP had become a preferable mass base. The Führerbrief now shared office space at Skinneberger Ufer 35 with the MWT and Schacht S. Arbeitsstelle, which itself collected money for developing an economic strategy jointly with the Nazis. 42 These three organs were in regular and close contact. 43 By 1932 German industry generally no longer supported Chancellor Brüning. Support had long since become impatience, particularly / SUI. Within heavy industry but even within the ranks of the more liberal export sector. The social and political consequences of Brüning's dependence on SPD toleration were unacceptable. At the same time, state-guided deflation and the broad distribution of suffering and retrenchment inspired no confidence. By May 1932 the Führerbrief referred to Brüning's government as Marxist, or charitably put, Plansocialistic. In the spring 1932 presidential elections, Riesk, the leading figure in Ruhr heavy industry, in effect supported the national opposition candidate, Adolf Hitler, and opposed any identification with Brüning's candidate, the incumbent conservative aristocrat and general, Paul von Hindenburg. 44. The pattern of industrial support for and defection from Brüning is examined in several chapters below, but the key shift of support toward and to the NSDAP is perhaps most clearly registered in the Führerbrief. The elections of March 13, April 10, April 24, and July 31, 1932-45 demonstrated beyond doubt that in the near future liberalism, including economic liberalism, has no political basis in Germany. 46 And Brüning could no longer hold the fort. Some other political basis for the hegemony of capital, some other power bloc, was now necessary. As Collapse repeatedly stresses, from the standpoint of his supporters, Papen succeeded Brüning in June with the right program but with no popular base in any social strata. By August, the Führerbrief saw and announced the impossibility of a Papen solution. At a time when numerous other figures in heavy industry and the agrarian elite were still celebrating Papen's ideological principles, the Führerbrief was worried, how can a government accomplish the necessary goals when virtually the entire nation is opposed, indeed hostile to it? 47 Industry would only isolate itself from mass political forces. It would be far better for capital if unpopular measures like wage reductions were co-implemented by a large mass party, which would also be responsible for them. 48 This now meant the NSDAP as it had once meant the SPD. A shift from social democracy to national socialism would provide the basis for a social reconsolidation of cap. Italism. This position came to be expressed more and more clearly and more explicitly in the following months. While this line of analysis is adumbrated in Chapter 6 of Collapse, 49 Close examination of the Führerbrief provides powerful evidence for industry's movement towards such a solution to the crisis. A two-part September article entitled The Social Reconsolidation of Capitalism 50 stated the dilemma of capitalist social domination in a liberal democracy with utmost clarity. The problem of consolidating a bourgeois regime in post-war Germany is in general determined by the fact that the leading group, namely the bourgeoisie in command of the economy, has become too narrow to uphold its domination by itself. For this hegemony it needs the linking to itself of strata that are not part of it socially but which provide it the indispensable service of anchoring its hegemony in the people, thereby becoming the actual or final support of that hegemony. As Collapse argues, the SPD and ADGB trade unions, through their convergence of interests with the dynamic export fraction of industry, functioned in this manner from 1924 to 1930. After 1930 the costs of this bindung the legitimating basis for capitalist accumulation were too high. Simultaneously, mass unemployment, SPD policies, and the economism of trade union leaders led to a growing gulf between the Socialist Party and the trade unions. The latter remained wedded to a policy the SPD itself had earlier encouraged, assessing governments almost exclusively on the basis of their delivery of social welfare. This fissure cut the unions loose from the SPD and, according to the Führer brief, left the former available for political linkage to other forces. Chancellor General von Schleicher in December 1932–January 1933 made some efforts to co-opt both the ADGB union leadership and Strasser's labor wing of the NSDAP. These efforts, addressed in Collapse, had begun as early as July and were regarded favorably by a minority within industry. But the Führer brief, reflecting the views of the less patient-dominant fraction within industry, looked on the SPD/trade union fissure as a desirable prerequisite for the integration of National Socialism into capitalism's social reconsolidation. 51 If National Socialism could assume a new type of lead/XXXV heirship over the unions and insert the unions into a compulsion-based social arrangement, as social democracy previously insert them into a liberal one, National Socialism would thereby become the executor of a function essential for any future bourgeois hegemony. Neeb is likely correct that these articles were meant to shore up support for the NSDAP in Ruhr industrial circles, where it may have been softening, as well as to facilitate direct contact with Hitler. 52 They succeeded in both respects. 53. What industry wanted from the NSDAP at this point was precisely what the Führer brief had demanded already in May. And that was the same as what Schacht, Riesk, et al. Had hoped to accomplish through funding Schacht's bureau with and for the Nazis. 54 Unmistakable clarity as to their real economic and social program. The economic program articulated in May by Strasser was, at the time, not good enough. According to the Führer brief of August 26, it sacrificed export industry in the name of a new mercantilism and was too simple-minded. The gap would be closed in the next several months, industry's position and that of the NSDAP would begin to converge. I maintain in Collapse that the risks involved for business never disappeared completely, before or after 1933. Nevertheless, revisions in the NSDAP economic program, announced already in mid-August, were precisely of the sort industry desired, while the Führer brief recognized the utility of rhetorical radicalism for attracting workers away from the left. 55 On September 17, 1932 the Economics Division of the NSDAP leadership was reorganized, with the respectable and industry-friendly Walther Funk replacing the verbal radical Otto Wagner. 56 Around this same time, Strasser began professing that we recognize private property. We recognize private initiative. We are against the nationalization of industry. We are against the nationalization of commerce. We are against the planned economy in the Soviet sense. 57. 30. Papen's chancellorship limped along through autumn 1932. His continued and absolute inability to build a base of mass support doomed his cabinet of barons. For the most part, his key principles were accepted and supported by heavy industry, which welcomed the punishment of labor, the coup against the socialist government in Prussia, the privileging of capital in legislation and edicts, and the dismantling of democratic institutions. Export industry was distressed by his autarkic protectionism and excessive commitment to organized agriculture's limitless demands. In turn, the agrarian elite stood nearly foursquare behind Papen, but the value of their support was diminished by their inability to deliver the votes of the numerically significant peasantry. Having the right ideas was not enough, the Nazis were the ones with the mass support. Papen's brief successor, General Schleicher, was aware of this and attempted to build mass support for himself. What worried the leading figures in the dominant fraction of industry, and what led them to reject Schleicher, was the fear of a reparliamentarization of politics, indeed of a revivification of Weimar welfare democracy. 58. Such might well have been the consequence of the general's effort to build support across party lines and on the basis of neither capitalism nor socialism. Nationalization of key industries was moot, inflationary public spending under the auspices of Schleicher's Commissioner for Job Creation, Gunther Jarach, appeared in the offing, and a complete break with the Agrarian League and its demands in favor of those of the dairy and livestock-producing peasantry was manifest. The more liberal, dynamic, and export industries were not adverse to much of this program. Thus, Schleicher, as Collapse argues, enjoyed the distinct support of leading figures in the Congress of German Industry and Commerce, such as Eduard Hamm, and in the liberal wing of the League of German Industry, such as Ludwig Kastel, Gustav Krupp, and Karl Duisberg. Threatened by extravagant agrarian protectionism and less obsessed with the threat of organized labor, they were also less put off by Schleicher's overtures to the prominent trade union leaders Theodor Lippert and Heinrich Imbus. Yet this fraction of industry was no longer charting the course for industry as a whole. For the dominant domestic-oriented heavy industry fraction, Schleicher was a dangerous risk. In sum, whereas Papen proposed the proper political prescription, he enjoyed no mass support to help him fill it. Schleicher, on the other hand, sought to mobilize mass support but on behalf of a perilous project. The editors and backers of the FIRA brief were acutely aware of this problem. Through the latter months of 1932 and January 1933 they sought to help overcome it through encouraging a leading role for the Nazi Party, either through the Strasser wing, Hitler, or both. There is good reason to believe that, following their earlier meeting with Hitler, the editors and their industrialist sponsors took an active role in conciliating Papen and Hitler, part of the train of events leading to the critical meeting of those two in Cologne on the afternoon of January 4, 1933 at the home of banker Kurt von Schroeder. 59. In any case, Papen took his dinner that same evening nearby, at Silverberg's house. We cannot know what they discussed. It is possible that the day's events, as significant as they were, went unmentioned. 60. We do however know that Jack wrote Schroeder the next day, congratulating him for his courageous initiative in helping conciliate two men, through whose cooperation a positive solution can be accomplished perhaps most quickly. Schacht believed or expected that the Papen-Hitler meeting would become of historical significance. 61. However they might variously have felt about it, and their feelings were, as Collapse indicates, diverse, ranging from the Sin's enthusiasm to Schacht's pleasure to Riesch's concern to Kastel's rejection. There were no longer any real alternatives to a leading Nazi role in a new government. The Nazis would not be split, despite the hopes of Riesch. 38. Heinrich Spauer, and others that Strasser might be available and usable. 62. Beginning with their support of the national opposition at Hartberg in October 1931, leaders of the national heavy industry fraction of capital embarked on a road that led most of them quite inevitably to this junction. January 1933 marked the reconciliation and re-establishment of the national opposition and its constellation of supporters. And here again it was the FIRA brief that expressed most clearly the developments of the last 3 months before Hitler's appointment as Chancellor. Let us close this account by following the FIRA brief's coverage of the final months, particularly its concern with a possible Nazi electoral decline, Schleicher's policies, the state of the economy, and the possible restoration of parliamentary government and social welfare policies. The lead story of November 8 stressed that, in the absence of an economic upturn and with a cold winter ahead, popular patience with Papen's narrowly based government could run out. Under these circumstances, nothing could be more desirable than broadening the hitherto narrow base of the government, above all through the National Socialists. The electoral setback has for now unleashed much bitterness in the National Socialist camp itself and strengthened radical tendencies. but we have developed much too deep an impression of Hitler's sense for sober and lucid realpolitik, to think that he would permit himself to be derailed into anything reckless. 63. The fear of a return to parliamentary government was the theme of the lead article of November 18. It called on President Hindenburg to place his trust in Hitler, to make him zum Mann seines Vertrauens. One cannot wish urgently enough at this historical moment that come to an agreement. At this juncture, as Germany's political crisis reaches the high point of its fever, nothing could be more useful than a union of the two representatives of the spirit of the German nation, that of tradition and that of renewal. 64. The lead article of November 22 warned that, undesirable elements in the Endstab notwithstanding, Hitler should be appointed Chancellor because the risk involved here seems to us less than what would be faced if National Socialism continues to be kept out of the government. 65. When the Hindenburg-Hitler negotiations broke down, the /XX19 newsletter of November 25 attributed moral and political right to Hitler. The Wilhelmstrasse was to blame, not the Nazis. With Schleicher came the fear of renewed parliamentarism and revived Sozialpolitik. Thus, the lead article of December 6 openly wore that General Schleicher might abandon industry's struggle. There are certain fears due to the sphere of comradeship socialism from which the Chancellor hails, due to his good ties to the unions, due to the appointment of Dr. Jaruk, etc. On December 9 the lead article expressed the concern that if the Endstab was not quickly integrated into the government, the new Chancellor would be increasingly compelled to base himself on parties and groups standing further to the left. The same issue put forward the rather interesting proposition that Hitler was the next Ebert, who, like that social democratic leader and first president of the Weimar Republic, would restrain the radicalism of his followers in exchange for being put in charge of the state. The lead story of December 16 voiced great alarm that Schleicher had declared himself an exponent of neither capitalism nor socialism and had actually withdrawn Papen's anti-labor edicts. In fact, Schleicher's posture might combine with an improvement in the economic picture, leading to both an end to the Endstab's chances and a return to parliamentary government. This worried Führerbrief circles. The noticeable improvement in the economy cut the ground from under radicalism, enabling Schleicher to take care of the National Socialists one way or another. 66 and opening the way to elections and reparliamentarization. The lead article of December 23 already referred to Schleicher's half-parliamentary regime. The final goal of these policies is of course the return to full parliamentary government, precisely what the dominant group of industrialists did not want. All of these matters became more acute with the arrival of the new year. The lead story of January 3, 1933 cited as the pivotal question, how far it will be possible, to make National Socialism, and with it the entire National Front, into the bearer of government power. In accord with sentiments in the Ruhr, Strasser would play a central role in the entirety of the National Front taking over state power in Germany for the foreseeable future. However long the foreseeable future, the transfer of power had to be accomplished somehow and soon. For if not, we will then soon again have the old full parliamentary government, inevitably of a left character. The central goal of capital's leading representatives, the extrusion of the organized left from politics, the liquidation of the past was at risk. According to the Führerbrief of January 10, only the Endstab could prevent such backsliding. Aside from the National Socialist movement there is no longer any general national movement. If the Endstab was not successfully integrated into the state, it would only be a matter of months before the state sinks back into being the booty of the left for the foreseeable future. As the month progressed, the Führerbrief's constituency became more impatient. Thus, by January 20, after the Papen-Hitler reconciliation, it insisted, it must finally be clearly decided how and by whom the German nation is to be ruled. The process of eliminating the central role of parliament peaked under Papen, only to begin to regress again under Schleicher. In fact, parliament is increasingly pushing back toward its old status. An aberration in political conception is permitting the state to encourage forces that are nothing other than the representation of class politics. Contrary to the supposed power position of heavy industry, stands much more the steadily growing power of the unions. He allies himself with the forces of class struggle. By the time of its lead article of January 27, the Führerbrief was encouraging the Nazis to hurry up, for they especially hold to the position that they have time. They should, however, not take all too much more time, if they want to attain their goal, otherwise it could turn out that, in the end, time is working for Mr. von Schleicher. At the very end, it was, as I have argued, the fear of Schleicher's success that impelled the dominant fraction of industry and the agrarian elite to support or accept the only solution to the crisis still possible. Business fear may have been excessive, we will never know where Schleicher would have taken the country. Nevertheless, the Nazi leadership also recognized that time was running short. On January 31, the day after Hitler's appointment as Chancellor, the Führerbrief opened its issue with a triumphant observation: through the appointment of Hitler as Reichschancellor, the government crisis has gratifyingly quickly been solved in the way which we have since the summer steadfastly advocated as the best way. People make history, but not just as they wish. Here stood the dominant forces in German society. If they were to see the liquidation of the past, they could do no other. Abraham Lincoln, in his famous reflection on the conflicts precipitating the bloodbath of America's Civil War, said that both parties deprecate war, but one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than let it perish, and the war came. 67 Making war was not necessary to prevent the survival of the Weimar Republic, and those who might have accepted war in order to save it were too weak and unable to foresee what lay ahead. Hence, civil war did not come to Germany in 1932 or 1933. Pro-Republican forces were too weak, weary, and divided to mount a defense of the system. The social welfarist basis of stability had given way to a hopeless and hostile stalemate initiated by heavy industry. The export/reparation economy was suffocated by expensive capital and high tariffs. Weimar constitutionality had, for the most part, disintegrated well before Hitler's appointment as Chancellor at the end of January 1933, and that appointment was itself both formally legal and very popular in many sections of society. Instead of civil war, Germany got a mass-based Nazi government without officially abrogating the Weimar Constitution. Nearly everyone in German society underestimated where that government was going, perhaps especially those conservative and elite forces that supported and hoped to tame and use the Nazis. The final page of Collapse makes very clear the disappointments and restrictions that Nazi government forced on German capitalism. But just as the interests of the leading part of industry had as their practical consequence a convergence with the Endstab in 1932, so in the years that followed did those leading interests find the uses of venomous adversity irresistibly sweet. New York City. April 1986. Preface to the first edition. This book originated as a dissertation, and there are a number of people to whom one owe thanks and gratitude for their support in furthering this undertaking at that earlier stage. Foremost, one would like to thank the members of my dissertation committee, who in various ways helped me lay the earlier basis for this work: Peter Novick, without whose moral encouragement and critical insight I would likely not have pursued an investigation in historical political economy, and without whose editorial advice the opacity of my prose would probably not have been held in check, Adam Pierzewski, to whom one owe the understanding and appreciation of Marxist social theory which inspired the project and which underlies much of the analysis undertaken here, and Friedrich Katz, whose own understanding of the Weimar era is exceeded only by his modesty. Further, for their comments on and assistance with different parts of the manuscript at various stages, one would like to thank John Coatsworth, Arkadius Kahan, Leonard Krieger, and Hans-Jürgen Pugel. Thanks for their assistance are also due Dieter Gessner, Hans Mommsen, and Bernd Weisbrod. Our works are parts of the same discourse, as much where we differ as where we agree. Finally, the critical exchange and sense of communal endeavor provided at Chicago by the political scientists, historians, and sociologists gathered in the Marxist theory and doctoral seminars opened new and fruitful perspectives and were both timely and animating. Once at Princeton, I began to benefit from the stimulation and range of challenges provided by my colleagues in the history department. The spirit of critical inquiry that they help nourish assisted me and is, I hope, evident in my work. No one has been a source of greater encouragement and tougher criticism than Arno Meyer. He has both compelled me to clarify my arguments and encouraged me to stand by them. At a time when radical critique is rather out of fashion, if not quite forgotten, he has faithfully supported me in my project while consistently demanding that I be able to put my case before the dubious and even the hostile. For this and other kindnesses, I register my thanks. As I embarked on the final stages of this book, I was fortunate enough to receive the challenging criticisms of Gerald Feldman, whose own work on politics and economics in late Imperial and Weimar Germany has done so much to illuminate important issues and further interest in many of the right sorts of questions. Although we shall continue to disagree on a number of important matters, his critique has helped me to sharpen my own interpretation and to appreciate its weaknesses as well as its strengths. For their generosity in making archival materials available to me, I would like to thank the following: the staff of the Bundesarchiv, in particular Dr. Thomas Trump, Mrs. R. Marsenjausen of the Deutsche Industrie Institute, the entire staff of the Zentralstaatsarchiv, the former Deutsches Zentralarchiv, which was quite accommodating, and Mr. Bodo Herzog, the beleaguered yet irrepressible holder of the keys to the kingdom at the archives of the Goethe-Hoffnungschief. Financial assistance was provided at various points in my research and writing by the German Academic Exchange Service and the American Council of Learned Societies. A grant from the Princeton Committee on Research in the Humanities and Social Sciences facilitated preparation of the final manuscript. I should like to acknowledge the conscientious and sympathetic treatment received from my editors at Princeton University Press, Miriam Brokaw and Robert Brown, as well as the assistance of Derek Linton in organizing much of the index. Finally, I thank my wife, Sandra, without whose sage counsel, help, patience, faith, and comfort at innumerable moments this book would never have been completed. For scholars concerned with the apparent phenomenon of corporatism and our own neo-corporatist era, Weimar Germany would appear to have pointed the way to the future for developed Western societies. Indeed, bureaucratic administration rather than parliamentary debate, class collaboration and consensus rather than class conflict and repression, integration rather than fractionalization, inclusion rather than exclusion, and so on were all visible elements in the social, political, and economic mechanisms of Weimar Germany that tended to anticipate those arrangements which have become well anchored and universally accepted in the decades since World War II. There is, therefore, certainly both some truth and merit to such a conceptualization. One in a much more consequential and historically significant sense, however, the Weimar era was the last act in the drama of Germany's 19th century. From November 1918 through 1923 this was not yet entirely clear. During that period, the democratic and briefly social revolutionary impulses of the several wings of the German labor movement may have been in a position to push German history forward a quantum leap. But the political and economic class warfare of those years so chastened the socialist movement that advance never took place. Instead, most of the forces and many of the actors re-emerged from the stage of Imperial Germany to pursue their interests and conflicts once again. The period of the German Revolution, one is even uncomfortable with the term, has been thoroughly explored and will not be investigated here. Rather, this study will explore those conflicts and concerns that surfaced after 1923 to assert anew the continuity of German social and political history. Even so, though facing many of the same issues, Weimar was not the empire, so the gross result of those conflicts was perforce different. The abandonment of the Weimar Republic by those who had been central underpinnings of the later empire led to the Republic's collapse and the transfer of power to the Nazis. However novel that outcome, The conflicts which played so great a role in producing it were deeply rooted in the political, ideological, and social structures of Germany before the Great War. The conflicts within and between the industrial and agricultural forces in Germany, as well as those between capital and labor generally, are the subjects of this study. Relations among the dominant social groupings in a society cannot be understood without a parallel examination of the relations between the dominant and the subordinate. Similarly, relations between dominant and subordinate classes cannot be fully deciphered without an evaluation of the unity and coherence of the dominant forces themselves. In examining the structures and trajectories of these various conflicts, and in analyzing how they contributed to the demise of the Republic, one is struck by how much they had in common with the developments of the Empire's last decades. Pressure groups, political parties, and areas of contention all bore a remarkable similarity to their pre-war predecessors. The Republican political and legal system, the defeat in World War I, the Versailles Treaty, and numerous economic changes both domestic and international certainly altered the nature of conflict and its rules, but below the surface much remained the same or was restored. Thus, it is the period from the middle of the war to 1923 that appears anomalous. And not only because of the subsequent re-emergence of familiar faces Stresemann, Hindenburg, Hugenberg, and the industrialists were simply the most obvious, but rather because of the renewed salience of old conflicts, old coalitions, and old desires. The not altogether vain attempts to restore the old Sammlung of agrarians and heavy industry, Germany's historical ruling bloc, and the off-again on-again coalitions of left liberals, dynamic industrialists, SPD, and Catholic Unionists were only two manifestations of the old drama. The key feature in the drama of late imperial politics had been the alliance of estate owners and heavy industry resting on the popular base of the Mittelstand. Economic protectionism and anti-socialism brought and held the two economically dominant classes together. The Mittelstand was generally attracted by these same policies and the corresponding ideology of imperial social protectionism. Although an examination of the emergence and operation of the Sammlung bloc lies outside the scope of this work, it is important to note the primary costs and benefits of the alliance. Heavy industry gained substantial political support in its struggle against social democracy, the unions, and reform of the state system, while the estate owners obtained tariff protection for their declining sector and support for their political preeminence, especially in Prussia. The relationship between these two fractions of the historical bloc was mediated by the state apparatus for which, despite the lofty state worship propagated by the estate owners, this became an increasingly mundane preoccupation. The alliance cost the rural elite its political maneuverability, it no longer had anywhere else to go and became increasingly dependent on its ability to deliver the peasants and the army. Heavy industry was compelled to accept higher production costs, a situation it tried to mitigate through combinations and organization of the market. The two fractions clashed and were forced to compromise over such issues as the building of the fleet and the Mittelland Canal. The former was initially viewed by agriculture as a pet project of hostile, liberal commercial and exporting capital, and the latter threatened to bring cheap foreign grain directly into the densely populated industrial heartland. Although agrarian representatives managed to modify the format of both projects, they had to accept them in exchange for higher tariffs. Organized agriculture accepted its increasing economic marginalization in exchange for certain economic guarantees and continued disproportionate political perquisites and spokesmanship. For heavy industry it was an offensive alliance intended to counterbalance the growing dynamic fraction of industry and to repress organized labor while mobilizing the Mittelstand on its own political behalf. For the estate owners it was a defensive alliance intended to break the decline in their economic status and traditional standing in the state apparatus. Reconstituting this historical bloc preoccupied numerous industrialists and agrarians throughout the 20s. In the pre-war period the agrarians could use their political potential to protect their estates and the political status quo. Without their support the three-tiered Prussian franchise would not have lasted, and the rural and small-town Mittelstand's enmity toward organized labor might have been softened. Their strong and homogeneous base in parliament was available to industry in exchange for economic protection, status prerogatives, and the promise not to be abandoned. Whatever the differences in tax, finance, tariff, and military matters, the social question kept the members of the Samlung bloc together. That was most clearly demonstrated in the 1913 cartel of the productive strata, composed of the Bund der Landwirte, Zentralverband Deutscher Industrieller and the Reichsdeutscher Mittelstandverband. Export industry, dissident feed-dependent peasants, and a minority of the Mittelstand were left either to constitute a permanent progressive minority or to take the step over the brink into coalition with the working class. For Emil Rathenau of German General Electric reflected the views of this progressive minority toward the social and trade protectionism which underlay the Samlung when he argued that German agriculture cannot attract valuable objects from foreign countries and create riches, only commerce and industry can make many great. Compulsory regulations based on fear may preserve the weak in their sphere of activity, the strong can develop their powers only in freedom, weakness does not make for growth. Representatives of agriculture have demanded the protectionist principle and the artificial limiting of industry. But it is useless to try to protect industry and commerce from foreign forces with weapons while at home we injure them through laws. 5. While the post-war economy never allowed for Rathenau's degree of glibness, the thrust of his position remained dear to many in the dynamic and export fraction of Weimar industry, and, with the post-war economic recovery, their chance would come. The end of the monarchy severely weakened the political stock of the estate owners, making it easier for the other fractions of the pre-war bloc to attempt to form other viable power blocs. But even before military defeat, social upheavals and the proclamation of a republic weakened the rural elite, industry had come to certain agreements with labor, which pointed the way to future coalitions without the big landowners. 6. In addition, the war brought together the military bureaucracy and heavy industry where previously the rural elite had mediated that relationship. The inadequate provisioning of the war-weary troops and urban population triggered mutinies and riots and slicks could hardly benefit the rural elite, especially when that elite could also take some credit for the war and continued to call for a victorious peace. The rural elite emphasized its devotion to the monarchy precisely as other social classes came to question the value of continuing that institution. As other social classes began to demonstrate flexibility on the reform of the Prussian franchise, organized agriculture countered with the call for corporate vocational suffrage. Estate owners and peasants united in opposition to the wartime coercion economy while demanding higher prices, none of which sat well with either the urban population or those trying to pacify it. Perceiving the potential danger of socialist insurrection, Jacob Reichert of the iron and steel industry, and certainly no friend of labor, announced in October 1918 that the state owners and traditional Mittelstand were no longer dependable bulwarks against upheaval. Sufficiently strong allies for industry, he argued, could only be found among the workers and therefore the unions. Toward the end of the war, the SPD came to express the interests of the majority of the nation, albeit in a particular way that led Arthur Rosenberg to describe the events of 1918 as a middle-class revolution won by labor fighting against feudalism. 7. Though certainly not banished from the historical stage, the estate owners were removed from the center while the industrialists were left stunned and immobilized. After edging briefly toward that center stage, the organized working class both pulled back and was pushed away. The middle-class revolution established a flawed, formally democratic republic that underwrote a society in which industrial capitalism was economically dominant. Despite their economic dominance, industrial capitalists failed to attain clear political and ideological superiority. Shifting equilibria and stalemates between the fractions of industry and between industry and the rural elite contributed significantly to the political inadequacy of the dominant social classes. Incapable of presenting themselves clearly as the carriers of the national interest, industrial capitalists, as in the pre-war era, could not elicit the voluntary support of the great majority of the population, comprising the working class and the various strata identified still as the Mittelstand. This inadequacy, together with the defeat of the revolutionary socialist impulse, made the subsequent reversion possible and led to the tenuous system of class cooperation, extra-parliamentary compromise, and corporatism that have come to be seen as at the heart of the Weimar Republic during 1. Those years when the Republic worked. Thus, the Weimar system disguised old conflicts while never being fully accepted by the majority of the economic and political leaders of the dominant social classes. The stability of the Middle Weimar years was not grounded in any broad legitimacy, and it therefore proved vulnerable to economic and political strains that might cause any of the various participants to withdraw from the compact. Indeed, with the onset of the Great Depression, the bourgeoisie abandoned the program of compromise and competition with the SPD, which had provided the basis for stability from 1925 to early 1930. The SPD's tacit program of integrating and representing the interests of the working class in a democratic, capitalist order was judged too costly by its bourgeois partners. During the decade from the aftermath of the November Revolution to the Great Depression, the SPD was divided into what might be termed social liberal integrationist and structural reformist camps. 8. The party largely suppressed or ignored its structural reformist wing and willingly incurred the loss of those interested in revolution. But the integrationist basis of Weimar politics also depended on the cooperation of some of the many bourgeois parties and the industrial, commercial, and agricultural interests they represented. Substantial and significant sectors of the bourgeois parties, backed by large numbers of non-bourgeois voters, participated in this integrationist politics once it became clear, as it had by 1923, that the initial insurrectionary impulse had been defeated. Indeed, after 1924, important industrial groups even sanctioned governing with labor. For some this meant the SPD, and they grudgingly abandoned active counter-revolution in its several forms. 9. In favor of the daily conflicts of liberal democratic society. By 1926, this was an openly avowed, if far from universally shared, policy. Several factors made the stabilization possible. One was the defeat of the working class, completed through the inflation, the suppression of communist uprisings, and the reversal of previous wages and hours concessions after the Ruhr occupation. Another was the apparent waning of right-wing, folkish radicalism. Still another was the set of requirements for Germany's reintegration into the world economy and the benefits accruing from it. But even the semblance of stability in 1924-29, disguising some social struggles and transforming others, disappeared with the onset of the economic crisis. Conflicts among the dominant economic class fractions and between them and the organized working class provided the chief impetus for German politics between 1924 and the end of 1932. Under the specific conditions of the period, these conflicts contributed first to the creation of a tenuous capital-labor compromise and political stability from roughly 1924 through the end of 1929, and then, as conditions changed, these same conflicts contributed to the demise of the Republic. Subsequent chapters of this work analyze these conflicts and their course in detail. Primarily, though not exclusively, the conflicts were generated by divergent and sometimes contradictory material interests, within the agricultural sector, between an elite of grain-growing estate owners and an electorally influential body of dairy and livestock-producing peasants, within the industrial sector, between older, cartelized, and frequently labor-intensive heavy industry oriented toward the domestic market, and a more dynamic, often decentralized and capital-intensive processing industry oriented toward the export market. There were also substantial interest conflicts between agriculture and industry as sectors. On the basis of their production and political desiderata, and in the context of shifting political and ideological coalitions, the dominant class fractions adopted different postures toward organized labor and its demands, toward trade, commercial and fiscal policy, and toward reparations. Ultimately, however, attempts to overcome the consequent contradictions within the framework of the democratic Weimar state failed. The period of social upheaval and counter-revolutionary response from 1918 through 1923 did not alter the economic or social foundations of German society, and, in the specific circumstances of the following decade, the democratic political structures of the Weimar Republic produced no acceptable balance among the interests of the dominant class fractions and between them and the subordinate classes and strata. The dominant class fractions are not divided here between good industrialists and bad industrialists, or between socially minded entrepreneurs on the one hand and tyrannical Herren on the other. Both the earlier record of some who will be described as dynamic as well as their post-1933 performances under fascism, should make it clear that moral political postures or even attitudes toward progress are not at the core of this analysis. What separated the fractions of industry was a divergent set of capitalist interests. That Germany's dominant economic groups could not reconcile their differences within the framework of the Weimar Republic tells us both that capitalists may have interests which vary over a rather broad range, and that in given, particular historical conditions the democratic republican form of state inhibited the reconciliation of those divergent interests. Attempts to realize particular economic interests may engender or entail specific political strategies, different strategies at different times and under different circumstances. As we shall observe, there are few obvious or enduring political consequences that follow from any given set of economic desiderata, though there are always some. In the case of Weimar Germany, as in any other, political outcomes emerged from political struggles, but many of these struggles were themselves grounded in economic relations. At a certain point in its history, Weimar Germany could no longer tolerate the conflict between the costs of integration in a political system that was based on a mixture of strife and cooperation between social classes, and the necessity of private accumulation and control in a capitalist economy. The offensive of the historical ruling bloc, checked since 1924 by the massive influx of American capital, the vitality of certain sectors of German industry, and the partial cooperation of organized labor, resumed by 1929. The factors precipitating the new offensive were largely political. Despite nearly continuous high unemployment and low use of capacity rates in German industry, the effects of the Depression had not yet become general when the offensive was undertaken. However, certain key industries, members of the former historical ruling bloc, were already facing or anticipating severe profit squeezes and reductions in production levels. The coal, iron, and steel industries, together with the whole of German agriculture, considered themselves to be suffering. Their difficulties arose from the social, fiscal, and economic policies of a competitive parliamentary government and tacit cooperation with SPD-led labor, an international trade and tariff strategy attendant to these policies, and an approach to the Versailles Treaty that was based on fulfilling its conditions while working for their revision. The eventual recourse to an alliance with the fascist movement, or what might charitably be described as a surrender to the Nazis by the /Line majority of the representatives of Germany's dominant class fractions, issued from the perceived inadequacy of the Republican political system, based on tenuous coalition building among fragmented parties. It could not unite the interests of the dominant classes and could aggregate no base of popular support other than the costly one represented by social democracy. Industrial and agrarian leaders were convinced that post-Depression Germany had to be spared the costliness and unreliability of a democratic political constitution and a profit-devouring social welfare system. Support of fascism was thus not simply an attempt to survive the Depression, it was a way of using the crisis. Fascism did not arise out of a temporary equilibrium of forces between working class and bourgeoisie, and the extent to which the political system after March 1933 was a Bonapartist one reflected in what manner the crises within the ruling bloc both had and had not been settled. For the rise and coming to power of the Nazi Party corresponded to the sharpening internal tensions among the dominant class fractions. No one class or class fraction could entirely impose its leadership on the other dominant fractions, whether through corporate interest and leadership organizations or parties and the parliamentary democratic state. The transition to fascism took place through, or in the course of, a political crisis that caused the rupture of linkages between the various classes and strata and the political parties which had represented them. Accompanying that political crisis was an ideological crisis which nearly permeated the society. At the same time, the growth of fascism corresponded to an offensive on the part of the industrial bourgeoisie and an economist retreat on the part of the labor movement. The Nazi regime that ultimately emerged from the crisis was certainly more than a dictatorship of monopoly capital, a Bonapartist regime based on an equilibrium of forces and standing above all classes, or a dictatorship of the petite bourgeoisie. Finally, even the fascist state's relative autonomy from the dominant social classes stemmed in part from the inherited and deeply embedded contradictions within and among those classes themselves as well as between them and the dominated classes. Our task, then, is to provide a sectoral analysis of the political economy of Weimar Germany and an examination of the linkage between that political economy and the political stability and crises which marked the years after 1924. That examination must begin with a theoretical consideration of the relationship in capitalist societies between politics and society, between the state and social classes. Chapter 1. Theory and the Weimar Case. 1. State and economy in Weimar. The functions of the state vary from society to society, but every state, except one on the brink of collapse, performs one function above all others in a sense comprehending all others as well. It underwrites and maintains the principal social and economic relationships of that society. In a capitalist and industrial society such as Weimar Germany, the state functions as the factor of cohesion for economic, political, and cultural processes and relations. Yet, capitalism's economic relations are relatively independent of its political ones, even in a country with an activist state tradition like Prussia Germany. Production, in capitalism, in comparison to feudalism, for example, does not rely on political mechanisms in order to be set in motion. Thus, political relations can develop independently of economic relations, and the state in capitalist society may both appear and actually be relatively autonomous. 1. In the parliamentary democratic form of state, formally equal competition increases this autonomy. Within limits determined by the specific status or conjunctures of the economic, ideological, and political realms, state policy output is a product of recognized, rule-bound, institutionalized bargaining where the outcome in any given case cannot be determined beforehand. 2. How state revenue is to be distributed, for example, is such a policy question of indeterminate outcome. Indeed, as we shall observe, this policy question was so fiercely contested in Weimar Germany that conflicts over it resulted in major political and social struggles. This happened because the particular situation in Germany after 1928 converted disputes about the distribution of public revenue into conflicts over the possibility of producing private surplus, and this, as the very essence of capitalist production, could not be called into question. At a minimum, the state in a capitalist society must guarantee that capitalist production can take place and that the social relations of that production are reproduced. The state is the regulating mechanism for the equilibrium of the entire society. Ultimately, it is through the agency of the state that the dominant social classes are organized, i.e., elevated from the level of their selfish, individual interests to that of their collective, class interest. Alone, the private and competitive nature of the appropriation of surplus would tend to foster systematic disunity among capitalists, even in an economy where monopolies and cartels were prominent. Similarly, it is through the state that the dominated social classes are disorganized, i.e., kept from the level of their class interests and kept at the level of their interests as individuals, citizens, and members of the nation. 3. The older Marxist expectation that the social nature of production in industrial capitalism would by itself engender or foster working class unity has not, on the whole, proven correct. To organize the interests of the capitalist class and its allies successfully and to turn these into national interests, the state and its leaders must stand at a distance from individual capitalists. They must not allow themselves to become the creatures of specific capitalist class members or interests. 4. The crisis of the last years of the Weimar Republic stemmed in large part from the inability of the state to organize the interests of the members of the dominant classes in an autonomous fashion, going beyond partial interests. The Republic was unable to safeguard existing social relations, not because of any revolutionary threat, but rather because of the conflicts and contradictions within the bloc of dominant/3 classes, together with the results of the policy indeterminacy of the preceding years. It can be argued that since the Keynesian revolution the separation between state and economy has collapsed, civil society and state are joined. 5. The state both reflects and acts upon prevailing social and economic relations. The government bureaucracy is now responsible for the planning, direction, and control of economic undertakings whose costs and technological needs are too much even for large monopolies. The security of private property, of economic growth, and of crisis-free economic performance now require constant intervention by the state. Although this was not yet fully the situation in Weimar Germany, we shall encounter substantial elements of such a development and demands for it. 6. The role of the Prussian/German state in 19th century German industrialization, unprecedented at the time, provided the groundwork for later forms of organized intervention. 7. To the extent that there were government attempts to intervene in and alleviate the economic crisis after 1928, and to the extent that such interventions were expected by the great majority of the population, the economic crisis exacerbated the political crisis. There was increased conflict in the political realm precisely at those points when the state was called upon to do more in the economic realm. Brüning, with his limited, largely negative intervention, had trouble maintaining, and Papen and Schleicher, with their more active intervention, had trouble establishing their political legitimacy through mass loyalty, partly because their economic intervention was unsuccessful. The failures of their policies were not primarily due to any inherent lack of wisdom. Indeed, some of the Papen and Schleicher policies were quite promising and were adopted a short time later by the Nazi government. 8. The conflicts of needs, interests, and ideologies among the dominant class fractions were largely responsible for the ineffectiveness of government policy, and only once these were resolved was a coherent state policy possible. So long as the economically dominant classes lacked clear and organizing leadership, their members could not rise above the level of Sauf-qui-peut. That Germany was furthest down the road of organized capitalism did not alter the need for leadership within any bloc of dominant classes. The development of the first constitutive elements of this system only increased the saliency of state/economy interaction. H.J. Pudell enumerates those elements which developed even before World War I, the increased taxing prerogatives of the state, the growth of public works and services and insurance, the bureaucratization and organizational tendencies of large industry, especially the new strategic growth industries and the workers' movement. Further, that of political and public-oriented pressure groups which contributed decisively to changing the relationship between government, parliament, and public, thereby lastingly altering both political landscape and style and binding the sectors of the private economy together with each other and with the agents of the state through their intervention in elections, in the press, in parliament and its committees, and through the activities of their representatives in regional government and professional organizations. 9. An indicator of the advanced role of the state is the percentage of the GNP devoted to public, state expenditures. Thus, in the USA the figures for 1900 and 1929 were 4% and 10%, respectively. In Germany they were already 16% and 30.6%. But, the increased interpenetration of state and economy did not free state activity from non-political constraints, and it did not relieve the dominant social classes of the need to accomplish an internal ordering crowned by a hegemonic fraction. The patriarchal social commitment of the German bureaucracy augmented the state's autonomy but did not determine the nature and outcome of political practice or the form of society. Care must be taken in any political analysis to avoid refeeing the concepts of autonomy and mass loyalty. While there were moments in late Weimar Germany when the state seemed to be functioning as the instrument of capital as a whole, or even of just one sector of it, there were other times when the state seemed merely to be sanctioning and protecting the rules and social relationships of the capitalist order. In these latter instances, the state was probably functioning more independently. Yet it is exceedingly difficult to delineate the social/5 mechanisms that account for one type of functioning or another. The number of contacts between industrial leaders and members of the government or the bureaucracy, for example, did not vary a great deal. Linkages were both constant and institutionalized. There is no evidence of the states holding the rifle butt over the heads of the capitalist class. Describing this autonomy as relative is, therefore, not enough. In the following chapters we shall have to analyze very carefully the individual policy formulations, outputs, and outcomes in order to relate the concept of autonomy to the conflicts among the dominant class fractions. Similarly with the concept of mass loyalty, equal votes need not be of equal significance. The percentage of the German electorate that voted for the Nazi Party in the autumn of 1932 was not substantially greater than that which voted SPD in 1928. But, these were voters casting their ballots in a different context, and a qualitatively different mass loyalty emerged to replace the rather tenuous loyalty enjoyed by the Republic. The autonomy of the state is conditioned by the ways in which the economic realm has come to be dependent on state activity. Broadly conceived, we can locate 5 areas of such state activity: guarantee of the organizational and legal principles of the capitalist system, such matters as inviolability of contracts, freedom of labor, etc. 10-11 Establishment and construction of some material preconditions for production, which are for the benefit of all economic actors but beyond the reach of any one of them. Although this is an old area of activity, the increased dependence of industrial production on technological advance has enlarged the scope of these activities and further socialized the costs of production. Both occasional and regular participation and intervention in the course of economic activity and growth, to secure growth and avoid and remedy crises. Growing concentration and inflexibility render commodity production and exchange increasingly incapable of regulating themselves. Regulation of conflicts between capital and labor so as to avoid constant social crises. Generally, capital shares an interest in keeping these conflicts within limits so as to 6. Facilitate the final area of state activity. Maintenance of the legitimacy of, and mass loyalty to, the social system as a whole. Whereas activity in the first 2 areas is undertaken with the full cooperation of representatives of capital, activity in the last 3 areas is undertaken against the will of some, perhaps even a majority of the representatives of capital. The growth of the state's role is part of a 3-stage historical development: organization of the market to relieve the pressure of competition faced by individual capitalists, the institutionalization of technological progress to relieve the threat of crises faced by the economy as a whole, and state regulation of the entire system to relieve the pressure of social, political, and economic tensions. 12. What the state needs to execute these activities limits both the possible range of state action and policy output. The state needs financial resources, a capacity for technological rationality, an already existing legitimacy or mass loyalty, and the loyalty of the owners of the means of production. The Weimar Republic after 1929 was progressively deprived of these, and its ability to act diminished commensurately. The loyalty of the representatives of capital was essential for a number of reasons. As Müller, Brüning, Papen, and Schleicher all discovered, the state can only make offers or set parameters in a process in which the owners of the means of production dispose of what is theirs as they see it. Too much state pressure can precipitate investment and employers' strikes, and a loss of cooperation or crisis of confidence, thereby exacerbating a crisis instead of mitigating it. In order to be able to stabilize the economy, the state needs mass support. This is forthcoming only when demonstrable economic successes are at hand, and to obtain these, cooperation with the private sector is essential. The owners of the means of production abandoned the Weimar Republic in its attempts to stabilize the economy partially because of the constraints that had been placed upon it by the results of parliamentary democracy, where all citizens were entitled to press equal claims. The capacity for technological rationality which the state also requires is limited by the fact that the private sector is frequently the source from which both trained personnel and economic data are drawn. 13. The financial needs of the state are met. 7. Primarily through tax revenue. Although the state may set tax rates that attempt to reflect the interests of all of society, its receipts from business remain particularly vulnerable. The growth of the economy as a whole presents itself as the only way out. 14. Political and economic developments may dictate an increased and ongoing state role in the economy. The state may undertake economic planning so as to maintain, implement, replace, or compensate for particular economic processes. Curiously, however, the more the state needs to intervene in the economy, the more dependent it becomes on the owners of the means of production. This is true regardless of whether the need for intervention is episodic or organic. The need may even be purely a function of developments within the economy. Thus, in the German case, with the onset of the Depression, the Weimar state became increasingly dependent on Die Wirtschaft. The ideological dominance of the propertied limits the range of possible state policies by successfully characterizing some of them as utopian. 15. The growing expectation of improvements in the standard of living also renders the state more dependent on the dominant economic powers. This is ironic since it is generally social democratic parties and governments which encourage such expectations. 16. Once such expectations are rooted, they are nearly impossible to reverse democratically, and their costs invariably seem to grow, during both normal and crisis periods. Clearly, such was the case in Weimar Germany. From the time of the last SPD-led government under Hermann Müller on, the state was cast in the role and burdened with the responsibility of economic coordination. It could not possibly succeed, since economic decisions remain the private prerogatives of the industrialists and their leaders, and they refused to cooperate. It was in this context that the results of the pre-depression conflicts and decisions over the distribution of revenue came to threaten the very ability to produce and accumulate surplus. Despite the institution of consumption and other regressive taxes, it was impossible to transfer the entire burden of state costs completely onto the shoulders of wage earners and other taxpayers. So long as revenue sources remained domestic, the areas of state activity came into conflict with each other and further weakened the state. The 8. Functions of facilitating private accumulation and guaranteeing mass legitimacy could not be reconciled. 17. State and society in Weimar. The crisis of the Weimar state was not a social crisis of the sort anticipated by many communists, a maturation of class antagonisms that coincided with the catastrophic development of the capitalist economy. 18. The Depression was indeed a catastrophe, and class antagonisms of all sorts were rife, but the impetus for the state crisis came from the determination of capitalist groups to use the economic situation to their political advantage. This, in turn, exacerbated political instability and legitimated the abandonment of an opposition to parliamentary government. After 1930, both capital and parts of labor, but especially the former, oriented their struggles toward transforming the internal organization of the state. Their class struggle became political for the first time in nearly a decade. In the course of their political struggle, the possibility of a new mass base and different form of state for German capitalism became apparent. The divergent interests of the various capitalist groups were organized anew, and the new form of government could function as the new guarantor of cohesion for unchanged social relations. What were the bases of these various capitalist groups, how, and under whose leadership were they formed into and maintained as the historical bloc of ruling classes? It is an axiom of Marxist analysis that the manner in which surplus value is extracted from the direct producer determines the social relations involved in production and ultimately the relationship of the rulers and the ruled. 19. Those involved in production are the carriers of the social relations engendered by the given mode of production. The capitalist mode of production allows for the separation of economic, political, and ideological relations, because surplus is extracted solely within the economic realm, virtually unassisted by political or ideological mechanisms. In capitalism, these car/9 rears of social relations become classes through their activity through their practice in the political realm. 20. An objective relationship to the means of production, being a carrier of certain social relations, is insufficient to constitute a class in capitalism. 21. As indicated earlier, the state, when functioning coherently, helps organize the owners of the means of production into a class. This same function is performed for wage labor by political parties and, sometimes, unions. 22. Unless so organized, wage laborers will appear in this dominant political sphere simply as individuals, as citizens seeking to achieve their selfish interests. Conversely, the dominant classes will appear as spokesmen for the interests of the nation as a whole, and the actualization of their needs through the state will generally be consented to and accepted as legitimate. 23. This is one meaning of the term hegemony. Thus, to overstate the case somewhat, social relations become historical activity, to modify Thompson's phrase, class happenings in their political embodiments. 24. But not all conflict between or among classes is class struggle. We should distinguish between classes in struggle and literal class struggle. In the former, place of insertion or location in the production process is external to any confrontation. Thus, the German Mittelstand, in the decade after 1923, was involved in a struggle with other classes in the society, but this was not a class struggle in the sense in which Marxists most often use that term, despite the fact that the Mittelstand's demands were political, economic, and ideological. 25. 107. No society, including Weimar Germany, is characterized by just one mode of production with its attendant social relations. Although industrial capitalism was by far the dominant mode of production in Weimar 10 Germany, other modes also existed: the family peasant, small commodity, and even vestigial feudal modes coexisted with industrial capitalism. The economic, political, and ideological practices of all of these partially amalgamated subsocieties constituted the German social formation. A half-century earlier, Marx had remarked on the incompleteness of capitalist development in Germany. Even in the Weimar period, it remained true that Germany suffered, not only from the development of capitalist production, but also from its incompleteness. Alongside of modern evils, a whole series of inherited evils oppress us, arising from the survival of antiquated modes of production. We suffer not only from the living, but from the dead. 26. These dead were to play a crucial role in the resolution of conflicts within the historical bloc of ruling classes. The East Albion Junkers continued to occupy vital positions in the military, civil service, and judiciary, and remained an important force not only among rural producers but within the capitalist elite as well. Although total agricultural production contributed under 15% to the GNP, and the agricultural portion of the population had slipped to 25% by 1925, the agricultural elite continued to enjoy vastly disproportionate influence. Up to 1918, industrial development, despite its rapidity, had taken place within a semi-feudal environment, and the Junkers preserved a political and ideological supremacy greater than that of any other landed group in industrial Europe. 27. They continued as a class in charge of much of the state apparatus and as a ruling class in the empire. Gramsci characterized them as the traditional intellectuals of the German industrialists who retained special privileges and a strong consciousness of being an independent social group, based on the fact that they held considerable economic power over the land. The Junkers resemble a priestly military caste, with a virtual monopoly of directive organizational functions in political society, but possessing at the same time an economic base of its own and so not exclusively dependent on the liberality of the dominant economic group. The Junkers constituted the officer class of a large standing army, which gave them 11 solid organizational cadres favoring the preservation of an esprit de corps and of their political monopoly. 28. Of course, in the Weimar period, their political monopoly was broken and, as we shall argue in Chapter 4, the big agrarians did become increasingly dependent on the liberality of industrialists and the state. But per se, the dominant economic group, the bourgeoisie, had never directly ruled in Germany. The earlier political and cultural monopoly of the nobility impeded the development of an extensive and independent bourgeois political personnel. 29. This had much to do with the continued parliamentary crises and fragmentation of the liberal parties. In turn, the Catholic Zentrum and SPD were aided in their pre-war growth precisely by that fragmentation, a fragmentation which continued throughout the Weimar period. Stresemann's narrow circle constituted perhaps the only successful, representatively bourgeois political group of the entire era. Most industrialists greeted his death with a sigh of relief, anxious as they were to disavow him. Representatives of the agricultural elite, on the other hand, despite being even more unhappy with government policies, continued to fill posts and participate in the state apparatus at all levels down to the very end of the Republic and beyond. Although it had partially merged into the bourgeoisie, the agricultural elite continued as an autonomous class or fraction within the ruling bloc dominated by industry. Thus, viewed strictly in terms of their percentage contribution to the GNP or portion of the population, representatives of the agricultural sector ought to have been little more than junior allies or supporters of a ruling bloc. However, even after World War I, the agricultural elite of estate owners continued to occupy vital positions in both political and civil society. All reaches of the military and civil service, for example, continued to bear their mark. An additional factor was at least equally important in preserving the status of the rural elite as members of the ruling bloc. The agricultural and industrial sectors were not of symmetrical composition. The relationship of the peasant majority to the large landowners was very different from that of the worker majority toward the factory owners. Even when organized, peasants, unlike unionized workers, did not generally adopt an adversary posture to 12/ward their putative betters. Peasants simply did not hate the big estate owners the way workers hated the heron of industry. The resolution of the economic and political conflicts between grain-growing estate owners and the body of dairy and livestock-producing peasants enabled landwirtschaft to appear as a solid front and buttress the position of the agricultural elite both vis-a-vis industry and in society generally. In the final 2 years of the Republic, this solid front began to dissolve. Many non-Catholic peasants voted for the Nazis, yet even this did not signify abandonment of the agricultural elite's core interests. Toward the end of the Republic, an attempt to reconcile estate owner and peasant interests through the Green Front occurred, with demands crystallizing around autarky. Not only socialists but also important industrial and commercial groups tried unsuccessfully to exploit rural cleavages and break this agricultural front, which even in the 1920s operated to retard capitalist development. The dominant element within the unity of dominant classes, what we can call the hegemonic class or fraction, did not remain the same throughout the Weimar years. Viewed politically, largely cartelized and domestic-oriented heavy industry vied for hegemony with generally less cartelized dynamic and export industry. These two fractions of industrial capital entertained similar but far from identical interests. Their relations to their commercial, financial, and agricultural partners also varied, and rivalries between and among these fractions were always present. Thanks to the cheap debt retirement, bankruptcies, and lowered real wages resulting from the inflation and rural occupation, most of German industry was able, with the assistance of American capital, to rebuild, modernize, and expand capacity quickly after 1923. An already cartelized industrial sector became even further dominated by grand monopolies and cartels. Both the labor unions and the workers' parties were demoralized by a series of defeats between 1919 and 1923, and the election results of 1924 embodied the new economy-friendly state of affairs. What various branches of German industry chose to do, or could do, with their plants was conditioned by a number of factors. Conflicts arose out of the divergent production desiderata, trade, and political needs of the various branches of German industry. The first central cleavage during these years was between export and domestic market-oriented industry. The former group, including among others the machine, electrotechnical, chemical, and textile industries, was generally interested in low prices for basic industrial goods. Exporters favored a Pacific expansion through most favored nation trade treaties, which /13 came at the expense of domestic heavy industry and especially agriculture, together with the Stresemann foreign policy of international reconciliation and reintegration. So long as these industries enjoyed international preeminence, wage and social costs incurred through a policy of class cooperation and competition were, for them at least, not crucially significant. A quite different orientation characterized the older Ruhr industries at the heart of the domestic market branch. These wanted high prices and low costs. High costs and overcapacity made Pacific expansion difficult and, after 1925, the quotas allotted Germany by the International Iron Cartel proved unsatisfactory. Only an expanded domestic market could absorb the sector's production at high prices. Almost all production and ownership units here were large and cartelized, and the burden of wages constituted a much greater share of total costs. The growing and prosperous export industries accepted high protective tariffs for domestic primary industry, so long as they received refunds from the primary producers equal to the difference between world and domestic prices for those quantities subsequently exported. A series of shaky agreements, the Avey Accords, laid the basis for a reassertion of the dominance of the domestic market-oriented industries, but severe conflicts persisted throughout the Weimar years. Other cleavages involved capital composition and ideology, factors that also contributed to divergent attitudes toward labor and toward agriculture. Within the League of German Industry, power was wrested after 1930 by the heavy industry conservatives from the dynamic export liberals who had held it since about 1925. The processing and smaller finishing industries then buckled under the menacing of heavy industry's vertical cartels and a political campaign against the system of export rebates. Beginning in the late 20s, mining and steel organizations threatened to withdraw from the RDI and from other organs whose policies they deemed insufficiently conservative or overly attentive to export and parliamentary constraints. Industrial circles began to plan a trade strategy that abandoned the Pacific market of Northern and Western Europe and overseas in favor of the imperial market of Eastern and Southern Europe. The relatively virgin markets of the East were presented simultaneously as an inducement to export circles and as a threat to agriculture to encourage their lining up behind heavy industry. The prospects of renewed profitability were thus ultimately tied to a changed social and political system at home and an imperial policy in Central Europe presented as autarky. Relations between the representatives of industry and agriculture did not follow any smooth pattern during the Weimar years. Although the industrial elite was in a position to set both the tone and the agenda for 14/capitalists during the entire period, its willingness to make sacrifices on behalf of its rural partner varied. Viewed from the perspective of general economic policy, agriculture was increasingly shortchanged between 1924 and 1929. The year 1925 marked the beginning of a trend characterized by trade treaties unfavorable to agriculture, growing agricultural imports, disadvantaged access to capital, widening price size soars, and then, by 1928, the onset of the agricultural depression. Since the home market for heavy industry enjoyed only a brief spurt, agriculture was left, until the end of the stabilization, as the only serious proponent of a semi-autarkic domestic market strategy. Agriculture did share industry's desire to lower the costs of production, particularly wages and social welfare measures. With the growing struggle over this issue inside the last bourgeois/working class coalition government, relations between agrarian and industrial leaders improved. As was the case before World War I, organizations representing heavy industry moved toward the policies advocated by agriculture, while more dynamic and successful export industry groups called upon agriculture to make itself more efficient, cut costs, and help itself. Even socialists were no more critical of German agriculture and its elite than were the spokesmen for the dynamic industries, such as machine building, electronics, and chemicals. Once the depression deepened, attempts simply to balance the needs of both agriculture and export industry broke down, and a more unified, coherent strategy became necessary. Because of their relative strength, ministerial support, and even international cartelization, industrialists generally espoused a fairly direct laissez-faire view of the state's role. Almost all divergences from that norm were, according to industry, a result of unwarranted and ruinous socialist influence. A weak Landwirtschaft, on the other hand, having traditionally supplied the military and bureaucracy with leading personnel, was much more willing to experiment, on the assumption that it could sabotage or overturn any undesired consequences of state intervention in the economy, while standing to profit from most such intervention. Despite routine denunciations of the coercive economy of the war period, the agricultural elite was even tempted by reformist SPD proposals to establish government grain and import monopolies intended to guarantee prices. Such proposals, together with agriculture's seemingly endless calls for non-productive subventions, increased disarray among the historical partners. As the Depression worsened, organized cooperation between agriculture and industry seemed to break down. Only the increased salience of other, more fundamental cleavages prevented a complete rupture between these longtime allies and members of Germany's historical ruling bloc. The content and course of these intra-agricultural, intra-industrial, and /15 agrarian-industrial conflicts will be analyzed in succeeding chapters, both at the economic corporate level represented, for example, by interest group organizations and at the level of politics and the state. Each class fraction attempted to make its own economic interests into political interests and to present those as the common interests of the classes and fractions in a bloc. 30 In the Weimar context, each was charged with the primary responsibility for getting us off the current socialist road and enabling industry to speak in the name of the economy and the nation, not just capitalism. 31 Taken as a whole, however, these capitalist class fractions were the power bloc in Weimar Germany, as they had been in the later years of the empire. Originally allied to the pre-war power bloc politically, albeit not wholeheartedly, and opposed to it economically, was the middle stand. 32 Composed of shopkeepers and commodity producers on the one hand and salaried employees on the other, each constituting just under 20% of the population, the alliance proved frustrating for the middle stand, more so than it had been during the empire. Whereas the salaried employees found themselves profiting economically from bourgeois/social democratic collaboration in the realm of employee rights and socialpolitik, they found the value of their political patronage declining and withdrew their support from the bourgeois parties when the bourgeois parties hard-end their positions on socialpolitik. 33 Their self-consciously separate status prevented them from moving left, however. 34 The shopkeepers and commodity producers, on the other hand, defected earlier. Not 16 Only did they suffer more from the inflation, but for them the costs of bourgeois collaboration with social democracy were not offset by any redeeming benefits. Initially, they had nowhere else to go, but once the movement to the Nazi Party began, it became a stampede. 55 Losers in the inflation and unable to penetrate the system of industry labor collaboration, the middle stand could be mobilized politically against it. Further support for the old ruling bloc was provided by the bulk of the peasantry. These supporters obtained little materially in exchange for their support. Certain half-truths propagated by rural, anti-socialist ideology shored up their support, an identity of interests shared by all agriculturalists, big and small alike, and a fear of anti-property, urban reds. Although peasant support was retained within the range of older bourgeois parties until 1930, it too seemed to disappear overnight as soon as an uncompromising advocate presented itself. Once the Republic appeared to announce itself to the peasantry only with the tax collector, it announced itself to the Republic with the Emperor. 35-36 There are two ways of looking at coalition politics, both actual and potential, in the Weimar period. The first is in terms of the social classes or forces represented by various political parties, the second is in terms of the political parties and electoral coalitions themselves. We will examine first the actual and potential class blocks and then the electoral results. Several blocks or coalitions of classes were formed during the Weimar years. These blocks were unstable and shifting. In addition, at different moments, different fractions of a bloc were in a position to set the tone and agenda for a bloc as a whole. Economic and political bonds brought and kept bloc partners together, economic and political conflicts kept various bloc possibilities from forming and tore others asunder. In conceptualizing coalitions or blocs, we are faced with a dual task: on the one hand, analysis of class blocs as formed from the bottom up and involving group intentions, class situations, tensions, and consciousness at the base; on the other hand, /17. Analysis of more tangible power blocs as formed from the top down and consisting of organized political activity and interventions, of parties, alliances, policy formation, leadership organizations, etc. It is primarily in terms of the latter that the coherence and strength of blocs can be evaluated. During the Weimar Republic, certain policy issues, decisions, and non-decisions were particularly critical and, as our later analysis will demonstrate, blocs formed and dissolved around issues of social policy, trade policy, reparations and foreign policy, distribution of the national wealth, democratization, and the balance between private accumulation and social legitimation. Thus, government coalitions, cooperation and conflict among corporate interest organizations and unions, patterns of social, trade, and fiscal legislation, the policies of state bureaucracies, the public agenda as enunciated by various ideological apparatuses, and the articulation of the tasks at hand by the spokesman for classes, unions, and parties all help provide the basis for a partially inductive determination of the class coalitions constituting a bloc. Schematically, for Weimar Germany we can map several blocs composed or rural and urban, dominant and dominated classes. Through these power blocs, the economic sphere, where individuals appear as the carriers of determinate social relations, shape the political sphere, in which members of all classes appear as equal citizens with equal claims. It was largely through state activity that intra-bloc conflicts were mediated and the interests of a bloc as a whole pursued. Although some of the respective blocs here are labeled with dates, these dates only indicate the ascendance, sometimes tacit or de facto, of one or another coalition, not necessarily a formalized shift. The formal goal of the bourgeoisie remained united bourgeois rule, and the form of state might depend on what type of mass base was available for that rule. In figures 1 to 5, we posit 5 such class blocs. In each schema the hegemonic class or fraction, i.e., the dominant element within the unity of classes, is represented in capital letters, and ties represented by solid lines are stronger than those represented by dashed lines. In the block formation of figure 1, the estate owners and heavy industry together were hegemonic. Their relationship was mediated on the terrain of the state, with the estate owners providing cadres for the semi-autonomous military and bureaucratic elite. Export industry, consisting of the more dynamic, new processing industries, was also part of the bloc. It was linked directly to heavy industry. Family peasants too were part of this arrangement, although they profited less from their membership. They were linked to the estate owners. Finally, the petite bourgeoisie was an ally of this bloc, profiting as it did from the bloc's social protectionism. 18/ Figure. Sammlung bloc, pre-1914 bourgeois bloc. The historical ruling bloc. Salaried employees, proletariat and anti-socialism as, for example, the Reichsdeutsche Mittelstandsverband signified. Other groups must be considered as having been in opposition. In the block formation of figure 2, heavy industry was hegemonic. Export industry was allied to heavy industry in this block as well, but it demurred from some of the bloc's economic policies. Again, family peasants were linked via the estate owners. The petite bourgeoisie was lost to the bloc because of the effects of the inflation, and other groups were in opposition. In the bloc formation represented by figure 3, export industry was hegemonic. Linked to it in the bloc were the organized proletariat, insofar as it was represented by the SPD and affiliated unions, and salaried employees. An expansive economy, liberal social legislation, and a shared foreign policy permitted interclass cooperation. Heavy industry, although still within the bloc, had much in the realm of social and economic policy to be dissatisfied with. Estate owners and family peasants were distinct losers in this arrangement, while the petite bourgeoisie became increasingly homeless. A block formation such as in Figure 4 would have removed the pernicious influence of both the feudal estate owners and socialist working class. It failed to emerge because the liberal industrialists could not split the peasants from the estate owners and overestimated the republican potential of the petite bourgeoisie. The progressive aspects of the bloc would have linked salaried employees to export industry, while the conservative ones would have linked the petite bourgeoisie to heavy industry. The short-lived bloc formation shown in Figure 5 was like the Samlung bloc except for the important fact that it lacked any base of mass support. After over a decade of Republican government, it was impossible/19 to stabilize a government that enjoyed no mass support. Further, the agricultural elite was far more dependent on heavy industry than it had been in the pre-war bloc. Tables 1 and 2 introduce the political parties, electoral results, and party coalitions of the Weimar period. Broadly speaking, we can say that the parties drew their primary electoral support from the following major groups: KPD working class and unemployed, SPD working class, urban and rural, and some middle class, DDP liberal industry, urban commercial groups, intellectuals, and initially some family peasants, Zentrum Catholics of all classes, especially workers and peasants, DVP urban middle class, white-collar groups, mainline industry, and haute bourgeoisie, Wirtschaftspartei urban petite bourgeoisie, CNBLP as per its name, DNVP various urban middle classes, military and rural elites, and Protestant peasants, NSDAP urban and rural Mittelstand, especially Protestant, some from all other groups. The key electoral contribution of the NSDAP consisted of uniting on the basis of an authoritarian populism the various Mittelstand groups who were or had become homeless in the course of economic and political changes and whose economic existence provided no basis for unity. By and large, the vote that shifted most between 1920 and 1932 was that of the Mittelstand. 37. The dotted lines in Table 1 indicate the division of the party arena into left, center, and right according to the policy behavior of the parties, not necessarily according to the intentions of their electoral supporters. The weakness and near disappearance of the middle is, of course, the classic story of Weimar Germany. The second classic story is the inability of the left to unite. Consequently, the third classic story is about the instability of cabinets and coalitions. Table 2 examines the vote totals of the three fields and of coalitions other than those actually formed. Socialist bourgeois collaboration under socialist leadership was rendered impossible once the Zentrum backed away from the SPD and moved to the right. Socialist bourgeois collaboration under bourgeois leadership was rendered impossible by the shrinkage of the DDP and DVP and by the latter's move to the right. Before 1924 and the defeat of the working class, the DVP was not prepared to be part of a Republican bourgeois arrangement. After 1924, this proved the weakest alignment. Right bourgeois coalitions were the goal of organized capitalist interests, but the fractiousness of the splinter parties and of the DNVP left them frustrated. Electorally, the most viable possibility remained the socialist/bourgeois, the Grand Coalition. In principle, the SPD remained willing, but once the economic crisis set in, as it did after 1929, the economic costs it exacted proved intolerable. After 1930, no parliamentary government was possible that excluded both SPD and NSDAP. Ultimately, both the SPD and parliamentary government itself were rejected. The political interests of classes are generally represented through /21 parties, and it is through the practice of the parties that struggles among the classes may take place. 38. It was characteristic of the last years of the Weimar state that, except for the workers, classes became detached from their parties, which ceased to be viewed as effective representations of class interests. This break in the link between representatives and represented weakened parliament after 1930 and presaged the movement toward what could be called parliamentary idiocy. Concomitant with this was the relative increase in the power of the military, the bureaucracy, and private interest groups. 39. This did not occur against the will of the dominant classes, nor did it indicate a diminution of their power. 40 German industry had, after all, been socially dominant for decades without much of a direct presence on the political scene or direct management of the state apparatus. 41 The Weimar Constitution had attempted to establish parliamentary government as the locus for the resolution of social and interest group conflicts, but so limited and democratic a system would have left too much to be decided by vote counting. The Constitution postulated an equilibrium produced by the continuous collision of conflicting interests, almost all of which would have their say. 42. Additionally, the bourgeois parties from the DDP through the DNVP were singularly unable to unify the interests of the dominant classes. Prominent industrialists constantly bemoaned the fragmentation and internal conflicts that rendered the bourgeois partis incapable of merging or acting together to dominate the political scene. 43 And, of course, they were unwilling, once the Depression began, to make the kinds of concessions that had enabled Stresemann to act as if such a dominance had been established. The industrialists themselves, however, provided a recalcitrant base for any unified party formation. They rejected political modification of private interests and were incapable of accepting co-responsibility. For national political tasks, they demonstrated irresponsibility, and proved incapable of building mass support and providing moral leadership. 44 Back in 1923, industrialists had demonstrated the same selfishness during the Ruhr occupation and inflation. Their selfishness blocked the national effort even when the government was headed by the bourgeois conservative shipping magnate Wilhelm Cuno. They had favored militant national resistance only to discipline organized labor and then colluded with the French to ameliorate their economic situations. 45. The contradictory relations among the fractions of the bourgeoisie disabled its own political parties and augmented both the role of the state as the cohesive factor for any bloc of dominant classes and the bourgeoisie's Bonapartist tendencies. Conflicts over political leadership within the industrial bourgeoisie worsened with the start of the agricultural depression in 1928 and became even more acute with the onset of the industrial depression. These conflicts seemed to immobilize not only the parties but also the state itself. State intervention appeared to be riddled with contradictions. Because of his dependence on both agrarian and SPD toleration, Brüning, for example, was unable to pursue a consistent state policy. Nevertheless, representatives of the dominant classes expected the state to act as the political organizer of their interests. Poulantzas asserts that the state plays this role because the political parties of the bourgeois fractions are unable to play an autonomous organizational role. Emerges as the factor of political unity of the power bloc under the protection of the hegemonic fraction and as organizer of the latter's interests. 46 As the bourgeois parties declined, they took on the role of transmission belts, virtually carrying messages from private interest and pressure groups to the state. In turn, the state moved from a parliamentary to a ministerial to a presidential form, each stage being marked by a narrowing of those circles to which the state was responsive. The weakening of the bourgeois parties further exposed their already evident class character. Capitalist groups became increasingly concerned with what James O'Connor calls the private appropriation of state. 26. Power for particularistic ends. 47 Instead of appearing as class-based but popular, the parties became transparent class representatives. Only the Catholic Zentrum and later the Nazis escaped this fate. The consequence of this demystification was further loss of support, especially from the middle stand. Ultimately, however, the Weimar state was unable, in any of its forms, either to resolve the contradictions within the bloc of dominant classes or the conflicting claims to lead heirship of it. Before it could do so, the victories won by the working class had to be reversed, and the struggle for hegemony within the dominant bloc had to be resolved, its general interest being distilled from an agglomeration of particular interests, both, of course, in the interests of the nation. 3. Stability in Weimar. Bloc 3 and Labour's support. No parliamentary democratic state can maintain itself without a mass base. Between 1924 and 1930, the German working class, organized primarily in the SPD and trade unions, provided a substantial part of the space. The divisions and conflicts within and among non-working class strata were such that governing without working class participation would have been undesirable even had it been possible. Having accepted the rules of the Republican game, it was impossible to deny the strength of the working class party, which shared adherence to those rules. Indeed, the working class's commitment to those rules was greater than that of any other class. It was after 1923, however, that the policy indeterminacy built into those rules became acceptable to the dominant classes. The defeat of the revolutionary working class impulse had been completed by 1923, local communist uprisings had been suppressed, previous concessions in the realm of wages and hours had been reversed in the context of the Ruhr occupation, the inflation-facilitated liquidation of industrial debts, the SPD had rid itself of most of its revolutionaries, folkish radicalism had subsided, radical tax laws were being rewritten, and their author, Matthias Ertberger, had been killed. And, after 1924, a steady flow of foreign capital facilitated busyness and industrial rationalization and expansion. 48 Meanwhile, the burial of the socialization committees set up in 1919, 49 the rebuilding of /27. An essentially unreformed military, and the concentration of government power in the ministries changes sometimes abetted by the SPD ate away at what the socialists persisted in calling the achievements of the revolution. Germany's Democrats proved unable to restructure substantially the civil service, judiciary, or the entire ideological structure inherited from the empire. It was therefore possible after 1924 for representatives of the dominant classes to accept the necessity of governing with labor, something recognized by leading industrialists as early as 1924, although initially they meant the Catholic workers organized in the Zentrum. By 1926, one such leading industrialist, Paul Silverberg, could tell the annual convention of the League of German Industry that government without organized labor was impossible and undesirable. In a development that furthered this reorientation, Stresemann had been victorious in 1924 over the rightist, pro-DNVP wing of the DVP. Steel magnate Albert Vogler and other dissidents gravitated to the DNVP, while Stresemann found a new source of support in the white-collar employee wing of his party. 50-51 Stresemann argued that further counter-revolution would strengthen rather than weaken the left and would drive the Catholic Zentrum back in that direction. Industrialists and workers each found the other necessary for social stability, their cooperation was mediated, albeit asymmetrically, by the state. 52 Some elements in industry and agriculture objected from the outset, but their opposition was stilled both by apparent economic prosperity and the political stability engendered by cooperation. Some 28/ elements of the working class also objected, but even the bulk of the KPD recognized that a period of capitalist stabilization had begun after the thorough defeats of October 1923 and German acceptance of the Dawes Plan in April 1924. 53 Charles Mayer employs the somewhat anodyne concept of corporatist equilibrium to describe the post-1924 stability, failing to appreciate the role of the state and its apparatus in organizing the dominant classes. He writes, "What permitted stability after 1924 was a shift in the focal point of decision-making. Fragmented parliamentary majorities yielded to ministerial bulletinocracies, where interest group representatives could more easily work out social burdens and rewards. This displacement permitted a new compromise, a corporatist equilibrium in which private interests assumed the tasks that parliamentary coalitions found difficult." 54 As a statement about the consequences of the fragmentation of the bourgeois parties, this is correct, although there was nothing new in the German bourgeoisie's reliance on state organs. As a statement about some kind of neutral or corporatist state and a social equilibrium, it is false. There was nothing neutral or classless about the Weimar state. Although the economic recovery and prosperity of the years 1924 to 29 were both borrowed and uneven, they were experienced as a real turnaround, despite consistently high unemployment. There were good reasons for this optimistic view. In 1923, German industrial production represented 8% of world production compared to a pre-war share of 16%. The volume of industrial production in 1923 was only 55% of the 1913 figure. In addition, Germany had lost 75% of its iron ore sources, 31% of its blast furnaces, and 23% of its other iron and steel facilities in the peace settlement. Yet, by 1927, Germany had reattained its pre-war volume of industrial production, and this was increased by 3% in the following year, making Germany the world's second industrial power after the United States. 55. In addition, new investment, rationalization, and concentration enabled German industry to attain a level of productivity formerly unique to the United States. 56. Industrial interests could afford to govern with the /29 working class and to accede to some of its demands. Agriculture, on the other hand, never really recovered and was almost immediately the victim of a price scissors trend. The agricultural sector became compressed both as consumer and producer. Production in 1929, for example, was only 74% of the 1913 level, and the agricultural, industrial, and total price indices were skewed accordingly. The political consequences of the unevenness of Germany's economic recovery will emerge clearly in the following chapters. For the mass of industrial workers and their political and economic organs, cooperation offered the possibility of both success and stability. In the course of World War I, the unions had passed from toleration to recognition, and from 1918 to 1924 unions and entrepreneurs had worked together with partially shared and partially divergent goals in the trades and central joint working committees. Once the revolutionary impulse had been defeated, capital and labor formalized their relations through laws and private agreements. A step-by-step system was devised consisting of collective bargaining, mediation, and compulsory arbitration, which institutionalized a certain amount of economic class conflict while simultaneously softening class conflict in 30/General *57. The unions themselves came to perceive strikes as a means of last resort to be used only when other means failed to yield a compromise. Only secure unions could indulge themselves in such a routinized policy perspective, one based on three important assumptions. First, it was assumed that the unions did indeed enjoy full recognition by the state, the industrialists, and the public as a whole. Second, that through their assumption of national tasks and responsibilities, the unions had earned an unassailable, quasi-official, or public status. Third, that as institutions they were strong enough to weather even severe economic changes. 58. The extent to which such a policy perspective was durable rather than tenuous was a political question. The answer would depend not primarily on industrial or economic class relations, but rather on political class relations as evidenced in the parties and in the state. After their chastening in 1924, the position of the SPD and the working class as underpinnings of the Weimar state appeared to be permanent, and even all bourgeois parliamentary governments, such as those that governed from 1924 to 1928, had to respect and make significant concessions to the working class. The promises of the Weimar Constitution appeared to be bearing fruit. In that constitution, not only were the unions accorded the right to organize, but the results of collective bargaining were recognized as well. The state was declared committed to Sozialpolitik, and according to Article 165, capital and labor were to enjoy parity in the determination of economic policy. Despite the obvious and severe setbacks organized labor suffered in the 4 years following promulgation of the Constitution, the ADGB and SPD alike based their efforts on what it, and the democratic republic it signaled, offered. For Rudolf Hilferding, this was the form of state in which the class opposition of workers could be carried furthest without systematic violence. For Hugo Sinsheimer, the privileged position of the unions provided a favorable basis for the further development of society, nation, and state, while for Ernst Fraenkel, the collective rights of /31 labor represented the positive link between the working class and the republic. This sense of parity, of labor's co-responsibility for the social, economic, and political common good came to be conceptualized as pluralist democracy, according to which the democratization of the state could be followed by a democratization of the economy. Thus, it was in 1928, at the height of Weimar's stability, during the period of cooperation between organized labor and the dynamic export fraction of industry, that the ADGB put forward its program for Wirtschaftsdemokratie, for democratizing the economy. Whether or not such a program was feasible within a capitalist democracy or would have taken Germany beyond capitalism is moot. The advent of economic adversity, a shift in the balance of power within industry, and the beginning of a general capitalist offensive together led not only to the abandonment of any hopes for economic democracy, but led also to immobility within both the SPD and ADGB and, ultimately, impotence and despair. During the period of recovery itself, bourgeois/working class collaboration stabilized the dominance of the former by at once rewarding and depoliticizing the latter. Playing by the rules of the game made the SPD more of an interest-aggregating Volkspartei. Sigmund Neumann has suggested that at times, 25% of SPD members and 40% of SPD voters were other than working class. 59 strikes were invariably about wages and other distribution questions, gone were vague political demands and political strikes. Nevertheless, industrialists paid a price for labor's cooperation in the maintenance of capitalist society. The practice associated with Hilferding's conception of organized capitalism produced certain distinct material gains for the working class, gains generally achieved through the agency of the state, frequently through the labor ministry. Among these substantial gains were binding compulsory arbitration of contract disputes, relatively high and industry-wide wage rates, unemployment insurance, a broad range of social welfare measures, and large public expenditures, the whole spectrum of legislation and policy known as Sozialpolitik. Although the Communists retained a more violent tenor and archaic vocabulary in both Parliament and their unions, actions led by them in this period were not much different. 60. The SPD was simply more forthright in representing, together with the unions, the day-to-day interests of the working class in a capitalist society. Thus, the major electoral victory of 1928 was in no way interpreted American Samoa a mandate for systemic change by either the SPD or the unions. Thus, too, the repression rather than co-optation of rowdy KPD May Day demonstrations, the SPD would not mobilize forces for change. And, finally, in the same line, the toleration of Brüning, the support of Hindenburg, the holding back of the Reichsbanner militia, and the politics of the lesser evil up to the final weeks of the Republic. It was not as if the bourgeois classes and their political representatives were unaware of the costs of this collaboration. In a routine and sometimes successful manner, they opposed the limitless spending and stultification of initiative that were at the heart of SPD programs. What they could not in general foresee was the exact limit of the economy's ability to absorb popular programs. Hence, their own credibility was damaged, and much of their opposition appeared sporadic and unprincipled, motivated by narrow group interest rather than by concern for the national good. Various conflicts over trade and tariff policy, for example, seemed to underline this selfishness while simultaneously demonstrating how split the dominant classes really were. Important sectors of the middle stand came to see themselves as victims of this selfish, weak-kneed policy, and the ranks of the former allies and supporters of the dominant classes were weakened accordingly. The DDP and DVP paid a price in lost support before industry itself concluded that it could no longer afford collaboration. The major bourgeois electoral victory of December 1924 and the reconsolidation of the left vote under the SPD banner created the conditions for a popular class state, i.e., a state populated by classes rather than equal citizen atoms, but nevertheless a state where a bourgeois government seemed to be acting in the interests of all citizens and the nation. Sacrifices of various kinds were demanded of all classes for the good of the nation, but the cooperation of the bourgeois classes and their various interest groups remained tenuous at best. The interests of the dominant classes were not unified, and the links between representatives and represented remained weak. Although the balance within the bourgeois parties shifted to the right as did the politics of the Catholic Zentrum, they all remained vulnerable to fissures and splits. Despite the departure of the SPD from the government, the internal coherence of the bourgeois parties was not substantially augmented. Thus, the Zentrum was unable to win the support of its Bavarian sister party for the Zentrum's own conservative presidential candidate, Wilhelm Marx, against the Northern Protestant Hinden/33. Berg in 1925. 61 The DDP's ranks continued to shrink even during the period of stability. Stresemann was constantly under fire from those within the DVP who perceived too many of their individual interests being sacrificed. The DNVP was torn between abstentionist, rejectionist and compromise-oriented alternatives, as well as between rural and industrial demands. Despite its second-place finish in the 1924 elections, the DNVP participated in the bourgeois government on only 2 occasions between 1924 and 1928. 62 The bourgeois parties once again suffered from their imperial maladies. Indicative of the bourgeoisie's inability to raise itself from the level of economic corporate interests to the level of political interests was the continuing growth, even before the Depression, of splinter parties, most of which claimed only to represent specific economic groups. 63 The major bourgeois parties never really succeeded in reconciling the various interests of those who comprised their bases. Consequently, the parliamentary and party format for bourgeois/working class collaboration remained inadequate for serving capitalist interests, while it simultaneously aggravated existing cleavages within the bourgeois parties. This was neither the first nor the last occasion when bourgeois political stability was dependent on more coherent SPD and union support. The latter, in turn, was conditioned primarily by the bourgeoisie's ability to pay the bill. The state bureaucracy supplemented parliament and the parties as an arena of class collaboration. Many working-class economic victories, both national and in Prussia, were achieved through the agency of the labor ministry. Headed most frequently by members of the labor wing of the Zentrum, this ministry tilted toward labor in arbitrating work and contract disputes. Once the Depression began, it came under constant attack from bourgeois forces. The labor ministry was also one of the main sources, along with local government, of the costly social welfare and insurance programs, which assumed tremendous symbolic as well as economic importance. 64 The economics ministry. 34I. Served an analogous function in promoting the interests of industry. It, however, reflected the splits in the industrial camp, especially that between export-oriented, small, and dynamic industries on the one side and heavy industry oriented toward the domestic market on the other. 65 major industries and cartels supplied the ministry's leadership and staff, much of which moved back and forth between the ministry and the League of German Industry. 66 A similar situation existed in the finance ministry, although their more democratic commercial and banking interests dominated. 67 In their capacity as ministerial bulletinriocrats and politicians, these individuals often adopted a certain farsightedness and autonomy which their friends and colleagues back in the interest group organizations failed to appreciate. Their class origins did not entirely guide their policy formulation. 68 The aristocratic and petit bourgeois members of the bureaucracy did not behave differently because of their different origins. The relative autonomy enjoyed by the bureaucracy existed as a function of its character as a specific category within the state. Ostensibly, the bureaucracy represented the needs of the entire nation in a neutral fashion. However, conflicts within the bureaucracy reflected arrangements and conflicts on the political scene as a whole, both among the dominant class fractions and between them and the working class. The less obvious the dominance of any particular capitalist fraction, the greater the impact of the bureaucracy and of the executive on the one hand, and of private interest groups on the other. The political disorganization of the dominant classes, even during the years of stabilization, rendered the bureaucracy a stronger force in mediating interclass conflicts. Beyond this, Weimar coalition and socialist governments added Republican personnel to all the previously anti-Republican organs of state and civil society schools, police, chambers of commerce, judiciary, church, etc. But they did not restructure these organs, nor, in the absence of real state power, could they have been expected to do so. Since the working class S/35 political practice did not aim at taking state power, the structures of the capitalist state remained intact, despite the conflicts over leadership within the dominant classes. 69. The bourgeois governments of 1924–28, under Stresemann, Marx, and Luther, were able to compromise and maneuver as much as they did only at the expense of the parties which constituted the various coalitions. 70 cabinets and bureaucracies worked out a host of compromises, but party life showed signs of becoming moribund as the transmission of interest group pressures became an increasingly central activity. 71 Already, formal and real power began to issue from different sources. As during the late Empire, collaboration did not create consensus, and the centrality of the middle parties masked their decline and the splitting of their constituencies. The political crisis became increasingly acute after 1928, before the economic crisis had really set in. No member of the historically dominant bloc was capable of imposing its direction on the others, either through parliament or other organs of the state. The minimal ideological unity that Stresemann was able to impose dissolved even before his death in October 1929. German capitalism, in brief, could not surmount its own internal contradictions. 72 The political and economic interests of both industry and agriculture were fragmented along several axes, and despite a plethora of organizations and pressure groups, no voice was accepted as guiding. Whereas before 1928 state trade, social, and foreign policies had demonstrated considerable inconsistency and instability, after 1928 incapacitation became a more frequent result of that disunity. As the political crisis deepened and the locus of decision-making narrowed from parliament to cabinet to presidential circles, the expression of dominant interests actually became more fragmented. Despite the government's increased emergency powers, it was faced with increased bourgeois disunity. 36. The SPD electoral victory of 1928 and the Young Plan for Reparations revision set off the brewing political crisis, in the course of which fascism reappeared as a mass party and as a possible political alternative. It would be an alternative through which the interests of the dominant classes might be represented less directly but more effectively than they had been. The internal political crisis of the dominant classes and their class offensive were intertwined. In some respects, the situation after 1928 was like that of 1923 when the conservative shipping magnate Cuno had been chancellor. A fragmented bourgeoisie concerned solely with its particularistic interests prevented the state from formulating a national policy while simultaneously undertaking an offensive against the working class. The SPD was hardly prepared for such a turn of events. The 1.2 million plus increase in votes it received in 1928 over 1924 was not a reward for steadfast opposition to capitalism and bourgeois rule, for such had not been its policy. 73 And, despite an initially very strong position in the cabinet and parliament in 1928, the SPD program consisted only of the same elements as before: realization of the daily interests of the organized working class within a capitalist system, and continuation of Stresemann's foreign policy. The SPD was, thus, inadequately prepared for the massive lockouts undertaken by employers in Ruhr-heavy industry in the fall of 1928. The substantial electoral losses suffered by the bourgeois parties accrued primarily to the benefit of other splinter, rightist, and particularist parties. With prosperity largely mortgaged to American capital through the agency of German finance and industry, the prospects of an SPD government mediating the conflicting needs of the dominant fractions were slim. 74. The political crisis was fueled by the onset of a fiscal crisis worsened by the collapse of the New York stock market and the subsequent shrinkage of loans. The fiscal crisis served as a pretext for the ouster of Hilferding as finance minister and his replacement by the DVP and IG Farben representative, Paul Moldenhauer. Reichsbank president, Hjalmar Schacht, representing another, still more anti-socialist constituency, had undermined Hilferding's attempt to restructure government finances in a manner commensurate with the new situation but not entirely at the expense of the working class. Beginning in 1929, unemployment began to rise quickly, an issue that led to the demise of the Grand Coalition, stretching from the SPD to the DVP. With almost 3 million unemployed by March 1930, the DVP refused to agree to an increase in employers' contributions to the Unemployment Insurance/37 Fund, and the coalition collapsed. 75 It was indicative of the SPD's identification with the existing system that it was in no position to ask the working class to accept the setback in the name of a larger struggle. 76 Just prior to his death the previous October, Stresemann had barely convinced his DVP delegation to accept a similar compromise on unemployment benefits and taxation. In the face of substantial opposition to the Young Plan, 77 Stresemann had managed to coerce minimal middle-party unity in its favor. By the time he died, antisocial collaborationist forces were no longer to be restrained, and the conflicts among the dominant class fractions could no longer be held in check. The economic crisis, first in agriculture, then in domestic, and finally in export industry, together with the state's fiscal crisis, rendered the costs of social collaboration, reparations fulfillment, and a trade policy based on these two, intolerable for the dominant classes. The contractation between the necessary costs of collaboration and the imperatives of capital accumulation and reproduction could no longer be accepted by the fragmented dominant class fractions. For its part, a series of economic gains unaccompanied by structural changes in the political sphere left the working class all the more vulnerable to a rollback in both spheres. Although the economic and political aspects of the anti-labor offensive emerged almost simultaneously, 78 the political facet was finally of greater significance. The parliamentary system proved weak and indecisive. The fragmentation of interests it encouraged prevented the emergence of a coherent capitalist response to the crisis, while democratic representation assured that the interests of organized labor would continue to be pressed with some success. Key sectors of industry, including mining, iron, and steel, and the whole of agriculture were in the midst of profit crises even before the full brunt of the international depression was felt. Partially opposed to these sectors, however, was a prosperous export sector consisting 38/ mainly of newer industries, ones that had a greater interest in the fulfillment of reparations and less of an interest in the repression of labor. A few of these industries even subscribed to trade union ideas about the need for increased mass consumption. Heavy industry and agriculture were not altogether in agreement either. Whereas industry valued low food costs and high industrial prices, agriculture's preferences were for just the reverse. Whereas both industrial sectors were operating well below capacity and looked favorably upon foreign expansion, Pacific or otherwise, agriculture was overproducing and tended toward various autarkic formulas. Once the economic crisis began, it became even more difficult to subsume the diverse economic corporative interests of the various fractions of the former historical bloc into one political interest. The frequency with which representatives of these fractions found it necessary to remind each other of their common opposition to the organized working class bears witness not only to the depth of hostility toward the SPD and KPD but also to the increased salience and depth of conflicts within that bloc. The manner in which classes had been organized and inserted into the political struggle up to 1930 led to success, first in isolating the economic struggle of the working class from its political struggle and then to the defeat of both facets. No longer able to proceed with the dynamic fraction of industry on the basis of economic recovery and international reintegration, the benefits to labor of pluralist democracy proved highly fragile. The economic crisis, which became the Great Depression, eroded labor's wherewithal. Unemployment, lower wages, and cutbacks in social insurance programs all undermined trade union power. After 1930, the representatives of capital first moved away from cooperation with labor and then abandoned previously accept institutionalized channels for the regulation of conflict in favor of an aggressive strategy of confrontation. Finally, During the terminal crisis of the Republic, the unions and SPD were weakened by their inability to call upon the active energies of their members. Throughout the stable years, both the union and party leaderships had discouraged any real activism among the rank and file, partly out of a commitment to the greater efficacy of agreements reached at the top among the leaders of the peak organizations, and partly from fear of mass radicalization that might accrue to the benefit of the communists. Thus, once Weimar's pluralist democracy was shaken, the recognition and incorporation that the unions had enjoyed proved of little service, and may even have rendered defense of the working class more difficult. But within the Weimar framework, the political unity of the dominant/39 classes was not successfully molded out of the diversity of their economic struggles. 79 Further, the political support previously tendered by the middle stand in exchange for non-socialist stability evaporated. By 1930, virtually all sections of the dominant bloc agreed that post-crisis Germany must be spared the costliness and unreliability of an ineffective, democratic political structure and profit-devouring social welfare system. Beyond that, however, there was little clarity: a presidential dictatorship, a military dictatorship, a restructured but suffrage-based republic with vague corporatist overtones, a government with or one without a mass base, all were conceivable, though each would necessitate a different base of legitimacy and a different internal arrangement of the dominant bloc. 80 Industrialists' impatience with the speed and extent of such a rollback under Brüning's semi-constitutional regime of 1930-32 contrasted with the ambivalence expressed by the leaderships of the bourgeois parties as they lost their constituencies and saw their party structures dissolve. After 1930, the political front was marked by the growing irrelevance of Parliament and its parties. Various attempts to save the disintegrating bourgeois parties by unifying them failed, and the split between representatives and represented was further aggravated. Attempts to govern without an electoral mass base through cabinet and then presidential rule by emergency decree both failed. Tentative attempts in 1932 to weld together a mass base consisting of parts of the Nazi and Zentrum parties proved fruitless. There followed the brief experiments of von Pappen's cabinet of barons representing primarily autarkic agriculture and heavy industry, and then General Schleicher's cabinet with its Keynesian overtones and search for a mass base. Treaty restrictions on the Reichswehr together with the overrepresentation of the rural elite throughout the army made a straightforward military dictatorship unlikely. Fed up with their own party's inability to organize popular support, yet determined not to return to a potentially socialist domain. 40/Nate parliamentary system. Industrialist and agrarian support for the Nazis grew throughout 1932. In moving toward this position, the interests of heavy industry and agriculture coalesced in the name of both a domestic market strategy and national reassertion. The historical bloc was reunified, albeit tenuously, under the leadership of heavy industry, but the political crisis was not thereby resolved. For whatever replaced the Weimar system had to be radical. It could be no mere restoration of imperial authoritarianism. What followed would have to be a complete alternative to the existing system, not just a new bartering formula. Any new arrangement would have to rest on or at least accept popular mobilization, but only if identification between radical, anti-status quo popular objectives and socialist goals could be prevented and the very relevance of class denied. 81. After 1929, Germany witnessed a continuous narrowing of the locus of decision-making and decision-makers. 82. First Parliament ceased to participate in making crucial decisions, then the parties themselves became nearly irrelevant, and finally even the cabinet ministers were shut out. Within the corporate interest organizations such as the RDI, the general membership assemblies yielded decision-making power to their presidia and then to a few executive leaders. By the end of 1932, crucial decisions were being made by a handful of men in leadership circles, and one can indeed speak of cliques. Although elections occurred with increasing frequency after 1930, their primary effect was to destabilize the situation further. They served also to indicate that a new middle stand mass had been aggregated, more on the basis of ideological and political unity than economic. Since 1924, most industrialists and most bourgeois politicians had remained somewhat aloof from Völkisch, populist radicalism and had come to look upon it with suspicion and disdain. After 1930, however, this new popular mass and the Nazi party it supported became objects of their intense interest. Once they established that both the party and its mass were supporters of social order, various governmental possibilities involving the Nazis became feasible. In the eyes of those professional politicians and economic leaders for whom the NSDAP was an exogenous force/41, and its supporters potential revolutionaries, the preferred strategy was to split the party and enlist its masses. It was only reluctantly that the leading industrial circles became receptive to the idea that the entire NSDAP had to be called upon to take charge of the state and provide that popular base which had been lacking since 1930. But called upon to do what? To assume state power, to be the class in charge of the state for the maintenance of the economic and political order? Would the Nazis constitute a class, or would they merely act as an agent for the capitalist class or for some capitalists? Or were the Nazis simply the only acceptable common denominator for stabilizing the political system and guaranteeing the social system? The leading representatives of the dominant classes thought the Nazis manageable, despite their demands for total power. Industrialists and agrarians do not seem to have feared that, like the mid-19th century bourgeoisie described by Marx, they were about to give up the right to rule for the right to make money. As guarantors of capitalism, as proponents of a strong, imperialist Germany, the Nazis appeared to be the best available possibility. Thus, the rollback of working-class gains, a solution to the fractional struggle among the dominant class fractions, and some settlement with the supporting classes outside the center of the capitalist mode of production were all on the agenda. 83. No one of these tasks required a fascist or imperialist solution, perhaps even all three in their ensemble did not. But the conjuncture and manner in which these tasks appeared in Germany heightened such a possibility. Eventually, the members of the once dominant bloc decided for fascism, although there may have been other ways out of the economic, political, and social crisis that also would not have violated their fundamental interests. 84. Chapter 2. Conflicts within the agricultural sector. No industrial society can afford to abandon its agricultural sector, and Weimar Germany was certainly no exception. The extreme food shortages endured during the final years of war and the Allied blockade after the armistice served to remind the world's second most urbanized country, a country in which more people lived in cities of over 100,000 than on the land, of the importance of its countryside. The territories ceded as part of the peace treaty were largely rural, thereby making agricultural self-sufficiency all the more difficult. Despite the crucial role of international trade, autarky was a central element in German imperial and imperialist ideology, and a certain anti-urbanism accompanied it. One more crucial in securing generous treatment for the countryside than this ideology itself was the political and social importance of the carriers and promoters of the ideology. East Albion Junkers and other large landowners continued after 1919 to exert substantial influence in the military, judiciary, and executive bureaucracy while avoiding much of the fragmentation that plagued German industrialists. The rural aspect of Weimar politics is as illustrative as any of the continuities in German history. Yet, the increased political importance of the peasantry in an electoral system based on equal universal suffrage altered relations both between peasants and estate owners and between the agricultural sector and the rest of society. 2. Conflicts within the agricultural sector. I-43. The system of most favored nation trade treaties negotiated after 1925 was predicated on an expanding export industry, but the concept ions underlying agricultural policy never underwent the corresponding alterations. Organized agricultural interests were able to assure that Agrarpolitik during the entire Weimar Republic remained based essentially on the pre-war protectionist premises. Weimar agricultural policy did not function for the primary benefit of the peasantry, either before or after the onset of the agricultural crisis in 1928, it was not aimed at correcting the structural weaknesses and deformity of pre-war agriculture by encouraging some kind of adjustment to changed domestic and international market conditions. Protectionism could have functioned to ease the pain of transforming agricultural production, but it did not. Agricultural policy served instead to continue protecting the agrarian elite. Once the estate owners no longer could or would protect the peasantry, they lost its support. Ironically, it was the liberal Weimar system that ultimately paid the price, not only of protecting the estate owners who never accepted the republic but also the price of the peasantry's final defection from the estate owners, in the form of massive peasant electoral and organizational support for the Nazis. *3. The German peasant did not stand in relation to the estate owner as the worker stood to the factory owner. In the rural case, conflicts were managed much more easily, contradictions were submerged or mitigated. And a symbiosis was possible in which most peasants voted for and otherwise supported a rural elite that molded but also represented their interests. Until 1930–32, the peasantry was a chief source of electoral support for conservative forces within the parties of the mid-DLE and right. For a shared interest in protectionism, economic and social. 44/ was the keystone of the integration/dependence mechanism that bound most German peasants to the leadership of the big estate owners and set the agenda and tone for organized Landwirtschaft in the Weimar Republic. Because there was little direct political conflict between peasants and estate owners, the divergences between them, as substantial as they might become, generally remained at the level of interest politics rather than class politics. And, although the distribution of rewards was skewed to their detriment, most peasants found this arrangement preferable to any available alternatives and continued to adhere to it until about 1930. The agricultural sector of the economy benefited less from post-1924 infusions of American capital than the industrial sector. German industry was reintegrated into the world economy, but agriculture was not. Its international and even domestic competitive position was handicapped, its soil and climate were inferior to those of its neighbors, some of which were closer to population centers than was the German hinterland. The territorial losses of the war exacerbated transport and marketing weaknesses, and the post-1925 most favored nation trade treaties came largely at its expense. 5 rural producers jointly opposed the post-1925 national agenda of the dynamic export industries and organized labor and attempted to win representatives of heavy industry to their side. Once the inflationary period came to an end, German production was disadvantaged and rural income was lowered by taxes and social welfare costs vastly above pre-war levels, a limited access to credit, considerable technical backwardness, a debt-ridden elite, and growing foreign production surpluses. Per capita peasant income was 44% less than the national average, whereas in the pre-war period it had been only 20% less. Between 1913 and 1928, real peasant income rose only 4.5% compared to a national average increase of 45%, as 25% of the population, agricultural producers received only 8% of the national income. The politics of social collaboration extracted a considerable price from the countryside while rewarding it with little. For agriculture, the period of prosperity was much more a period of depression between the pre-war period and the Third Reich. 6. But what was this countryside, and how did it behave politically? 1. The modes of agricultural production. The conflicts between estate owners and peasants in the Weimar Republic were partially grounded in their modes of production. Both extensive estate agriculture and intensive peasant farming were part of an overall system of capitalist production. But they were modes that evolved differently from the earlier transformation of feudalism, and they produced surplus in different ways. To what extent economic and political conflicts issue from the existence of differences between the modes of production in a given social formation is uncertain. Modes of production do not contradict or support each other. The classes generated by the respective modes, the carriers of the relations of the modes, may or may not. Nations can exist half slave and half free. German peasants and estate owners were at odds during the last years of the Weimar Republic, At times the conflicts between them were quite severe. Nevertheless, the estate owners were sufficiently dominant in the political, ideological, and economic life of the countryside and of the state that they were able to avoid being cast in the role of the peasantry's antagonist. Consequently, conflicts with the peasantry were resolved primarily to the elite's advantage, and the peasantry was for the most part retained as an ally. But the peasant/estate owner symbiosis was an unstable state, and there were pressures pushing the relationship in the direction of parasitism. Tables 4 to 6 illuminate the shape and composition of German agriculture, and as they indicate, estates in 1925 comprised about 1% of all farm units over 2 hectares and about 35% of total acreage. 7. Neither the concentration nor the breakup of holdings appeared any longer to be a trend. Estates characterized the grain-growing regions of the north and east. Small-holding dairy and livestock production was most predominant in the south and northwest. 8. The population of the countryside through industrialization and emigration had affected the east more severely and served to strengthen estate owner control there. Between 1806 and 1871, estates absorbed about 3 million acres of land formerly held by serfs and peasants who could not compete with cheap seasonal and Polish labor. Local manorial government in Prussia was limited in 1872, but remnants remained until 1927, after which all landowning producers enjoyed formal, legal equality. Both Junkers and peasants became integrated into a capitalist system and produced for a sensitive market, domestic and foreign. The privileged position of the Junkers, and their alliance with heavy industry after 1879-89 rendered them leaders and spokesmen, by virtue of both domination and consent, for almost the whole of agriculture. 10. For most peasants it made real sense to follow the estate owner lead. In the pre-war period, this rural consent was organized into massive support for the Conservative Party and for social reaction. During the Weimar Republic, however, the alliance between these two types of producers virtually broke down in the face of structurally determined antagonisms in both the economic and political realms. Despite occasional feudal remnants, the Junker was a capitalist. He paid wages and invested to show profits. The peasant with his family economy was, however, both laborer and capitalist. 11. The contrast between the landless and even the poorest landowning peasant was such as to strengthen the bond among all landowners. On estates, employers enjoyed substantial control over the personal and political lives of their employees. Under the Empire, gerrymandering and the three-tiered Prussian ballot partially disenfranchised rural labor. Until 1918 agricultural unions and strikes were forbidden. School, church, constabulary, and judiciary were influenced or controlled by the estate owners. Even after 1918 estates could be visited only by guests of the owners, who might observe that even organized rural workers appeared unskilled, apathetic, without social contact, and subservient actually and psychologically. 12. The two modes differed in the distribution of the technical culture of husbandry. Among family peasants, requisite technical skills were shared by rich and poor alike, but the estate mode continued to bear some feudal marks. Technical culture was largely in the hands of the estate owners, many of whom were, however, incompetent at farming. Finally, intraclass solidarity and political activism differed in the two modes. Small-holding peasants demonstrate considerable solidarity with each other, but their connections to politics outside the countryside were weak, Catholics relying heavily on the Zentrum and almost all on the estate owners. 13. Estate production engendered a highly cohesive, politicized elite well connected to urban and national centers of power and administration, and a rural working class that was often apathetic, sometimes volatile, and organized only with difficulty. 14. Further, in Weimar as during the Empire, estate owner domination of local government together with membership in the dominant national bloc not only made organization of workers difficult but also tended to prevent the colonization of arable lands by small holders, as well as rendering dependent those small holders already resident. Despite an ideological commitment to, despite having become capitalists, the estate owners remained an autonomous political and economic force. Small-holding family peasants were also part of a social formation dominated by capitalism, but their mode of production, though market-dependent, was not strictly capitalist, and they were connected to the dominant classes. 50/ Primarily via the estate owners, who succeeded in speaking for virtually the whole agricultural sector while the peasants remained incapable of enforcing their own interests. Political activism amongst small-holding peasants tended to be sporadic and marred by a certain lack of intra-class communication. A coherent, disciplined movement simply never emerged, and peasants do not seem to have thought about their situation in class terms. For all their violence, the peasant tax strikes, bombings, and mass marches of 1928 followed in this pattern. 19 ongoing peasant associations were either organized or penetrated by disciplined political interests, and the spontaneous movements of the late 20s, such as the Landvolksbewegung, were harnessed by the Nazis. For small-holding peasants, opposition to urban interests was consistently more salient than opposition to the rural upper class. The political activities of the peasantry tended also to be directed primarily at the maintenance of high prices for agricultural commodities and low costs for non-fixed expenses. Under most circumstances, conservative and non-innovative attitudes resulted. As Table 4 indicated, of the 2.35 million owners of agricultural properties, generally family heads, over 2.16 million owned units of less than 20 hectares, and these constituted the core of the peasantry. On these peasant farms of less than 20 hectares, a mere 4 to 20% of the requisite labor was provided by other than family members, and most of that only at peak harvest periods. Even if one included in the category of family peasants those owning large farms and employing more substantial amounts of paid labor, their inclusion would be accurate only for parts of the country. This would add the relatively small number of, at most, 180,000 proprietors to the ranks of the peasantry. Thus, the nature of labor inputs was one reason that, contrary to classical Marxist expectations, small peasant ownership and production remained viable. One of the striking aspects of the peasant family mode of production is that, except for short peak periods, 2 adults were sufficient to run a unit. 20 Most production costs were fixed, and the costs of family labor were not calculable in a capitalist sense. The predominance of fixed costs meant that, generally, production would not fall with a decrease in prices as it would on an estate or in a factory. 21 A fact which exacerbated the rural crisis after 1928. Small and even middle-sized peasants would continue to work harder for less than their employees. 22 By and large, the peasant neither paid wages nor made profits. His goal remained security of support for the family, and his total receipts remained undifferentiable. Cost of production and surplus value were not operative categories. Using the framework developed by the agricultural economist A.V. Chayanov, we can say that the peasant made no distinction between the family and the firm. Indebtedness could become increasingly burdensome, but the family peasant could never declare bankruptcy and begin anew. Not capitalist risk-taking, but adjustable consumption and a labor-consumer balance between the satisfaction of family needs and the drudgery of labor. 23 Motivated peasant family economics. The desire to maintain a constant level of well-being underlay many of the peasant's choices. The irksomeness of any extra work would be evaluated against the potential benefits of increased output. The peasant might be more tenacious than the estate owner in making a go of it under any particular set of circumstances, but he might also be more resentful of any disequilibrating force. In conditions where capitalist estates would go bankrupt, peasant families could work harder for longer hours, sell at lower prices, go without a net surplus, and yet manage to go on with their tilling. Peasant and estate owner were both elements in a social formation dominated by capitalist relations. The need for fertilizer and machinery, the growth of the food industry, and concentration in the marketing of produce affected the peasant's economic relations more than it did his mode of production. As Chayanov observed, while in a production sense concentration in agriculture is scarcely reflected in the formation of new large-scale undertakings, In an economic sense, capitalism as a general economic system makes great headway in agriculture. Capitalism that, in the form of very large-scale production undertakings, draws masses of scattered peasant farms into its sphere of influence and, having bound these small-scale commodity producers to the market, subordinates them to its influence. 24. Thus, estate production represented the direct form of the 52 capitalization of agriculture, and the peasant family economy represented an indirect and for socialists fatefully anomalous form. 25. While both estate owner and peasant, but especially the former, were engaged in the primary production of cereals and feeds, and both, but especially the latter, were engaged in the secondary production of livestock from feedstuffs, neither had much control over the third and increasingly profitable area, the marketing of products from farm to retail. 26. This fact lay at the root of anti-capitalist sentiment in both camps. Estate owners attempted to counter marketing weaknesses primarily through direct influence on government. Peasants tried marketing co-ops and political alliances with the estate owners. When, after 1930, the peasants broke with estate ownership, it was not because the peasantry was in search of new policies or allies. Rather, the protective umbrella of the Junkers had been partially withdrawn and was no longer providing adequate cover. To attain the same ends, the peasants were forced to search elsewhere for leaders and spokesmen. That process, however, was slow and incomplete, and it was based on both structural and circumstantial factors. Without resolution of the economic and political conflicts between grain-growing estate owners and the body of dairy and livestock peasants, Landwirtschaft could not appear as a solid front. Without a solid agricultural front, the rural elite would be weakened in its conflicts with other class fractions. 2. Estate owner domination and the basis of rural unity to 1924. Social and economic protectionism, antisocialism, and the political power of the estate owners linked Germany's peasants to the agrarian elite in a relationship founded on consent and force, spontaneity and manipulation. Junker leadership in production, government, Bulletinreocracy, and the military facilitated and reinforced the integration of the rural sector in Imperial Germany. Protection of inefficient grain production retarded the development of peasant dairy and livestock production, and many German peasants were put at a disadvantage, even in the home market, by the import duties on fodder and feeds that the Junkers had obtained. Maintaining high domestic grain prices shored up the viability of those who were the traditional base of Prussian political power. It was because the peasants accepted the homogeneity of agriculture and protection from the urban sector that they innovated only minimally, fell farther behind their Belgian, Dutch, and Scandinavian peasant neighbors in productive ITY, and accepted a relative deterioration of their economic positions in the Wilhelmine period. The Junker-led Bunderlandwirt was formed in 1893 with the dual function of cementing relations with heavy industry in opposition to the policies of Caprivi and bringing all agricultural producers under one umbrella. Throughout the countryside, the Bund became an active force for imperialism, anti-Semitism, and social recession. It used its network of local organizations, credit institutions, newspapers, and ties to the Conservative Party to further these goals and convert public organs into representatives of its interests. 27. While its leadership argued that agriculture should not isolate itself by criticizing heavy industry, it nevertheless maintained that a successful improvement in Germany's international position requires not only developed industry but also a strengthened Landwirtschaft without which the industrial position is not defensible. 28. In its immediate decision to become a political mass organization and to send its representatives to parliament through several parties, the Bund distinguished itself from other less advanced pressure groups, including those of industry. Politics was the key, and even producer co-ops and sales outlets existed not only for narrow cost reductions but for the broader purpose of mass organization. For the peasant, the struggle against urban interests was wed to the policy of protectionism, for allegedly, the German peasant was overly exposed to the vicissitudes of the world market. 29. The estate owners were able to portray their interests as national interests and thus everyone's interest, while the interests of the peasants, where divergent, were particularist and narrowly economic. Eckhart Kerr makes this point, noting that among the East Albion 54i agrarians the acknowledgement of pure economic interests occurs seldom, they are always simultaneously politicians. They very often emphasize national motives, by which they allow themselves to be led. Increased consideration for their class interests by conceding a little to national interests. The pure agrarian tendency appears much more clearly in the case of peasants. 30 Thus, despite Chang'ing urban demand, between 1900 and 1915 rye acreage and production increased more significantly than did dairy and livestock production, while the Bund agitated successfully against the suspension of duties on feeds. 31 Privately, the leadership acknowledged that such a suspension would lower production costs substantially for many peasants, but publicly the proposal was denounced as directed against the peasantry itself, as a measure that would render animal production dependent on foreign sources and on urban middlemen. 32 Better to use more expensive but surplus rye as a feed. Peasant families worked harder as production was deflected to crops for whose production the peasant farm was inferior to the estate. 33. Why did the peasantry seem to adhere to the Count Kaunitz doctrine of 1894 that without a preponderant cereal agriculture all of German agriculture would collapse? Those peasants or groups of peasants slow to adjust production to changing market conditions probably perceived protection of grains as obviating the need to adopt or adapt to new techniques and marketing patterns. Property-conscious peasants were encouraged to fear a supposedly anti-property working class whose revolutionary threat was unknown, but whose clamoring for cheap food was an established fact. Further, the Bund demanded cheap credit, reduced taxes on agricultural property and inheritance, lower communal taxes, support of the chambers of agriculture, increased duties on livestock, and the cancellation of laws protecting wage labor. The Bund even found ways to mobilize small tenant farmers. 34 The Bund's influence spread beyond its initial Prussian confines. It sent several hundred of its officials as speakers on the hustings and conducted about 10,000 public meetings a year. 35 In areas 4. Conflicts within the agricultural sector I-55. Merely outside Prussia there had been some earlier resistance to having Junkers as spokesman. In Schleswig-Holstein, for example, it was not until the turn of the century that small and middle peasants reconciled themselves to estate owner dominance. 36 And the Bund experienced similar difficulties in the Catholic Middle Rhine and in Baden. All aspects of the consent-fraud-force continuum came into play. Consent was evidenced when, after the turn of the century, over 50% of the Zentrum, representing the Rhenish, Bavarian, and Silesian peasants, began to take a firm stand in favor of increased agricultural tariffs. Force, too, played a role, in addition to well-enforced boycotts against traders, wholesalers, and political unreliables. The Bund sometimes resorted to agrarian terrorism, threatening political opponents with economic sanctions and physical violence. 37. Other peasant organizations did exist but were unable to mount significant challenges. In 1908, there emerged the Bauernbund centered among southern small and middle peasants. It declared itself democratic, in the spirit of Stein and Hardenberg, not Junkerdom. 38 And identified with the urban middle stand, not the big capitalists. Within a decade, the Bund had succeeded in splitting the Peasants' League with the intention of recovering even the small and smallest peasant. 39 Although rather numerous, the pre-war Catholic peasant associations could play only a minimal role politically. Organized regionally, there were about 30 with a total membership of 350,000. Primarily, they strengthened the right wing of the Zentrum, which included Catholic estate owners, without thereby being able to exert any influence on the Prussian power centers. 40 The Rhenish and Westphalian Bauernverein were organized and headed by Catholic members of the titled nobility who went on to become Reichstag deputies for the Zentrum. Initially concerned with organized charity and self-help, their activities expanded to include savings and loan associations and technical aid stations. From the outset they proclaimed that a healthy peasantry would be the strongest support for the existing state and society. 41 Further, they shared the estate owners' reactionary, anti-democratic, anti-liberal, and corporatist views. They shared the structural principles of an agrarian ideology. 42. The peasants had not played a particularly active role in the collapse of the monarchy and the November 1918 revolution, but they initially seemed to welcome these as heralding peace and normalcy. They seemed prepared, to tolerate or even support a government led by socialists. 43. The collapse of the monarchy and of the military, together with the workers' upheavals, seemed to have placed estate owner dominance of the countryside, and the junker class itself, in danger. Measures designed to make impossible their continued power would have had to be directed against the estate owner's economic and political position. 44. A radical land reform consisting of the socialization or redistribution of estates would have destroyed the economic basis of the rural elite. The creation of a democratic army that would have excluded the old officer corps and replaced it with reliable Democrats would have deprived the old elite of a vital power base. The Allies forced a reduction in the army, but the aristocrats remained, and the socialists' utilization of the army to maintain law and order against radical socialists and communists aided in restoring the legitimacy of that reactionary institution. 45. Ironically, the reduction in the size of the army and even more so of the bourgeois navy rendered the military more purely reactionary. The replacement of the upper echelons of the bureaucracy and the dismissal of much of the thoroughly reactionary judiciary would have eliminated another important power base. But the economic basis of the agrarian strength remained intact, and the cession of the eastern areas came to serve only irredentist purposes. Similarly, the retention of crucial power centers enabled the estate owners to pull their own weight in the counter-revolution and with the leaders of industry. The old moral order of which the Junkers were a central element was neither destroyed nor delegitimized. The critical food situation and blockade following the ravages of the war made the socialists reluctant to disrupt rural production. Thus, even the Radical Peasants' Soviet of Bavaria declared in April 1919 that socialization must not disrupt production. 46. The wartime supply companies were not converted into cooperatives, and the SPD sought to prevent strikes in fertilizer factories and among agricultural laborers. 47. The land settlement laws of 1919 were not an attack on the latifundia but rather an attempt to create more subsistence possibilities in agriculture, especially for returned veterans. Similarly, the heavy capital and estate taxes imposed by the short-lived Ertberger tax reform of early 1919 represented an attempt to overcome a desperate state revenue situation rather than any indirect socialization of estates. 48. Total agricultural production in both 1918 and 1919 was less than half the 1913 figure, and the food scarcity militate against any type of land reform during those few months when it might have been politically feasible, had the socialists been interested. The countryside was pressed hard by the food supply organizations to produce for the cities, controls on marketing and prices were abandoned only slowly, in good part because of the rampant inflation, some being retained until 1924. 49. As long as the state control of agriculture initiated during the war continued, there was a community of interest between peasants and estate owners in opposition to Zwangswirtschaft. Inducing the peasants to countenance an expropriation of the Junkers under such circumstances would have been all the more difficult. 50. Only the importation of large amounts of grain could have made expropriations possible, but the Russian Revolution and the exhaustion of the Allies reduced the amount of grain available. At that, Germany was bankrupt, and the anti-socialist Allies were not about to do anything to help a so-called Red regime take root. 51. Two other factors militate against 58/ possible expropriations, low population density in the East, which minimized any land hunger, and the absence of those national antagonisms that facilitated land reforms in the Baltic and Habsburg successor states. One commentator even goes so far as to say that only by guaranteeing unimpaired the continued private ownership of land could the Republic enlist the resigned support of the large middle class of peasants. 52. By 1920 the threat to estate owner dominance in the countryside posed by the advent of the Republic and urban upheavals had passed. It is telling that while at the end of 1918 the Bund der Landwirte pledged wholehearted support to the social democratic government and recognized the political rights of agricultural workers, by March 1920, the same Bund openly supported the Kapp Putsch. In January 1921, the Bund reorganized itself into the Reichslandbund, successfully bringing even more peasants under its umbrella. 53 The RLB provided its members with technical, credit, legal, and official help. Within 4 years of its re-emergence, its membership reached 4.5 million. It was able to take over or at least dominate public institutions such as the chambers of agriculture and reinsert itself into the political and economic life of the small-holding peasantry from whose ranks it drew or withdrew potential leaders. 54 The rapid expansion of the RLB was in part a response to the relatively disadvantaged position of the agricultural sector in the Republic. The RLB promised to get things done for agriculture. Both actively and tacitly the new government also recognized the estate owners as the rightful and capable spokesmen of agriculture. Thus, in October 1922, the Deutsche Bauernbund felt compelled to warn Chancellor Wirth, the last of the Catholic left's major figures, that the government was selecting as agricultural representatives people who are not supporters of the Republic. Official organs are dominated by big estate owners, people who do not support the Republic. 55 Characteristically, the government responded that there was an objective need for skilled specialists. 56 A similar warning in March 1924 complained that the government was legitimizing the Republic's enemies. 57. 1925 To the crisis, the absence of alternatives and imminence of conflict. Simultaneously, the estate owners set about demonstrating to the peasants that it was only they who prevented socialist-inspired, discriminatory legislation against the countryside on the part of those who do not consider Landwirtschaft part of the Republic. 57-58 Rural anti-urbanism and anti-socialism were still sufficiently strong in 1925 that even Catholic peasants of the South and West voted in the presidential election for the Junker Hindenburg and against Marx, the candidate of the Weimar coalition. 59 The tax legislation of 1926 vindicated the peasantry's strong electoral support of the big agrarians in 1924 and 1925. The radical Ertberger tax laws of 1920 were reversed, property taxes were lightened and to be paid on the basis of income rather than substance, sales tax exemptions were granted, inheritance taxes were virtually abolished in the case of takeover by the widow or children. 60. Similarly, assistance was withdrawn from those consumers' unions that in the eye of peasants as much as of Junkers forced prices below what a free and open market would bear. 61 Part of the heritage of the pre-1870 multi-state system was the continued importance of secondary cities and their conflicts with the countryside. The city was the antagonist of the peasants, many of whose forebears and relatives were driven there by the development of Landwirtschaft. A power political unity of the countryside was the only viable response to an urban constellation, which had abandoned loyalty and faith in social order. 62 By the end of 1925, both the Prussian and Reich ministries of agriculture had formulated programs based on demands they reported receiving from all sectors of the countryside. The demands were designed to offset the allegedly unfair advantage enjoyed by the urban sector, and in both scope and cost they presaged those programs that emerged later during the crisis. They included consolidation, reduction, and postponement of debts, regulation and guarantee of grain prices, assistance in the conversion of surplus potatoes into animal feed, a reduction in duty-free frozen meat imports, a cutting back of 60/ social welfare programs and taxes, lowered freight rates, and cheap credit. 63 Similar demands were presented directly to Hindenburg, who lent his ear to agricultural groups rather generously. 64 Groups of small and middle peasants from poorer hill regions of the Middle Rhine called for similar programs but with additional demands for no more trade treaties, just prices to replace the monopoly prices of the cartels, and an end to a situation where we receive less than the urban unemployed. 65. These demands reveal a willingness to abandon free market principles and return to principles associated with the pre-war tradition as well as with the hated Zwangswirtschaft, but this time to the advantage of the primary producer. Virtually no one, however, shared the agricultural organization's sense of crisis, and, hence, these proposals were quickly abandoned. A rather different tendency was ascendant in urban circles after 1925. The domestic market strategy that had dominated since the war was slowly abandoned. In 1925, Germany obtained both access to Weimar-Icon capital and trade freedom. The first result was a return to the Bülow tariff rates of 1902. Although these were not low, a series of commercial treaties was soon negotiated under the aegis of Stresemann's foreign ministry and with the support of the working class parties. The result was a precipitous rise in agricultural imports, despite increased domestic production and slightly higher prices. The value of agricultural imports rose to over one-third the gross value of domestic production, and by 1928 the import of dairy and other processed foods nearly tripled. Organized Landwirtschaft opposed this new export strategy and the political alliance of industry and organized labor that brought it to pass. Industry's call for an export offensive and a modus vivendi with labor 66 elicited immediate and diametrically opposed responses from agricultural and working class representatives. Peace with organized labor and an export offensive were elements of the same strategy, one in which the advanced fraction of industry sought to gain the support of labor, if need be at the expense of agriculture. Thus, Silverberg's speech at the 1926 RDI convention failed even to refer to agriculture, while leading conservative industrial and agricultural spokesmen referred to an industrial socialist alliance at the expense of heavy industry and agriculture. 67. As chief political spokesman for this alliance, Stresemann said in April 1927 that autarky is impossible. Our economic problems can only be solved by a reconquest of the German position in the world market. In this task the advanced and processing industries will take the lead. 68. Responding for the SPD and the unions, Fritz Naftali expressed the organized working class's support for the full development of industry's potential, a program that included higher wages, the elimination of tariffs, and a rationalization and toleration of trusts and cartels. 69. The response from agriculture was an angry call for class unity and a reminder of its needs. Profitability and accumulation must be assured, and for Landwirtschaft, viability meant protection. 70. For industry to leave agriculture in the lurch while colluding with and finding a mass base in the SPD and unions was adjudged short-sighted, divisive, and dangerous. On the one hand, industry wants to pursue its one-sided politics of profit with the attendant abandonment of Landwirtschaft, but on the other, industry looks for and expects to find in Landwirtschaft a firm and unselfish partner in the struggle against collectivism. Industry will eventually have to choose one or the other. 71. The alternative preferred by agriculture and most of heavy industry was the domestic market strategy based on protection of agriculture and a more bellicose attitude toward labor. Thiessen, Vogler, and Riesk, all representatives of conservative, Ruhr heavy industry and leading members of the Langnamverein together with Graf Kalkruth of the RLB, were pushing their respective parties for a Bürgerblock government and rejection of the still fresh offer of social peace with labor. If exports must be facilitated for reparations' sake, they argued, then increased work hours and lower wages and social spending were the best way via a Bürgerblock. 72. In early 1928, with the export push in full swing, the modus vivendi between industry and labor marked by skirmishes, and the agricultural crisis on the horizon, agriculture's spokesmen increasingly called upon industry to make its choice. For their part, peasants as well as estate owners opposed most of the trade treaties negotiated after 1926, whereas the DVP was the fulcrum for parliamentary negotiations in nearly every case. As one peasant newspaper put it, "We keep getting assurances, then we get screwed." 73. Industry could assume agriculture's support for its tax and social policies while it paid lip service to, but essentially rejected, plans for massive help for agriculture. Agriculture's ideologists could only counter that, in the long run and viewed politically, industry cannot survive without agriculture's being healthy. In the name of the producing classes, the opening to the unions did not pay. Their demands render profits almost impossible, and they remain essentially red. The demands of agriculture, on the contrary, are essential for the state and for the economy as a whole. The economic, social and tax policies of recent years are responsible for agriculture's distress. These have increased costs and made profitability impossible. The left is our joint enemy, we were its first victim, industry will be next. 74. After the war, as before, there were essentially three economic corporate rural organizations, each linked more or less effectively to one of the national parties. Although they continued to maintain their organizational integrity, they frequently joined for legislative and other political purposes, and their memberships pressed together and called for mergers precisely as their ties to the respective political parties weakened. The parties were rent by splits, not the least important of which were caused by the defection of rural constituencies who believed themselves to be ignored or abandoned. Small farmers in particular found that their support of the urban bourgeois parties brought them only limited benefits, even before the crisis. The demands pressed by these groups served to increase vertical solidarity in the countryside. Representatives of all three organizations agreed that only an abiding solidarity of all farmers, the vine grower of the Mosul, the cattle breeder of the north and south, and the potato and grain producers of the east, could save those whose fates were in any case tied. 75 of the three, the Reichslandbund continued to be the largest and most influential. Its claim of over 2 million family head members was likely inflated, but it was certainly many times larger than any of the others. 76. Although known as the estate owner organization par excellence, its membership consisted overwhelmingly of family peasants and a substantial number of landless laborers organized in the RLB's yellow unions. 77. Before the party splits and the severed link between representatives and represented, RLB membership was 64/ virtually obligatory for rural representatives of the conservative and middle bourgeois parties. In 1924, of the 102 DNVP members of the Reichstag, 52 belonged to the RLB, the DVP and splinter parties harbored others. Ideologically, the RLB continued to affirm an outlook it described as Christian national, corporatist, anti-parliamentary, pro-autarky, and middle-standish, in opposition to Marxism and international finance capital. 78. Over 200 local and national publications diffused its views. The chambers of agriculture, producer and consumer co-ops, technical aid stations, and statistics gathering units were all under its sway. The German Agricultural Council was ostensibly the national coordinating center for the chambers. In fact, it was a virtual affiliate of the RLB, performing a quasi-state function. 79. During two particularly critical periods, late 1923 to early 1926 and early 1930 to mid-1932, the RLB supplied the agriculture minister and much of his bureaucracy. Although members of the Zentrum and of the DDP headed the agriculture ministry between 1926 and 1930, this fact did not accord the peasants of the Catholic Bauernverein or of the Bauernbund, and its semi-autonomous Bavarian section, a commensurate influence in policy formation. Neither organization was able to provide an alternative to estate-owner domination of agricultural policy. The 580,000 members of the Catholic associations and 100,000 to 200,000 members of the peasant leagues were small and disunited affiliates of their respective parties. In the case of the Catholics, local leaders tended to favor cooperation with the RLB and overshadowed and disobeyed the national leadership of party true Andreas Hermes, who was identified with endless compromise, politics, inconsistency, corruption, and the negotiation of unpopular trade treaties. 80. Whereas the Catholic Zentrum remained the fulcrum of nearly every Republican coalition seesaw, its peasant associations hardly followed suit. The leadership of the Bauernverein in the Rhineland, for example, was fond of referring to the pigsty of democracy and a massive deception of the people executed by a bungling party system dominated by the socialists in Re. Berlin. 81. The Bauernverein continued to oppose the right of agricultural workers to unionize. Even before the crisis, the peasant associations demanded that they be allowed to merge with the RLB and that the party move to the right. Local clergy often spearheaded such actions together with the Catholic nobility. As much as this discordance was bemoaned in the Catholic press, 82, and despite the party's own rightward drift after 1924, the voting masses and patronage possibilities lay essentially elsewhere. The situation was even worse for the shrinking left bourgeois DDP and Hermann Dietrich, the agriculture minister it provided. He had the misfortune to have that portfolio at the outbreak of the crisis and under an SPD chancellor. Torn between the urban consumer, free trading core of the party and the rural members of the Bauernbund, who turned to the RLB out of desperation, it was Dietrich who inaugurated a number of new state interventionist and protectionist programs, without thereby being able to garner or recoup rural support. His tenure in office marks a central moment in the break between representatives and represented. 83. Already in 1925, a section of the Bauernbund had split from the DDP and affiliated with the less commercial and socialist-friendly DVP. In the process, the Bauernbund lost 1/4 of its membership to the RLB. 84. In an attempt to consolidate what was left in the countryside, the Bauernbund reorganized and merged with two other small groups in 1927 and became the Deutsche Bauernschaft. Under the influence of its strong new Bavarian partner, the organization drifted closer to the RLB rather than providing an alternative to it. 85. As hopeless as matters in general became for the DDP, its difficulties. 66/ in retaining a peasant constituency were even worse. No party was so identified with urban commercial interests and Jewish liberal newspapers as the DDP. Even the party's solidly anti-Junker peasant organizer, Tansen, was trapped between the party's anti-ruralism and Dietrich's concessions to the grain growers. Differences between these dairy and livestock peasants and the estate owners of the RLB paled in comparison with those between them and groups like the Deutsche Industrie und Handelstag, whose leaders, like Eduard Hamm, Hermann Levy, and Karl Bosch, were so influential in the DDR. As Dietrich moved further into the agriculture-friendly camp, he came under increasingly severe criticism from Hamm and other commercial spokesmen. The whole economy must be served, and for us that means the exports of industry. Agriculture must adjust itself to the market and to technological development. Trade must not be endangered. Some new policies did this, making food inordinately expensive and endangering economic ties abroad. 86. Attempting to balance its urban and rural wings was the DDP's dilemma in microcosm, fighting a two-front battle between the socialists on the left and the overwhelming bulk of the middle classes on the right. The DDP's position became increasingly untenable, and by 1930 its share of the vote dropped to under 4%. Its peasant support in the Protestant areas of the north and south had disappeared. 87. The final basis of pre-crisis unity between estate owners and peasants was that provided by the academic ideologists. There was nothing unique in the nationalism and conservative politics of most Weimar academic economists. Like other academics, they were state servants and mostly conservative products of the Ancien regime. Few of them were Republicans, fewer yet Democrats. 88. What is uncommon about them is the deference they enjoyed as spokesmen for the national good. The dean of the national, agricultural economists was Max Sering, and his comments on the relationship between peasants and estate owners are paradigmatic. In policy discussion, the relations between large and small owners are sometimes considered antithetical. In truth, there can be no talk of such a conflict except perhaps for those few who produce in an almost industrial model. The greatest portion of the land remained dependent on grain production, whose elimination would mean economic and political collapse for the nation. 89. To complete the link of millions of peasants to the estate owners, he continues, without this protection, not only 19,000 estates but hundreds of thousands of peasant units would surely be abandoned to ruin. 90. The material connection of the peasantry to the dominant classes was not narrowly economic, and it found expression in terms of the nation, property ownership, and the middle stand. country folk do not simply supply food. They are the nation's energy reserve. All classes are provided by them with the physically and morally healthiest elements produced by breeding in tightly knit families in close touch with nature. The agricultural family not only consumes but also produces together. They remain a pillar of even a highly industrial society. Land-tied families constitute 3/5 of the economically independent population and thereby the heart of the middle stand. 91 The peasants did indeed support and follow the lead of the estate owners. They had little opportunity or incentive to behave differently. Although peasants bore much of the burden of the trade treaties and social welfare policies implemented after 1925, they could hardly register their political dissent by supporting either the parties associated with the progressive export and commercial interests or those identified with the working class. 92 Rural unity was to be put to the test. Mutual logrolling became less adequate as the estate owner's protectionist umbrella was wielded more selfishly, but to whom else could the peasants turn? Until the middle of the crisis there was no political development that could separate the peasants from their alliance with the estate owners, an alliance which, though largely negative, nevertheless accorded benefits to both sides. It could hardly be expected that the normal politics of Weimar Germany would produce what the crisis politics of 1918-23 had not. Grain protection's record was clear. It had slowed, if not reversed, the development of dairy and livestock production and an 68/ accompanying class of smallholders. It had accelerated the depopulation of the East while creating a dependence on miserably paid Polish seasonal labor. It had limited improvements in the urban diet, and it subsidized an important, reactionary class of indebted, incompetent feudal capitalists. 93 Young and capable agricultural workers continued to migrate to the cities, even in the face of high urban unemployment. Socialpolitik seemed to beckon them, and urban employers did not mind the pressure on the labor force, yet, it was primarily Landwirtschaft itself which suffered the worst consequences. 94 A major crisis was not really necessary to activate tensions between family peasants and estate owners. Policy conflicts were almost constant, though they tended to remain at the level of interest rather than class politics. Tables 4 to 6 pointed to the very different types of production and production requirements to be found in Landwirtschaft. A certain compromise had been reached between two earlier polar possibilities: a Germany self-sufficient in grain agriculture importing vast amounts of finished dairy and livestock products from its more advanced neighbors, versus one with an intensive peasant farmer agriculture importing vast amounts of animal feeds and grain from its more backward neighbors. It was still within the framework of this dichotomy that policy clashes took place, and it was along this line of cleavage that export-oriented industrialists and socialists attempted to split the agricultural front. On the one hand, governments intervened on behalf of estate producers rather than peasants. On the other, it was necessary to retain the electoral support of the mass of peasants through concessions to them. Thus, the big surplus-producing grain harvest of 1925 resulted in the government's purchase of huge amounts from the estates at inflated prices. 95 However, the call by peasants for cheap credits, which they claimed would enable them to modernize and successful conversion, might have tempered the conflict between peasants and workers. What the peasants did obtain, at least between 1925 and 1929, was a fixed and minimal tariff on feed, barley and corn. The constellation of interests was such that the estate owners would have found themselves alone opposing this measure. 97 The persistence of low rye prices after 1929, however, convinced the bourgeois parties, especially the Zentrum, that surplus rye and potatoes could only be disposed of at home through forced use as feeds. Thus ended what had been a substantial concession by the estate owners to the family peasants. This is made clear in Table 8. Even the accommodation on feeds was enjoyed unevenly by family peasants, however. Broken down into three categories, the price indices indicate that those family peasants who produced livestock products but no dairy products profited considerably less. These peasants would become the first to abandon the estate owners in favor of the Nazis. Even during the better years, the Latifundian tendency toward indebtedness absorbed a wholly disproportionate share of available credit. Between 1924 and 1929, the indebtedness of the eastern estates rose by nearly one-third, whereas that of small and large farms in the west rose by less than 15%. 98 There were 3 times as many bankruptcies in the eastern provinces of Prussia as in the western, and only 20% of units over 50 ha in the east were able to show a profit. 99 Beyond any strictly economic concessions, the DNVP had to take seriously its commitment to securing and building a mass conservative base, including a rural middle stand. 100 The DNVP party center was, even before 1928, constantly rocked by splits, often in a manner detrimental to the economic interests of the peasants. The anti-system wing of the party led by Hugenberg sought to minimize the party's participation in the Republican swindle, but the party's agricultural representatives viewed participation as essential to securing their vital interests. Hence, it was the agricultural wing which most often assumed cabinet portfolios, and it was they who seceded later when Hugenberg consolidated his power and moved toward the Nazis. In a sense, a long record of influence and dominance in the organs of the state constrained many members of the rural elite to participate in the Republic. Placing interest representation ahead of anti-republican purism, the agrarian organizations developed a governmental conservatism that was later a principal prop for the Brüning government. Yet here too, the full impact of the Depression, by intensifying social conflict, undermined the prevailing policy of mutual log-rolling among organized interests. Small, purely rural parties could not win significant electoral or political influence, and parties that split from the DNVP, like the CNBLP, Landpartei, and later the Volkskonservativen, never obtained more than 5% of the vote. 101 The DNVP's loss of 2 million votes between 1924 and 1928 and again between 1928 and 1930 reflected voter distrust and impatience with this ambivalence. Peasant representatives in the party were in some respects analogous to union representatives in the left parties. They questioned high principles and historical goals in the name of tangible, immediate policy gains. Although monarchism, Versailles, the form of the Prussian government, and later the Young Plan were real issues for them, they complained frequently that the party was not concerned with their daily needs and with local problems. 102 Cultural style also separated the Easterners from the bulk of peasants, juxtaposed to the austere, class-conscious, bureaucratic, and centralizing Junker prototype was a variegated peasantry, some of it authentically romantic, low in classness, localistic, and federalist. 103 The early defeat of the left in the cities and of union organization in the countryside reduced the possibility of subversion of the village community and way of life. 104 In the name of profitability, state aid, autarky, and lowered production costs, the RLB was able to mobilize peasants while claiming to be a voice of moderation. 105 Conservative circles in heavy industry continued to support the Binnen strategy, but by 1926 the ascendant groups in industry turned to exports. Thus, the newspaper of the Employers Association cited the unlikelihood of re-establishing Germany's export dominance and referred to agriculture as the key to an expanded domestic and national market. Similarly, Paul Riesk told the 1927 Langnamverein Convention that increased purchasing power for agriculture would be the best security for industry. The domestic market is the main thing for the future. 106 However, only 3 months later at the more important RDI convention, Karl D. Uisberg of IG Farben called for a 1/3 increase in German exports. Under the slogan of quality production, the ascendant fraction of industry moved toward exports and peace with organized labor. The International Iron Cartel Agreement of 1926 further facilitated the export offensive, at least in the short run. This followed by less than a year Silverberg's olive branch to the SPD and constituted a victory for Stresemann and Curtius over the right wing of the bourgeois parties. Some industrial spokesmen even justified increased agricultural imports on the grounds that domestic products were of low quality and high price and ought not to be protected. 107 Those spokesmen, like Castell of the RDI and Karl Lang of the machine industry, who took seriously lower costs and higher quality in agriculture instead of state aid and protection, were anathema. The ascendancy of the export fraction of industry further limited the agricultural sector's participation in the national recovery and growing prosperity. Relative adversity was shared by estate owners and peasants and functioned as another factor of unity in Landwirtschaft. In 1927-28, aid to agriculture dropped to under 1% of the budget, and the political stock of agriculture's representatives fell commensurately. 108 In the year before the 1928 election, Stresemann sought to move the DVP away from the DNVP and toward cooperation with the SPD, and although his success was rather short-lived, predicated as it was on the assumption that Germany could afford class collaboration, agriculture was the loser. Organized agriculture responded in this immediate pre-crisis period in a fashion that was to become its hallmark during the crisis: unified, vociferous protests, ideological offensives, and pressure applied to the apparatus of state, especially the executive branch. In a move which presaged by a year the organized Green Front, representatives of the three rural organizations appeared together to present their case to Hindenburg in February 1928. Warning of the proletarianization facing the peasants, the usual litany of complaints and demands was accompanied by dire warnings that it was increasingly difficult for responsible forces to hold back the enraged peasant masses. 109 When an official in the Agriculture Ministry called for reject conflicts within the agricultural sector. 73 of these exaggerated and threatening demands, 110 he was removed from the case. Further, when the labor and finance ministers called for prosecution of the RLB on the grounds of fomenting massive law-breaking and slurring of parliament, the president reminded them that it was not the cabinet's task to decide if the RLB had broken the law. 111 How the crisis of Landwirtschaft would have been resolved had it been the only item on the agenda is a moot point, for other crises were soon to develop. Their inability to obtain credit, 112 concessions made to them on the import of feed grains, protected prices above the world market level, a hostility toward both Sozialpolitik and export industry shared with the estate owners, and the inability to articulate an independent political voice all drove the peasants to join and remain in the camp of autarky, the camp of those who may be described as located one level below the high point of strength in the system. 113 After 1926, agriculture was joined in this autarky camp by the coal, iron, and steel industries. Although sometimes not the dominant fraction within industry, they were influential and joined agriculture in a strategy based on internal markets, high tariffs, hostility to labor, further cartelization, and high domestic prices. 114 In Chapter 4 we shall discuss in detail the conflict between the Spinnen strategy and the export strategy after 1927, but the ingredients of the former worked, in the meantime, to resolve conflicts within agriculture. Ideally, Landwirtschaft would be industrialized without altering its class structure and become a consumer of excess industrial capacity, a supplier of cheaper foodstuffs, thereby justifying lower wages, 115 and a more capable supplier. 74 The next war. Even if credit had been the primary stumbling block 116 there simply was no possibility of investing it in a manner that would have been both productive and consonant with the existing class and political structures of the countryside. As much as bankers like George Solmsen, scientists like Arago, and industrialists like both Silverberg and Riesk might have advocated the rationalization of the countryside, improving the technical capabilities of agriculture was far from a simple matter of investment. A long passive revolution like that which characterized the period of German industrialization, the development of the productive forces of industry under the direction of the traditional ruling classes, was not a fit strategy for agriculture, particularly not in response to a crisis. 117 State aid and protection was the minimum requirement for preserving both a vital fraction of the dominant classes and its popular base. Adaptation had to remain a secondary concern. Political mobilization was the only route possible, and we turn now to an analysis of the forms, activities, and consequences of that mobilization during the multiple crises after 1929. For the agricultural crisis, its resolution and contribution to the general crisis. The fall of grain prices and beginning of the general agricultural crisis in 1928 corresponded in time to the SPD electoral victory of May 1928 and the quickening of conflicts within industry and between industry and the organized working class. 118 The Grand Coalition of SPD through DVP was in trouble from the outset. Skirmishes over production costs and Sozialpolitik began immediately, and by autumn nearly 300,000 Ruhr iron workers were locked out by employers who refused to accept binding arbitration by the Labor Ministry. 119 Although we shall not discuss those other conflicts here, agriculture's crisis and the political offensive of its representatives must be viewed in the context of the breakdown of a system of legitimacy based on industrialist/working class collaboration through the state and the attempt to substitute for it some other mass base. In the course of the agricultural crisis itself, however, the unity of the rural sector under the leadership of the estate owners was placed in jeopardy, and the protective umbrella of the big agrarians became inadequate to retain the direct allegiance of the peasantry. The political struggles to resolve the agricultural crisis contributed substantially to Brüning's fall in May 1932 and the effective end of cabinet and constitutional government in favor of what appeared to be an old-time conservative authoritarian regime very attuned to the needs of organized agriculture. 120 Further, peasants voted crucially and substantially for the NSDAP, and important figures within the rural elite were essential to Hitler's appointment as Chancellor. Both were central in the demise of the Republic. Rural indebtedness and interest burdens had been rising steadily since the end of the inflation, 121 but data on foreclosures suggest that only with the decline and collapse of world market prices did the situation of Landwirtschaft become critical. The number of foreclosures on farms grew steadily, if not dramatically, after 1928, 122. The declining fortunes of agriculture are best viewed in conjunction with falling world market prices, which are displayed in Table 10. After 1928, fewer than one-half of the farms in the West and one-third of those in the East were able to cover their interest obligations out of their receipts. The larger the unit, the more frequently such difficulty was experienced. Between 1924 and 1930, farm indebtedness had increased nearly 20% for small farms in the West and 35% for the eastern estates. 123. The combination of effective worldwide overproduction, a sudden curtailment of American capital, and an urban unemployment figure that in early 1929 already exceeded 2 million served to accelerate the fall in prices. At first, peasants attempted to compensate for declining prices by increasing production, but even once the futility of such measures was recognized and production was cut back, costs remained rigid. Between 1929 and 1932, production decreased by about 26% while the value of that production declined by over 60%. 124 Tables 3 and 27 indicate that the gap between agricultural prices and the prices of all other goods and services grew constantly between 1927 and 1933. Peasant anger over this continued to be directed primarily at the Sozialpolitik of the organized working class and the trade policies of export industry. In early 1929, RLB representatives asked the agriculture minister rhetorically if it was not preposterous for Landwirtschaft to be paying 850 million marks in taxes when it was operating at a loss of over 1.5 billion marks. 125 As state intervention proved to be of only limited success, however, public costs were increasingly viewed as exact ions. In 1932, with the price index at less than 3/4 of the pre-war level, public costs were still nearly double their pre-war level. 126. Massive peasant protests began in the north in 1928. The feed-dependent cattle raisers of Schleswig-Holstein and Oldenburg were shortchanged in tariff policy, and neither their party representatives nor the estate owners took up their cause. Besides making credit, tariff, and tax demands, the peasants attacked public officials and installations. One such demonstration may have been attended by 140,000 peasants. 127 demonstrations in Oldenburg, in which some 30,000 peasants participated, presaged many later themes. Under the slogan "From the welfare state back to the work state," a half-dozen peasant and middle-stand groups issued a list of demands, many of which were later adopted and spread by the Nazis in their agitation: tariff protection like that enjoyed by industry as a step toward barring all food imports, tax relief, cheap credit, reduced state functions and expenses, an end to Prussian dominance, sharp reductions in social welfare measures, an end to the 8-hour day, protection of small craftsmen, legal action against cartels and monopolies, an end to the pampering of the big cities, a commitment to stop paying reparations, and, finally, a strong government led by a strong man. 128 For the time being, these demands were taken up by the RLB, but that organization found it increasingly difficult to submerge and adopt peasant grievances. The RLB had consistently identified the two principal enemies of agriculture as Handelspolitik, the trade and tariff policy pursued by export industry circles in government, RDI, and DIHT, and Sozialpolitik, the political and economic policy of class competition and cooperation between liberal bourgeois groups and the organized working class. One-sided commercial and export interests, together with the Marxists, are the only ones to benefit from a system which they have created for themselves, one which harms the 78/ German economy, polity, and nation. 129 The Stresemann-SPD coalition that emerged from the 1928 elections was just such a class collaboration coalition, one that left Landwirtschaft out in the cold. 130 of the RLB's 54 Reichstag deputies, 48 were now in opposition. Breaking that coalition was a major priority of organized agriculture. It was a priority shared by estate owners and peasants, but estate owners molded the forms of programmatic opposition, which then yielded results disproportionately beneficial to themselves. Following the 1928 election, the Mainz Peasant Congress attacked discriminatory and exceptional legislation against agriculture on the part of the power holders of November 9. Now working together with opportunistic groups in industry. 131 It was these opportunists who had kept agricultural tariffs at roughly their pre-war level while raising industrial tariffs by 40%. It was they who had redirected production in such a way that Germany now absorbed only 65% of its own industrial production compared to a pre-war figure of 80%. Agriculture claimed to be receiving assistance only in those few areas where no export interests were at stake, and this unholy bourgeois-Marxist alliance was the most dangerous opponent of Landwirtschaft and the destroyer of the peasantry. 132 This alliance viewed the interests of agriculture as concessions to be given away in the course of negotiating trade treaties. In February 1929, the RLB issued a booklet entitled "How Can Agriculture Be Made Profitable Again?" and copies were sent to Finance Minister Hilferding and Economics Minister Curtius. The former rejected the pamphlet's proposals out of hand, the latter was initially ambivalent, but after conferring with Hamburg and Bremen importers, he too rejected them. 133 That such would be the reward for tolerating the governments of 1924-28 was something organized agriculture would not accept and would organize against. 134 The Labor Export Alliance pressed forward on a trade treaty with Poland. For urban consumers such an agreement held out the prospect of cheaper pork products, and for export circles it promised to open a potentially large market for finished goods, but for the estate owners of the East and the peasant livestock raisers of the North it could only pose a threat to prices. And to nationalists in general it seemed to constitute a tacit acknowledgement of the eastern borders. Agriculture found some support for its position among Ruhr mining interests, who feared an influx of cheap Polish coal, but given the balance of forces within industry, agriculture could expect only very limited support. As for organized labor, its almost dogmatic adherence to a policy of cheap food and minimal tariffs, Its opposition in 1929 to a special industrial loan fund for agriculture, and its uncritical support for agricultural self-help, rendered virtually impossible any rapprochement with organized Landwirtschaft, despite the revised and more conciliatory platforms of various party congresses, Kiel included. Although rural income had peaked in 1928, food consumption held fairly steady. This was due, on the one hand, to rapidly declining agricultural prices and, on the other hand, to organized labor's ability, at least until 1931, to secure the living standard of its employed members. Table 11 reflects this and indicates the uneven place of food imports in consumption. Rather less ambiguous was the general growth in the volume of food imports compared to 1913. Table 12 indicates the expansion of food imports while demonstrating clearly that the brunt of new imports competed with peasant rather than estate production. In regard to short-term needs, the Labor Export Coalition was more solicitous of estate owners than of peasants, while failing to convert peasants and peasant production so that they might be in a better position to take advantage of the increased quantity and quality of consumption. The onset of adversity appeared to find the rural sector united within but without substantial allies in either industry or labor. With the exceptions noted earlier, 135 the agricultural specialists in the scientific academic community continued after 1928 to support the agrarian ideology of a protected and united rural sector. Like Max Sering, Edgar Saline, and others, Bernhard Harms, director of the Friedrich List Gesellschaft, reflected the views of that community when he wrote, "The peasantry is the chief pillar of that vital middle stand which is a prerequisite for the continued health of a people and its state." Saline thought only the national market could secure it. The free trade era was over, and integration into world trade was secondary. And he concluded, the state must now come to the active assistance of all of Landwirtschaft. 136 by 1931, Sering could find an additional danger. In agriculture's woes, the eastern barrier against the Slavs and Bolsheviks was collapsing, while tribute payments led to disastrously high interest rates and consumed 40% of annual new capital. 137 If the rural sector was thus united in its opposition to virtually the entire range of policies promulgated by the export labor bloc, it nevertheless continued to experience internal conflicts, many of which were exacerbated by the agricultural depression. b. After 1928, imminent conflict. Not all of German agriculture suffered equally from the depression, and not all of it was left equally helpless to face the collapse of the market. Between 1928 and 1932, farm income plunged 40%. But whereas the purchasing power of crops dropped 25%, that of other agricultural products dropped 42%. 138 Between 1925 and 1928, the exchange value of butter to rye was roughly 1:13.4, between 1929 and 1932, it dropped to 1:11.4, the lowest it had ever been. 139 As tables 8 to 12 indicate, Landwirtschaft's misery was general but not equal. Even before the end of 1928, special assistance was accorded East Prussia, and excess but high-priced rye was channeled to replace corn and oilcake as a peasant livestock feed. 13 separate acts to help the East were passed between 1928 and mid-1930 when the first general assistance to all of agriculture was voted. Grain and its producers were far sooner and better protected and assisted than any others. Although they did not attack the estate owners, the disturbances of 1928 in Schleswig-Holstein and Oldenburg took place primarily among feed-short peasants. Peasant spokesmen blamed the Weimar state for high costs and low prices. By 1928, many of these peasants had ceased voting for a DNVP identified with the Junkers and had cast their votes for a variety of splinter and peasant parties. 141 Nevertheless, they did not attribute their problems to the costly preferential treatment accorded the grain growers. Expensive credit, high taxes, and social welfare costs, and agricultural imports bore the burden of their hostility. Yet, it did become increasingly evident that peasants were given short shrift in matters of protection, prices, and government aid. In all three questions, rye-oriented policies reigned, and the few peasant voices that spoke out against them seemed to meet with little resonance. 142 The cost of domestic dairy and livestock production remained relatively high as a result, and labor and export circles consequently called for and obtained continued importation of these products. Agricultural organizations successfully mobilized peasants against this importation, and continued the united struggle of all of Landwirtschaft in the name of protection. This very protection was itself immensely inequitable and became increasingly so as the crisis deepened. A comparison of agricultural tariff rates by categories makes this clear. Table 13 divides agricultural tariffs into three groupings: A. Food grains competitive with those produced by estates, B. Feed grains used by peasants and substitutive for surplus grains produced on estates, C. Products competing with those produced by peasants. When estate owners obtained complete protection of their products, they joined and then aggressively led a chorus of calls for protection of peasant products in opposition to labor and export industry, and successfully muted and redirected peasant opposition to the effective ban on imports of products that would have competed successfully with their own. Price movements would hardly have dictated this kind of protection. In 1931, pig prices were less than 3/4 and cattle prices less than 2/3 their pre-war levels, but grain prices averaged over 1.5 times theirs. Western and northern peasants were further disadvantaged as livestock production shifted eastward, closer to the supply of available feeds, namely surplus potatoes and rye. 143. Perhaps unwittingly, the SPD-led Grand Coalition contributed to this rye-centered policy and initial Nazi successes among the peasants. For the sake of ensuring urban consumers a regular and publicly managed supply, the SPD supported a state grain trade monopoly. For the sake of maintaining their high-cost production and prices, the estate owners were willing to accept controls. The consequence of the last act passed by an SPD government was that the urban consumer was insured against the peasants but not against the estate owners. Agriculture Minister Dietrich of the DDP and the new grain czar, Fritz Bode of the SPD, thus both failed to conciliate the peasantry, shored up the estate owners, and did nothing to remove the former from the camp of the latter. 144 Neither state purchase of surplus rye nor forced use by peasants of eosinated rye as a feed could stabilize the market or enable the intensive production peasant to take advantage of cheap foreign feeds. Euphemistically dubbed the socialization of consumption, this program forced domestic demand for cereals upward at some expense to consumer food quality and cost and at greater expense to most dairy and livestock producers. All that Bode succeeded in socializing was the losses of the estate owners. Like many in the SPD's ranks, he believed that any state takeover of market functions, any planned economy, was progressive. But the only thing read about Bode's plan was the Eosin die. Helping to restore estate owners and rye, his plan served only to impel peasants back in their direction. Peasant hostility in the most affected regions, though within the old ideological framework, began to accrue to the benefit of the Nazi Party. 145 The small and middle peasants saw their narrow profit margins destroyed by the price collapse after 1928 and were unable to obtain the kind of government action that kept the estate owners afloat on the highest domestic cereal prices in Europe. Table 10 indicates both the sharp drop of cash returns in agriculture after 1928 and the redistribution of those returns to the benefit of the grain producers. The decline in production values, shown in Table 7, continued to accelerate. For 1931, the gross and net production values were 11.4 and 9.0 billion marks, for 1932, they were 9.4 and 7.3 billion. 146 But the drop in domestic prices was not as evenly distributed as the drop in world prices shown in Table 10. United Agriculture's demands for protection did indeed cause domestic prices to be far above world prices across the board, but, again, both suffering and protection were uneven. Table 14 reveals the disparities that operated to the detriment of the peasantry. whereas German rye and wheat prices by 1932 were 2.5 times the world price, pork and butter prices were only about 1.5 times the world price. Peasants were also mobilized in a campaign led by Eastern estate owners against the allegedly socialistic credit and co-op reforms proposed by the Prosenkis. The very real credit problems faced by peasants were integrated and articulated in such a way as to oppose reforms that would have lessened the influence of estate owners in public and co-op lending. 147 estate owners formulated protection policies capable of eliciting the consent and support of the mass of family peasants, but those policies were designed to serve estate interests first and foremost. After 1928, agricultural leaders fostered peasant radicalization so as to be able to demand measures that would allay it. Any government that failed to heed their moderate voices would have to contend with unknown dangers. So successful was this strategy that Agriculture Minister Dietrich, an ostensible representative of the small peasants of the Southwest, supported the socialization of consumption measures, noting that the public interest must take precedence over the interests of single groups. 148 Once again Kerr's formula proved correct. The interests represented by the Junkers were the interests of the nation, other rural interests, where divergent, were the interests of single groups. Realpolitik in agriculture meant meeting the needs of the estate owners, and the same Dietrich who came into office with an SPD chancellor and who promised pro-peasant policies and increased exports to Eastern and Southeastern Europe, initiated and presided over policies diametrically opposed to those twin goals. 149. Dietrich could protest afterwards that he had not changed his mind between 1927 and 1931, but that the only way to assist Landwirtschaft was to assist those whose needs were decisive. 150. Estate owner interests dominated the formation of state agricultural policy, while family peasants continued to be organized in support of demands that benefited them only within a system which maintained their dependence on those estate interests. Dependence and integration were the two sides of the coin. So far as policies were concerned, this symbiotic relationship continued through the crisis. The primary interest organizations and fronts continued to function. Electorally, however, both the rightist DNVP and leftist DDP before 1928, the two strongest non-Catholic peasant vote-getters proved unable, for different reasons, to retain peasant support in the crisis. 151 In the countryside, the DNVP had acted as a conservative Volkspartei, transcending particularist interests and unifying its adherents at the political level. But as the salience of specific economic demands increased, peasants moved toward narrower, interest parties. Thus, the Christian National Peasants and Rural People's Party was formed by members of the Agrarian League who thought the DVP and DNVP insufficiently committed to rural interests. Together with the German Peasants' Party, it proclaimed a peasant form of the agrarian ideology but concerned itself little with other matters. Alternately, the CNBLP might be viewed as an attempt by big landowners to contain nascent peasant rebellion by allowing it some expression. 152 Voting Nazi in 1928 or 1930 enjoyed a similar status. Complementing rather than conflicting with this move toward specific interest parties was the call, from seemingly all rural quarters, for the unification of agricultural organizations. Government programs to meet the crisis in agriculture constituted an attempt to save the existing agricultural system, but those programs weakened the unity of the agricultural sector which underlay its strength. At the same time, state intervention in the agricultural sector marked a new plateau of state intervention in the economy in general, an unprecedented level of public assumption of private risks. 153 From 86/ Tariffs. The state role slowly expanded to include organization of the market, price setting, the limiting of competition, credit control, production quotas, and systematic rescue from bankruptcy, yet these innovations of the later Weimar years applied primarily, if not exclusively, to the agricultural elite of estate owners. Hence, they undermine the political solidarity that Landwirtschaft had for so long enjoyed. The Junkers had never been averse to active and even socialistic state intervention, so long as they derived benefits from it. 154 What began in 1928 as a help program produced a new conception of state intervention, one that might save the estate owners but might equally threaten their base of mass peasant support and increase urban opposition. Intervention on behalf of the estate owners short-shrifted the peasantry while fueling the political crisis. Two programs in particular illustrate how state intervention expanded and for whose benefit it did so. The Eastern Help and Resettlement programs were expanded by the Grand Coalition and broadened further by the Brüning government between 1930 and 1932. Both had national components, and each reflected both aspects of the estate owner/peasant conflict. The Osthilfe would extend special benefits to the primarily Latifundian East in order to keep it a viable part of Germany and protect it from hardier and less demanding Polish peasants. 155 The Siedlung program would enable landless and land-short peasants to obtain marginal or defaulted upon land, primarily in the East. The Osthilfe quickly degenerated into a massive giveaway, and the Siedlung program, in its single biggest year, created only about 8,000 farms. The primary value of the Osthilfe was stated by one of its reluctant supporters, the industrialist Paul Silverberg, who had hoped to see it used to weed out the most inefficient producers. Long-term political purposes would be served by the maintenance on their own soil of families who through tradition and character are closely connected to the state. 156 Silverberg acknowledged the wisdom of supporting another dominant social class even if at the expense of both urban consumers and the peasantry. President Hindenburg's own connections and background undoubtedly served to fatten the program. 157 But virtually the entire nation was captive to the national interpretation of the Eastern problem. Of the untold billions granted, lent, and spent on the East, no more than one-third was used for investment or rationalization, two-thirds simply went to cover the debts of the indebted, generally as they themselves saw fit. 158 Less than 2% of estate owners were refused aid, although Agriculture Ministry analysts rated 13,000 of the 18,000 estates hopelessly over-indebted and not salvageable. Those Prussian officials, socialists, and bankers from the Prosenkis who objected were successfully frozen out of the decision-making. 159 Abuses both major and minor were the norm, and not even the RLB made much of an effort to deny it. 160 Liberal politicians and economists who wanted to help the East but not its inefficient, corrupt, and backward elite found themselves without a popular echo. 161 Mostly, these were the same export industrialists who sought, with little success, to split family peasants from the estate owners. Those liberal democratic successors to Max Weber who entertained bona fide nationalistic positions on the Eastern question but who doubted the Junkers' ability to bear the German standard missed the point. Strengthening the East was one facet of saving the estate owners, not vice versa. In practice, the Siedlung program also drove a wedge between peasants and estate owners. Himself an Eastern estate owner and ex-DNVP representative, the Siedlung Kommissar, Hans Schlangenschen, was one of those aristocratic reformers willing to yield a little in order to preserve the essentials. He was original to the extent that he was prepared to settle peasants on bankrupted estate lands in order to renew Germany on the basis of her own soil and restore the Empire. 88/10s of agriculture. 162 This was too much for his fellow estate owners, who insisted that settlement meant colonization, not land reform, and that financing settlement was not their problem. They attacked expropriation and rejected Schoolange's contention that rural society must show flexibility if it is to survive. This is the lesson of Stein and Hardenberg. 163 Schoolange's attempt to implement his program ultimately led to his and Brüning's dismissal by Hindenburg on the grounds of having engaged in agrarian Bolshevism. 164 Thus departed the last representative government of the Weimar Republic. Effectively, it was brought down by the entire bundle of social and political conflicts, but its actual fall was precipitated by the rural elite. In fact, the resettlement program was hardly a threat, the estate owners dominated the land delivery associations, whose task it was to procure lands for settlement. They succeeded in having the state buy marginal and wasteland at highly inflated prices and boosted the value of their own real estate. In the proper context, new peasant settlers could provide both cheap labor and political support. In 1929, 4,000, in 1930, 5,800, in 1931, 7,800, and in 1932, 8,450 units of 2 hectares or more were resettled. A more generous seed-lung program might well have succeeded in reinforcing estate owners/peasant bonds and shoring up that base of mass support so vital to the estate owners in their representation and articulation of the interests of the entire rural sector. As with unequal production costs, price collapses, tariff protection, marketing and monopoly possibilities, credit availability, subsidies, and giveaways, the seed-lung program generated conflicts between peasants and estate owners. Without altering the essential social, political, and ideological interests that bound them together, the agricultural crisis might drive the two groups in different political directions. See resolving conflicts within agriculture. Several solutions to the emerging conflict were possible. One solution would have removed the peasants from the orbit of the estate owners and attached them to a political bloc led by export industry. 165 The resulting liberal bourgeois coalition would have resembled Figure 4 in Chapter 1, and would have concentrated on importing cheap feeds and modernizing the peasantry while substantially abandoning the estate owners. A second solution would have been a greater exertion by the estate owners on behalf of the peasantry. With the end of industry-labor collaboration by 1930, such a program would have worked to restore the Samlung bloc and Binnenmarkt strategy. Estate owners and peasants undertook massive efforts in this direction, ultimately without success. A third solution would have been for each of the two sectors of agriculture to pursue its interests independently, while seeking to ally itself with like-minded urban classes. Such an arrangement would deprive the estate owners of their own mass base in the political process but might lead to a broader penetration and representation of the core interests of all of agriculture within electorally significant urban groups like the Mittelstand. 166 The virtues of such a solution help to explain both partnerships between estate owners and the Nazis and the ambivalence of the former toward the rural success of the latter. 167. A peasant coalition with the liberal dynamic and export industries would, in part, have been a return to the failed pre-war progressive 90/coalition. 168 Joint opposition to backward estate owners was a necessary but not sufficient condition. The coalition would have to enjoy some support from the urban Mittelstand while facing only minimal pressures from the organized working class. 169 The latter was not inconceivable, since the political benefits to be derived from the weakening of the country's most reactionary and anti-democratic social force would have been quite palpable. Urban consumers were in any case paying inflated food costs because of those big agrarians, so higher food prices would not have been a threat. As we noted earlier, the DDP failed completely in its attempts to form such an alliance. Significant initiatives were, however, taken in this direction by industrial and commercial organizations. Important leaders of industry and agriculture met together on an almost regular basis after 1926. The records of these meetings and commentaries on them by the participants provide an invaluable source for a general analysis of the relations between these two sectors during the later years of the Republic. 170 That analysis is the subject of Chapter 4. Here we seek to isolate those proposals and initiatives that sought, or tended, to split peasants from estate owners. In appealing to family peasants, industrialists emphasized the efficiency and potential profitability of intensive dairy livestock production, which was being retarded by expensive, backward and protectionist estate production. Prosperous Scandinavian and Dutch peasants were the model for what the German peasantry could become. All too clearly a market for their products did exist, as the continuing flow of imports proved. If only the peasantry could be assisted in modernizing its production, and if only it could be brought to see the virtues of a network of trade treaties, then cooperation would be simple and ideological precepts more malleable. The conflicts within the agricultural sector /91. Arguments were not new, but the conjuncture was more auspicious. Until sometime in 1929, the concessions that industry had been willing to grant agriculture had fit into the estate-owner model, assistance primarily to the grain growers along with the reduction of taxes, social costs, interest rates, and state interference, all so long as agriculture attempted to modernize and did nothing to endanger industrial exports or the economy as a whole. 171 But precisely as estate-owner demands came to threaten exports and the economy as a whole, industrialists moved away from the estate-owner model to a peasant model of what was needed to assist Landwirtschaft. This change was accomplished by early 1930. In January 1930, the RDI told its members that it would oppose all further increases in agricultural tariffs. 172 Concern for exports remained industry's underlying motivation, but the implications for agricultural policy were now different. Priority was now to be accorded to lowering the costs of production and marketing. Oil, cake, bran, and corn imports would be encouraged for dairy, fowl, and livestock production. Together with a concerted effort to enroll peasants in marketing cooperatives, a general program of co-op assistance and rationalization was in order. 173 Not tariffs and government monopolies were fundamental but, rather, increased production at lower costs. In May 1930, the RDI published its contribution to an agrarian program. It was authored by several of the dissident agricultural economists, and was intended to be industry's definitive statement. It advocated making production suit the market rather than vice versa. 174 Dairy, livestock, fruit, and vegetable production should be encouraged, and that of cereals, potatoes, and legumes restricted. Government aid should flow only to those participating in such efforts. It should be withheld from those unwilling or unable to convert, standardize, and cooperate. Substantial estate areas of the East should be removed from production altogether, and those policies which encouraged pig production to move from west to east should be reversed. Productivity levels for herds and flocks could approach Scandinavian levels if peasants were better trained, organized, and supplied with cheaper but richer foreign feeds. In the way of special grants for 92/ the East, there was a skimpy 100 million marks, much of it to be raised by and presided over by industry itself, this an adaptation of Silverberg's plan for a special lending institution, the Bank for Industry Obligations. 175. Although hardly the stuff of major upheaval, these and similar proposals could have opened new coalition possibilities for the peasantry. Corporate and political carriers were lacking, however, ideologically and organizationally, these proposals could not penetrate the peasantry. Fritz Beckmann took the RDI program on tour, lecturing peasants in several provinces. Although he was pleased with their response, most rural newspapers panned his performance while characterizing the RDI program as self-righteous and nothing but free trade in new dress for agriculture, while industry remains well protected. 176 Since the Zentrum and BVP went over to grain protection, 177 and Tansen's wing of the DDP had yielded to Dietrich, only the Deutsche Bauernschaft 178 and smaller front organizations were available as rural vehicles for the new approach. Through the Bauernschaft and another, smaller organization, the RDI published and disseminated two pamphlets, one of facts and figures, one a general attack on the RLB. 179, both attempted to drive home the RDI's themes, and there was some sign of this agitation's success in convincing family peasants that they were being hurt by estate-owner agropolitics and short-changed in state policy. 180 But there was little to indicate that the proposed coalition with export industry made significant headway, although some peasant groups like the Schleswig-Holstein Bauernverein adopted basic RDI planks 181, and the Bauernschaft as a whole left the Green Front in December 1930 in order to adopt the RDI position. 182 The chief flaw in the RDI program was that industry's attack on inefficient, Grain-centered production and its leaders tended to become an attack on all of Landwirtschaft, thereby alienating precisely those peasants whom it was trying to win. Hence, industry's position, more precisely, the position of the dynamic fraction of industry on feeds and tariffs, was not part of an entirely new strategy and program, but was rather a simple concession for which much was being demanded in return. And, if it were to be simply a matter of concessions, then peasants might be better off bargaining with and through estate owners. The counterattack was not long in coming. Organized agriculture sought to combat the RDI proposals along a broad front, but of particular interest here was the attempt to reassert the unity of Landwirtschaft by demonstrating to family peasants that there was no other, better way. One strategy of this counterattack was the reconsolidation of the Green Front and a massive offensive within the state on behalf of the protectionist demands of the peasantry. In order to pursue this second solution, the RDI contentions had to be disproven. To this end, a corrective pamphlet was distributed widely, significantly not by the RLB itself but by the Catholic peasant leagues. Its basic thrust was that grain and peasant production could both be sound only if intertwined, they were an organic whole that could only prosper if protected and united. The dissidents were accused of fighting with weapons stemming from the arsenal of agriculture's enemies. 183 Only a self-sufficient Germany could have a prosperous rural sector. Since urban consumption had not decreased substantially since 1928 and could not increase substantially, protecting what market existed was the only reasonable procedure for Landwirtschaft. 184 These remain the basic premises of the Green Front's ideological and political struggle. Martin Schiele's replacement of Dietrich as agriculture minister in 94/March 1930 was considered a general victory for agriculture. As a recent RLB president from the moderate, almost Republican, wing of that group, his appointment by Brüning, at Hindenburg's and the ministerial bureaucracy's behest, was expected to elicit the support of the rural sector. Schiele was committed only to putting the state's resources at agriculture's disposal, a project fully in accord with the demands of the leaderships of the four principal agricultural pressure groups united since February 1929 in the RLB-dominated Green Front. Indeed, together with Hermes of the Catholic Peasant Leagues, Brandes of the Landwirtschaftsrat and Fair of the Bauernschaft, Schiele had founded that umbrella organization designed to reassert the unity of the rural sector. 185 The integration/dependence mechanism with its agrarian corporatist ideology was once again at work. Once the needs of estate owners were met, united agriculture would seek compatible assistance for the peasants. The only limit to this strategy proved to be the collision of the radicalism it engendered with the basic interests of export industry and organized labor. The constitutional and republican framework was not viable enough to manage that conflict. The Green Front's offensive began with Hindenburg's Easter Message of 1930 and continued for over 2 years. Emergency and extra-parliamentary legislation would lay the basis for rescuing domestic production, along with the Osthilfeansiedlung, the virtual elimination of food imports through quota allotment, the abrogation of trade treaties, forced purchase and consumption of domestic surpluses, a moratorium on debt repayment, expanded credit, an end to the 8-hour day and Sozialpolitik, lowered taxes payable partially in kind, welfare payments in kind, a reduction in the profits of middlemen. A concerted effort to end tribute payments, and the toppling of the SPD government in Prussia were all part of the Green Front program. 186 parts of the program were clearly designed in opposition to both partners in the Labor Export Alliance and the reparations fulfillment policy of that alliance. Other portions of the program were, however, threats to the operation of market capitalism as a whole, and conflicts within the agricultural sector/95. They caused bitter dissension within the cabinet, especially between the Agriculture Ministry, on the one hand, and the Economics and Labor Ministries, on the other. 187 As we have shown, state programs during the first years of the crisis benefited estate owners to the detriment of family peasants. Sheila acknowledged this in May 1931 while simultaneously issuing a call for unity. Those measures taken by the government up to now have benefited the estates. What is needed now is tariff assistance for peasant production. Saxons added that all agriculture is grievously suffering, without regard to the number of hectares, or whether one is east or west of the Elbe. The demand of the hour is not the dismantling of grain tariffs, but rather the extension of protection to other products. 188 as the RLB had before it, so now the Green Front was molding and expressing the interests of the peasants, with Sheila and his staff mediating those interests within the state apparatus. In the months following, local peasant associations flooded Brüning and Sheila with desperate requests for help. Sheila and the Green Front had encouraged a rural radicalization which they then found increasingly difficult to direct. The coalition of interests behind Brüning could not meet all of agriculture's demands, while peasant support of the estate owners became increasingly contingent on having those very demands satisfied. Two typical examples of escalated peasant demands will suffice. In the summer and autumn of 1931, chambers of agriculture, Bauernverein, local BVP and Zentrum officials, and others wrote to demand assistance. What had been done for grain was correct, commented the Bavarians, but now peasant production, especially dairy, needed help. The devaluation of sterling had led all of Britain's suppliers to aim for them. Representatives of the Zentrum in Württemberg complained that over $500 million was still being spent on dairy. 96/ Imports, butter and cheese tariffs had to be raised immediately, no dairy and livestock products should be imported, and their domestic prices should be guaranteed. Finally, no hard currency should be made available for imports. 189 In the 1930 elections, both the DNVP and DVP had lost a large part of their peasant support to splinter parties and the Nazis, and unless the immediate needs of the peasants were satisfied, further erosion could be expected. So long as they could find no political interest to transcend their conflicting economic corporate interests, the members of the Brüning bloc would continue to squabble over what concessions to make to whom. As the weaker partner among the dominant classes, Landwirtschaft stood to emerge on the short end, and the second solution to the conflicts within agriculture was, hence, less likely. 190 Already in February 1931, the RLB warned Brüning that if he did not free himself from the export and Marxist interests whose prisoner he has become, he would bear responsibility for ruining the nation. Graf Kalkreuth, Sheila's successor as head of the RLB, accused Brüning of being worse than Caprivi and of having ignored Hindenburg's wishes while imagining that there was some way many could continue to pay reparations. 191 During the following year the missives grew increasingly strident. The radicalism of the Green Front was intended to win back and retain the peasants within the orbit of the rural elite, including the DNVP. The RLB needed to demonstrate to the peasants that it shared and cared about their plight and that it could act effectively to ameliorate it. But this project exceeded the ability of the traditional organizations. The rural elite could save itself but not its clients, and its radicalism amounted to making promises it could not keep. The leaders of organized agriculture understood that, in a republican form of government, they could not hope to overcome politically the economic dominance of industry. The rural elite might take advantage of conflicts between industry and labor and of its own peasant support to maximize state activity on its behalf, but the political mechanisms of conflicts within the agricultural sector. 97. The Republic, unlike those of the Empire, could not provide it with superiority or even equality. In the course of 1931 this understanding came to guide policy as Kalkreuth's tenure in the Green Front and RLB marked a move away from the middle and peasant parties and toward the national opposition of Hugenberg's purged DNVP and the Nazis. 192 Already in December 1930, Sheila was warned by the RLB that, although he was considered a friend of Landwirtschaft, his cooperation with the SPD and DVP was ruining any chance he had to help agriculture. 193 By January 1932, Sheila, as well as Brüning, was being attacked for failing to carry out Hindenburg's intentions. 194. By May the RLB could write that Schiele too had disappointed Landwirtschaft completely, his approach had been inadequate, new government modes and methods would be necessary, and they would come at the expense of existing tariff, commercial, wage, and social policies and their supporters. It rejected Schiele's contention that the history of the coalitions of the 20s proved that gains were possible only through governmentalism, not through opposition from outside. 195. Instead, the RLB continued with the policies it had begun the past autumn when it joined the Nazis and the Stahlhelm in running joint lists in local Chamber of Agriculture elections and assisted Papen and others in efforts to overturn the Brüning government. Finally, in September 1932, the RLB wrote now Chancellor Papen that the salvation of the German nation and conversion from a world to a national economy allow for absolutely no more compromises, while stand, not parties, would lead as a weapon in Germany's liberation struggle. 196. With Papen, this strategy of working to change the system of government, while keeping the peasantry within the estate owner fold, and all the while radicalizing both economic and political demands, almost worked. Ascendant domestic-oriented heavy industry joined agriculture in support of Papen, and, for a moment, it appeared that the Sammlung bloc might be re-established. The RLB and Green Front paid Papen the highest compliment any Weimar chancellor received from that quarter, he thought national and possessed the best. 98. Intentions, further, the political tone of the presidential cabinet was the right one. 197. Not a single member of the Papen government was a deputy in parliament. Pleased that Germany was now being ruled by a strong man of strong will and not by parliament, the Catholic Bauernverein of Westphalia praised Papen's devotion to fatherland and Christian conservatism and his realization that the peasantry is the ballast of the ship of state. 198. Such praise was warranted. In June 1932, Papen became the first chancellor to attend a Landwirtschaftsrat convention, at which he promised economic autarky, domestic social peace, and national reassertion, all in explicit terms. 199. And in the summer of 1932, Papen accomplished for both peasants and estate owners what Schiele had never been able to do, he unilaterally instituted quotas on imports of dairy and livestock products, banned acquisitioning of defaulted property nationally, granted a 40% land tax remission, and promised to mandate both a 2% reduction of all accrued and present interest charges and a cancellation of the despised turnover tax. Since almost all conservative and rightist forces had lined up behind Papen, this was all well and good initially. To show industry its cooperative spirit, the Green Front added to its previous demands the following new ones: immediate further reductions in industrial wages, an end to cash welfare payments, an end to labor arbitration, encouragement of the entrepreneur, and a program for building capital. 200. But the Green Front's hope that the Papen program would win over all of industry for the benefit of all of agriculture was vain, the splits re-emerged. 201. The second solution of peasants and estate owners together in a reconstituted Sammlung bloc was not possible over the objections of industry. Even with heavy, domestic-oriented industry ascendant, trade and export requirements could not be jettisoned. Economics Minister Warmbold emphasized this repeatedly. Unilaterally imposed import quotas would lead to a loss of essential markets, higher costs, and a slower recovery, the total demise of certain industries, the devastation of whole cities and severely impaired foreign relations. Dozens of industries, chambers of commerce, mayors and industrialists, the RDI, DIHT, and others wrote and telegrammed regularly to express their unwillingness to compromise on this issue. 202. Although Papen persevered and rallied his support, given the absence of a popular urban base for his new state, it proved inadequate to overcome industrial opposition, and he fell. The election results of 1932 could offer him no succor. General Schleicher replaced him and pursued a program unacceptable to industry for entirely different reasons. 203. But anathema to Landwirtschaft, as we shall see. In the meantime, Solution 2 had blended into Solution 3. Not only the Green Front and RLB but peasant associations throughout Germany had thrown their support to the Hartberg Front, the Hitler-Hugenberg opposition. The Green Front dissolved, but whereas the estate owners could return to the DNVP, the peasantry went into isolated, radical opposition, which manifested itself as support for the Nazis. 204 One of the very few staunchly Republican peasant representatives, Lubka, remarked that the Green Front made the most demagogic demands in name while concealing their utter unfeasibility from the peasants, thereby discrediting the government in their eyes and making the Republic appear hostile to agriculture. The increasingly rapid move to the extreme right and left by the peasants is the consequence of these policies. 205 Oddly, both the RLB and Lubka thus identified the Republic with the social and class forces that dominated it. They simply took opposing stands. The Green Front proved both the limit of what a unified agricultural sector could obtain from the Republic and that sector's bridge to the fascist system that would replace the Republic. Their split with the estate owners impelled some peasants toward the center 206 but a much larger number toward the Nazis. For example, in 100/ the course of the same month, the pig raisers of Lower Saxony, the livestock breeders of Schleswig-Holstein, and the National Fowl Breeders League all complained to the Agriculture Ministry that they and their needs were being sacrificed for the sake of the East, of the estate owners. In 1932, all three of these regions and groups voted heavily for the Nazis. 207 Estate owners and peasants may have separated and pursued their interests via different political routes during the last months of the Republic, but those core interests remained the same, and the two routes converged in support for the Nazis. Nazi electoral success in the countryside was a product of the party's ability to aggregate diverse groups in the manner of a Volkspartei. The party raised no demands regarding agricultural issues which differed from those of any other right-wing party or pressure group. It promised simply to be more effective. 208 Since their own proposals were so similar, the Nazis found it unnecessary to establish counter-institutions, as was done in the cities and towns, and simply penetrated and captured the existing organizations with remarkable speed and success. 209 This third solution had more than one peculiar twist to it. On Christmas Eve of 1931, Graf Kalkreuth, speaking as head of the RLB, remarked that the rapid growth of the National Socialists is very gratifying. Since we are the economic policy representatives of agriculture, they want to and should be represented in our leadership. 210 To formalize this, the RLB chose to reserve one of its 4 presidencies for a Nazi and elected Werner Willikens to the post. In the following year, the RLB turned against Hindenburg himself, and Kalkreuth often arranged Hitler-Hugenberg meetings under the slogan German Agrarpolitik and German Nationalismus are like Siamese twins. 211. Hugenberg sought to rally peasants to his Hartberg alliance with Hitler. Reminding them that politics, not economics, is fate, he sought to woo them away from the purely economic and parliamentary Green Front, which could never cease compromising with socialists and Catholics. 212 While still Chancellor, Papen himself agreed with Hugenberg that only he together with Hitler could do a whole job for Landwirtschaft. As he had previously linked the RLB to Papen, so in the last months Hugenberg linked them both to the Nazis. 213 The readiness of both estate owners and family peasants to support and vote for the Nazis was the final tribute to the ideology of the unity of Landwirtschaft, which had been so successfully propagated by the estate owners for the preceding half-century. 214 However, since the estate owners could no longer deliver and control the peasant vote, i.e., their previous mass base, they became more dependent on the penetration of their core interests into the National Socialist Weltanschauung. This proved to be both an initial trans-economic strength of the third solution and a long-run weakness after about 1936. 215. It was not simply class interest that produced such substantial support for the Nazis in the countryside. Obviously, long-run interests do not operate reliably in short-run crisis conjunctures. But, aside from the fact that the Nazi program did elicit massive peasant support well before the 1932 electoral landslides, we must consider the consonance of ways out of a crisis with established and continuing interests. The estate owners had come to be too narrowly self-interested, and that component of hegemony, the representation of generalized interests, which had previously assured them of the support of the peasantry, was called into question. The Nazis entertained a clear advantage, even without offering a particularly different policy. Their personnel were not tainted by governmental responsibility, political power, wealth, or status. Their talk of autarky, domination of the East, and an end to both class conflict and the vicissitudes of capitalism had not already been discredited. Given their limited political wherewithal, the most econom. 102/equally vulnerable peasants expected the Nazis to solve the crisis of markets, production, and prices as the estate owners, in a particular way, had before them. 216 The patina of revolutionary ideology in the Nazi agricultural program was considerably thinner than in the urban program. Their peasant supporters did not consider the Nazis' program a novel departure, they simply expected more forceful and ruthless, less compromised and self-interested representation and guardianship of their interests. 217 Their toughness and folkish élan provided the Nazis a drawing card that the estate owners, representatives of a traditional, quietistic authoritarianism, could appreciate but not emulate. The peasantry had been an ally of the imperial ruling bloc, but it was not successfully integrated into any stable Weimar coalition. It had little confidence to lose in the democratic system and an unaltered antagonism toward the organized working class. It was estranged from the leading fractions of industrial capitalism, but it had no vision of a fundamental change of the existing rural order beyond a return to more stable and profitable times. 218 Its interests were now aggregated and politicized by the Nazis. The corporate representatives of agriculture contributed to the political crisis of the Republic at several crucial points. They consistently opposed the last parliamentary government under Müller and Stresemann. They precipitated the fall of the last constitutional government under Brüning, once that government's exertions on organized agriculture's behalf proved to have some limits, and they provided the Nazi Party with crucial electoral support while jockeying within the inner circles of the state, and especially the executive apparatus for Hitler's appointment as Chancellor. 219 This latter accelerated as it became clear that the government of General Schleicher was backing away from Papen's previous commitments to the Green Front and was moving toward a Keynesian program of cooperation with the trade. Conflicts within the agricultural sector. 103 Unions and left wing of the NSDAP, and perhaps even toward a restoration of party government. Schleicher let it be known that he would reactivate the Siedlung program and pay greater attention to the needs of the peasants of the South and West. 220 He had expected the Green Front to support a presidential military government and was angered by the failure of that support to materialize. 221 He rejected the Green Front's call for an indefinite moratorium on debt collection and reversed Papen's import quotas. Together with Warmbold and his Minister for Work Creation, Gunther Jarach, he moved back toward export industry and expanded contacts with the trade unions. 222 Simultaneously, he sought alternate rural support, both among estate owners and peasants, in the former area through an appeal to black sheep within the RLB, and in the latter by cultivating and mobilizing the shrinking but friendly Bauernschaft. 223 Leaders of the RDI and DIHT supported Schleicher's new turn, arguing that import quotas would make economic recovery impossible. The economy needs quiet and stability. 224 The Schleicher government, whether viewed as a potential military dictatorship or a potential Bonapartist regime, could not muster the support necessary either to build a coalition or to rule without one. To the right, the general appeared unwilling or unable to remove the threat of a recovery on the part of the left and the unions. 225 Hugenberg accepted this concern in the type of prose that characterized his press empire. Schleicher is wooing and messing around with the rotten red masses. His cabinet only appears presidential, in truth. 104I. He is making himself dependent on parties. 226 Party government would, in all likelihood, portend the reconstitution of a coalition hostile or indifferent to organized Landwirtschaft's demands. With Schleicher himself inadequately devoted to those demands, a showdown between the RLB and the General was unavoidable. Such a meeting took place on January 11, 1933, with the RLB charging that Schleicher's policies marked a return to that export orientation which held no hope for agriculture, only a moratorium on foreclosures and a near ban on agricultural imports would do. The impoverishment of Landwirtschaft has with the connivance of the current government reached an extent which even under a purely Marxist government would hardly have been considered conceivable. A plundering of agriculture for the benefit of the money-bag interests of internationalist export industry. 227 After the statement, Schleicher broke off all further dealings with the RLB, to which its leadership responded by demanding the immediate replacement of the government by men finally willing to use a strong hand and follow a national economic course. 228 Such a move, in the form of the appointment of the Hitler-Papen-Hugenberg government, was to follow in a matter of a few days. The conflicts, both latent and deflected, historical and conjunctural, between family peasants and estate owners were activated after the onset of the agricultural and political crisis in 1928 and contributed to the demise of the Weimar Republic. A conflict that might have been resolved to the advantage of democratic forces, or at least one that democratic forces had consistently assumed would be resolved to their advantage, took an entirely different course. Separated from their structured dependency on the estate owners, various groups and types of peasants were unable to form alternate coalitions that could have represented their interests within the Republic. Thus, the failure of the moderate agrarians and dynamic industrialists behind Brüning made unlikely any splitting of the agricultural sector, and no effective linkage between the dairy livestock peasants and the dynamic fraction of industry was established. The short-lived Schleicher government attempted once again to split the peasantry from the estate owners but could not succeed. Deprived of the mass base that had provided their claims popular legitimacy, the estate owners encountered increased resistance to their own demands. The opposition of non-agricultural sectors of the population, especially export industry, rendered impossible the policy preconditions for reconsolidating all of Landwirtschaft. The defeat of Papen's autarky program blocked this path while impelling a portion of the peasantry toward the Nazis. Opposing the entire republic, the Nazi Party was able to build a coalition which included large numbers of both estate owners and peasants and which embodied, or seemed to, the core interests of both. Although its program was not significantly novel, the NSDAP bore none of the accumulated stigmata of the estate owners and appeared willing to do a whole job for agriculture. Peasants voted disproportionately for the Nazis, and leading estate owners took part in the elevation of Hitler to the chancellorship. The agricultural sector believed it would thus be saved from abandonment. Chapter 3. Conflicts within the industrial sector. In this chapter we examine the conflicts within the industrial sector and the contribution of those conflicts to the crisis and its resolution. Conflicts existed between branches or fractions of industry and among organized and de facto groups of industrialists. The content of these conflicts was both economic and political, structural and contingent, and any analysis of them must, therefore, be both structural and narrative. It must analyze how different sectors of industry produced, and explain how different industrialists acted, how the industrial sector developed priorities, and how industrialists did and did not organize themselves to affect the outcome of the political crisis after 1928, cannot be fully understood on the basis of developments within industry alone. Examining industry's relationship to agriculture and to the organized working class, particularly after the onset of the Depression, is essential to understanding the changing balance of forces within industry. 1. Nevertheless, the state's inability to organize the interests of the dominant classes and present a consistent economic program was due, in large part, to structural conflicts within the industrial sector itself. Different fractions of industry entertain different coalitional preferences and affinities based on the nature of their own production, capital composition, and international standing. As we have already noted, the dynamic and export branches of industry, in a period of economic recovery and expansion, preferred coalitions with organized labor and salaried employees, whereas the older, heavy, and domestic-oriented branches of industry preferred conservative coalitions with the rural sector. Yet, it would be mistaken to infer from the conflicts we are about to discuss a total bifurcation of the industrial sector. Alongside the problem of organizing the interests of the dominant social classes, there remained a second problem that never disappeared: incorporating/molding/repressing the interests of the subordinate classes. 2ac compellishing the latter could easily inflame tensions within the bloc of dominant classes and lead to parliamentary and social coalitions with subordinate classes that would benefit one fraction of industry at the expense of the other. Many industrialists were willing to attempt an incorporation of the organized working class so long as they could afford it. The increased costliness of working class demands, economic and political, set limits to the fratricidal potential of Weimar industrialists. Although they could not agree on a program for incorporating the interests of one or more of the subordinate classes, industrialists could agree, especially after 1930 or 1931, on a program for repressing those interests. Even the latter type of program, however, reflected the conflicts within the industrial sector. Some of those conflicts dated back at least to the empire and remained salient down to the very moment of Hitler's elevation to the chancellorship. The split within industry had been institutionalized no later than 1895 when, after years of both internecine tension and national economic expansion, the Central League of German Industrialists split into two sometimes hostile organizations. Next to these two, there existed a host of both independent and tributary regional, specialty, and commercial groups. Before the war, these organizations supported a range of social programs and political parties, but with the defeat of German imperialism and the attendant social and political upheavals, they were constrained to seek greater organizational and political unity. Achieving that unity was rendered more difficult by both the new parliamentary republican system and a series of structural changes in the economy accelerated by the inflation and Germany's dependence on massive influxes of foreign capital. Continued concentration of industrial holdings and self-organization, both vertical and horizontal, accompanied an economic recovery which was noteworthy for its sectoral unevenness. Republican stability was facilitated by seeming prosperity and a chastened but still strong organized working class. By 1925 or 1926 much of industry was prepared to reach a modus vivendi with the working class and make its peace with the Republic. At first, this policy was articulated by the dynamic branches of industry and was institutionalized by an all-bourgeois government, but the fullest manifestation of this path was the short-lived Grand Coalition formed after the SPD's electoral victory in 1928. 3. 108/ Even before the onset of the general economic crisis, industrial organizations and their constituents split over support of the Grand Coalition, its various policies and personalities. The lines of cleavage on this issue and the changing balance of forces between the two camps mirrored only imperfectly the internal structures and production desiderata of the several branches of industry. Although the dynamic, capital-intensive, and export industries and their organizations tended, until about 1930 or 1931, to be ascendant over the older, sometimes stagnant, more labor-intensive, and domestic market-oriented industries, no unequivocal dominance was established by either. A range of inter-industrial agreements, both political and economic, preserved a tenuous equilibrium and prevented a more substantial break between fractions of industry. Chief among these agreements was an export rebate scheme, which both rewarded and disciplined small producers and many exporters while securing the policy-making role of the older, heavy industries. Nevertheless, had the international economic crisis and the consequent offensive against the previous gains of the working class not intervened, for the dominant forces within industry might have continued supporting cooperation with the working class and policies like those pursued by the Grand Coalition. Conflicts within the industrial sector revolved around a number of cleavages that came to assume greater significance after 1925, when Germany regained its trade freedom and foreign capital began to flow. These two factors, together with the international standing of various branches of industry, international production and marketing agreements, the organic composition of capital in various industries, and their respective profitability outlooks, all determine the subjects and locations of conflict within industry. In turn, the ebb and flow of conflicts within industry determine the fortunes and policy-making roles of the various corporate interest organizations. In addition to conflicts over explicit policy toward the working class and toward the rural sector, other, more internal, issues reflected both the agenda-setting preeminence of the dynamic liberal fraction between 1925 and 1930 and the resurgence of the older national fraction after 1930. Trade Treaty policy, particularly regarding the touchstone issue of Poland, and approaches to the revision of reparations obligations were especially illustrative issues that generated sharp tensions. The acceptance of the Young Plan for reparations revision was not only the last significant act for which the Grand Coalition was able to muster a majority, but it was, perhaps, the last significant victory of the liberal fraction of industry. Industrialists were crucial in bringing down the Grand Coalition, and they called upon their parties and representatives to cease collaborating with labor and to support a strong economy-friendly government instead. The Labor Export Alliance was finished. From mid-1930 to about mid-1931, both the liberal and national fractions supported Brüning in the expectation that his semi-constitutional, presidial government would be economy-friendly. But he could build no mass base to support a program which met the needs of both fractions of industry, and he was, therefore, increasingly abandoned by the national fraction. Concomitantly, a series of developments enabled this fraction to reassert itself politically, even though it could not regain its economic leadership. Somewhat ironically, the economically more depressed and paralyzed fraction appeared to enjoy a greater political viability and wherewithal. 5. The liberal fraction's desire to save Brüning's government was inadequate to overcome the national fraction's determination to militate for a regime more wholeheartedly prepared to restore profitability. From mid-1932 until the end of January 1933, the two fractions more or less checked each other. First, von Papen tried, in conjunction with agriculture, to implement a program attuned one-sidedly to the interests of the national fraction, and then General Schleicher, possibly in conjunction with some segments of labor, toyed with a program attuned one-sidedly to the interests of the liberal fraction. Industrialists from both fractions finally concluded, some gleefully, some hesitantly, and some resignedly, that a national socialist regime would be that viable alternative which would restore both profitability and political stability while dividing them least. 1. From pre-war conflict to post-inflation equilibrium. A. Cartelization and fractionalization. Concentration and cartelization had been a tendency in German heavy industry from nearly its very beginnings. 6. The intention of the various 110I cartels was to reduce risk, counter or at least dampen both cyclical tendencies and social conflict, and facilitate planning and expansion. This tendency accelerated greatly after the economic crisis of 1873, Germany's turn to protectionism in 1879, and the rapid growth of the social democratic and labor movements. The first major cartels were formed among the producers of coke, pig iron, and steel sheeting, but perhaps the most thorough was the potash syndicate formed in 1881 and designed to facilitate the monopolistic exploitation of a raw material over which Germany, at the time, enjoyed a virtual monopoly. After the turn of the century, the intervention-ready state even enforced numerous cartels. German industries were not loath to enter international production and marketing cartels, the first of which was the International Rail Makers Association, founded in 1883 by the German, British, Belgian, and French manufacturers. Economically more important was the Rhenish-Westphalian Coal Syndicate, which embraced 90% of Ruhr coal production. By 1904, iron and steel producers nationwide united in the Steel Work Association. 7. And these production units were large, By 1895, for example, the average coal mining concern already employed over 800 men. 8. By the turn of the century, the new electrical, chemical, and machine industries had joined and surpassed the older industries in self-organization. Thus, by 1905, Siemens and AEG controlled almost the entire electrical industry. Such self-organization ranged from complete, centralized determination of raw materials appropriation, production quotas, and marketing allotments to looser groups that merely fixed production quotas or distributed market shares or fixed prices. The shape of what was to become the monopoly sector of German industry changed early and quickly. Between 1873 and 1894, for example, the number of mines in the Greater Ruhr dropped from 268 to 164, while total production rose from 11.8 to 35.5 million tons and the number of workers grew from 51,400 to 128,000. In that same period, the number of establishments grew by only 13%, but the number of employees grew by 56%. 9. Very quickly there grew up a whole category of salaried employees whose emergence rapidly and drastically altered the composition and political behavior of both the middle stand and the working class. Between 1882 and 1895, the number of plants employing over 1,000 people doubled from 127 to 255, with 500,000 adults employed in such units. The pattern was similar even in the skilled machine building trade, of which J. H. Clapham wrote, in 1882 a few large businesses stood out here and there among a thick undergrowth of small ones. In 1907 the ground was well covered with large businesses and the undergrowth was completely overshadowed, though not killed. 10. Technological and scientific capabilities and the ability to finance them became more important, especially in the newer capital-intensive branches. The change in the organic composition of capital, with the increased role of fixed capital, was striking from its outset. 11. The role of the major banks and finance institutions grew apace. 12. As the proportion of fixed capital grew, production factors became more rigid and industries less flexible in the face of the business cycle. On the other hand, technological innovation was thereby facilitated, and the institutionalization of research in the laboratories of numerous large industries proved a spur to the entire economy. 13. Thus, next to the organization of the market to relieve the pressure of competition faced by individual capitalists, there began the institutionalization of technological progress to countervail the crises faced by the economy as a whole. The role of the state was to grow, slowly and by leaps, as it increasingly attempted to relieve the pressure of social, political, and economic tensions. 14. The growth of a steadily more organized capitalism was marked by a number of developments discussed earlier. 15. Among those developments was the founding of variously organized 112 industrial interest groups. Between 1872 and 1876, 3 of the most powerful of these were formed. 16. Their influence over state policy formation was great from the outset. They played a central role in Germany's switch to protectionism in 1879. Their leaders were drawn from the major industries and cartels, and their influence in the political parties and state apparatus altered the political decision-making process permanently. 17. The Wilhelmine state mediated industry's relationship with the rural elite, overseeing numerous compromises and conflicts between the two sectors, the one rising and the one declining. Imperialism was one form of state action undertaken primarily for the benefit of industry. It was a form of both trade treaty negotiation and socialpolitik. All of these economic and political phenomena may be imminent to the development of capitalism, but in Germany they served to strengthen an authoritarian and partially pre-capitalist regime that had never been faced with a bourgeois revolution. H.U. Weller contends that, in the German case, these various developments led to a reduction in the number of individuals and social groups who exercised power and participated substantially in decision-making. In any case, a small group of prominent heads of large industries did become cartel officers, pressure group leaders, advisors to the ministries, and government officials. 18. In this economy increasingly dominated by the economic and political presence of organized heavy industry, there remained a very substantial sector composed of small firms engaged mostly in the light industries. 19. Although the sheer number of such firms and the value of their production is not to be underestimated, either before or after the war, their continued importance was due also to their ability to find allies within the heavy or monopoly sector. The small, craft industries, particularly those of the South and Southwest, found new allies in the machine industry and in the giant electrical and chemical industries of Berlin and parts of the Rhineland. This amalgam of some of the oldest craft industries with the most dynamic of the new branches was based on their shared anti-protectionist, export orientation in opposition to much of heavy industry and most of agriculture. Further, the wage demands of labor were secondary for both groups. Many of the light industries employed only a few, very skilled hands frequently unorganized whose demands could not be successfully resisted in any event. For the technologically most advanced industries, the importance of variable capital had declined, labor played a lesser role in the creation of what industrialists called added value. 20. Paralleling this was a distinctly lesser hostility towards social democracy, which even allowed for occasional cooperation, as in the successful anti-protectionist alliance of 1890 and the unsuccessful one of 1902. 21. Many of the small processing, finishing, and consumer goods industries were hurt by the price-fixing and quota allotment programs of their heavy industrial suppliers. Their voices were increasingly stilled and overwhelmed within the Central League of German Industrialists as that organ came to reflect the views of the largest monopolies and cartels. 22. The dissatisfactions of the oldest small producers and of the most dynamic, newest industries began to coalesce after the official turn to protectionism in 1879. The result was secession, and in 1895 this somewhat odd combination of dissidents formed the Union of Industrialists. The membership was composed primarily of representatives from the small processing and finishing industries, but much of the leadership emerged from the dynamic and equally export-oriented chemical, electrical, and machine-building industries. 23. The most prominent 114/ inent leader of the BDL was the same Gustav Stresemann who was to play so significant a role in the politics of export industry/working class collaboration during the Weimar Republic. The BDL stood for an aggressive and expansive export policy oriented particularly, though not exclusively, to the more developed markets of Northern and Western Europe and North America. It rejected the protectionism propounded by conservative agrarian circles, and it considered the ZDIS program for repressing social democracy a fetter on the expansion of the economy. Along with groups like the Hansebund, the BDL was involved in a persistent yet primarily defensive struggle to countervail the agrarian/heavy industry alliance and thereby open the political and economic arenas. 24. In a sense, this dynamic, free-trading, and export-oriented fraction of industry proved more imperialist than the bulk of conservative agrarians, albeit imperialist with a social component intended to augment the legitimacy of the social order. This became apparent in the turn-of-century conflicts over construction of a fleet. Liberals like Max Weber and Friedrich Naumann spoke for this fraction when they hoped to link imperialism to political and social democratization. 25. This conflicts within the industrial sector/115. Graham did not, however, become the platform of the whole of German industry because, as usual, the mildest threat from the left drove it to the right. 26. After a brief flirtation in 1905, the ZDI rejected merger with the BDL and in 1913 rejoined the agrarians in the cartel of the productive strata. This, in turn, rendered industry's pursuit of imperialism more difficult. 27. It was compelled to incorporate the demands of a backward rural elite into a program that could not enjoy the support of a working class which was imperfectly integrated at best. The two fractions of industry could only hope to submerge their differences in a maximalist program acceptable to both. B. Aftermath of the revolution and inflation. With the defeat of German imperialism and the outbreak of social revolution, the differences between the two fractions of industry suddenly appeared insignificant indeed. Temporarily, at least, the ZDI and BDL were able to overcome their differences. They joined in February 1919 to form the League of German Industry. In part because of the fear of socialization, the leadership of that new body was intentionally centralized in a 16-man presidium dominated by heavy industry. The first chairman of the executive was a crook director, Kurt Zarga, who, along with most of his colleagues, made no pretense to republicanism. In order to maximize its political influence, the RDI chose to organize on both a trade and regional basis. Representation was weighted in favor of the largest producers, with 1,000 trades organizations subdivided into 27 trades groups. A minority of Republicans from the chemical, electrical, and machine industries was virtually shut out of office. 28 Stresemann's defeat clearly indicated that their day had not yet come. From the point of view of industry, internal reconstruction and reconsolidation were the order. 116 of the day. Interclass cooperation and market expansion would have to await a more auspicious time when socialization and socialists were no longer a threat. Although the socialization committees for heavy industry and the anti-cartel laws of 1919-23 proved to be dead letters almost from the outset, 29 The fear of social revolution and the support of counter-revolution preoccupied the industrial leadership at least through 1923. The course of inter-industrial relations was affected by the inflation, the Ruhr struggles, and the terms of the Versailles Treaty, as well as by the fear of both social democratic structural changes in the economy and communist insurrection. But there were several ways to defeat the working class or bring it into a constructive relationship to a recaptured state and national economy. 3031 One of those ways was for industry to lessen its direct presence in the political parties while supporting those whose programs were both acceptable and competitive. Thus, the Siemens Group and several textile concerns financed the DDP, hoping it would become a bourgeois concentration that could sap the SPD's strength. Other industrialists and bankers supported the DVP for the same reasons. 32 In 1919 the RDI recognized the unions, their exclusive bargaining rights, the 8-hour day, and the permanence of the joint working committees and factory committees. Although industry was soon to use reparations payments, the Ruhr crisis and the inflation to roll back these concessions, their immediate effect was to neutralize the unions and increase the Republican legitimacy of organized industry. In effect, the industrialists had tacitly recognized the Constitution's most social provisions. With the former conflicts within the industrial sector I-117 of bourgeois cabinets after 1920, industrialists even offered the Republic their expertise through ministerial service. Industry was so successful in recapturing the initiative that in 1923 Robert Bosch and Hermann Cohen even went so far as to suggest that industry fund the revisionist SPD journal Sozialistische Minutschrift in order to guide it in the proper direction. 33 The bulk of the RDI, however, opposed organizational intervention in the electoral process, preferring instead to aggregate and form industry's opinions and demands and then present these demands of the economy to the different branches of the state. 34 The bourgeois political parties thus enjoyed an autonomy of which they were later to be deprived. Inflation had begun during the war and continued to worsen afterwards. The inflation contributed to a massive displacement in the national wealth, and this process, like the inflation itself, peaked during the French occupation of the Ruhr in 1923. Ruhr industrialists found that there was a time and a place for patriotism, others would pay the price both for the resistance and its abandonment. First, the inflation could be used to stimulate economic activity while keeping down the real value of reparations payments, and then the stabilization could be used for transferring the costs of both resistance and compliance to other social classes. 35 Together with the massive influx of American capital, which followed upon stabilization of the mark, the inflation helped to accelerate the concentration of German industry and the rationalization and expansion of its plant. Aside from individual overnight empire builders and speculators, those who benefited were the owners of the means of production and those who could sell products or shares abroad. Major industries were relieved of their debts, as were most farmers. The urban petite bourgeoisie was relieved of its bonds and savings, and the working class of both its real wages and its 8-hour day. These two classes simply did not profit from the high level of economic activity. By mid-1923, real wages were down almost to half their pre-war and 1921 levels despite nearly full employment. 36 within 118 / Industry. Only those with ready access to raw materials could profit from the situation, a boon to vertical concentration and to those who could tap hard currency sources. Primarily, but not exclusively, the inflation spurred capital expenditure and investment, and German industry as a whole profited rather than lost through the collapse of the currency. It was another round in the political struggle over distribution, 36-37, uglier because it took place in a period of general misery. Industry emerged from the inflation period strengthened. Its influence in the state had increased, simultaneously weakening that of the organized working class. Growth of the country's industrial plant had proceeded along lines it dictated. Industrialists could, and did, buy out a great many newspapers and finance several right-wing paramilitary groups while the treasuries of the unions were quickly emptied. Large industry dealt much of the middle stand a severe economic setback while rebuilding its own infrastructure and improving its export capabilities with tax funds to which it barely contributed. For years afterward, middle stand parties were organized on the basis of the demand for upward revaluation of bonds and savings expropriated through the inflation. 38 For much of the middle stand, the inflation permanently delegitimized the republic while arousing hostility toward supposed speculators and representatives of international finance. On the whole then, inflation helped almost all branches of industry. Industry even freed itself somewhat from financial dependence on the banks, whose role was further reduced once the Dawes loans made the United States a primary source of investment capital. With the stabilization of the currency in late 1923, a number of contradictory developments were set in motion. Unemployment at first increased and the 8-hour day virtually disappeared, but the overall demand for consumer goods increased while demand in the production sector declined. Exports declined as imports rose. Within industry, vertical integration gave way to horizontal, as the wild growth of the inflation period needed to be pruned or rationalized. 39 The process began cautiously but was in full swing by 1926. Simultaneously, the slowdown in coal and iron was reversed, no small thanks to the Great British Strike of that year. 40 The post-1924 rationalization was characterized by technical progress, new plant and increased stocks, and an infatuation with Fordism, but even more so by an intensified production that promised both greater productivity and profitability. Public works expenditures increased significantly, especially on infrastructure and external economies. Both developments depended heavily on American loans, and both showed quick results. Between 1924 and 1927, industry-wide productivity increased by about 40%. In 1926, the government reported the following percentage of syndicalization in sample industries: mining, 98%, dyes, 96%, electrotechnical, 87%, shipping, 81%, banking, 74%. The two largest trusts of them all, United Steel Works and IG Farben, were formed in 1926 and 1925, respectively. 41 Rationalization, with its emphasis on cartelized ownership and management, fixed capital and science, and industry-state coordination, swept through all the larger industries. In mining, rationalization led to concentration, mechanization, and overcapacity. Together these rendered mining vulnerable to rapid fluctuations. In the iron and steel industries, rationalization above all produced price stability and greater worker-owner conflict. Rationalization and concentration made considerably less headway in the machine industry, Despite entry into the field by a few steel producers, production remained basically small-scale and undisciplined. In the electrotechnical industry, rationalization facilitated stable growth and augmented Germany's international dominance of the field. In the prosperous chemical industry, rationalization was successful on the inter 120 NAL organizational side, but competition remained substantial and there was little long-range planning. In the non-monopoly sector and where handicrafts prevailed, there was much less organizational or technical change. Family ownership remained common, and, despite increased dependence on the electrical and chemical industries, there were few efforts to fashion other than loose organization within this latter sector. 42. Like concentration and cartelization, rationalization was another means to protect producers from competition and overproduction and to back up, with state power, agreements between private producers. Although all cartel agreements enjoyed legal contract status, perhaps the clearest state underwriting of private accords occurred in the case of the 1926 International Iron Community Agreements. The PRIVAT producers of several countries negotiated a production, marketing, and pricing agreement, which the respective governments then underwrote as a virtual treaty. 43. Although the German industrialists later became dissatisfied with the quotas allotted them, they were pleased on three accounts: stability, order, and high prices were bought to West European ferrous production. The state had abdicated to them the determination of national interests in a vital area, and German producers were virtually free to charge their customers in the light and processing industries whatever they wanted. There was little recourse to imports. The events of the rationalization period provide substantial evidence for any theory of corporatism, neo-feudalism, or state monopoly capitalism. Whichever one chooses, the outstanding characteristic remains the extent of discipline and organization within Germany industry and its interweaving with the state. 44. The rationalization movement increased industry's political activism for yet another reason. The recovery the movement facilitated was fragile. Enlarged capacity and the predominance of fixed capital left little flexibility in the event of economic downturn. Given the relative stagnation of the entire Western economy during the interwar period, 45, some way had to be found to keep the factories humming. Therefore, industry needed to attend to both economic policy and its political prerequisites. In the steel industry, for example, any utilization of capacity rate below 67% was bound to be unprofitable. At the height of prosperity, the rate barely exceeded 80%, and, when it dropped under 40% by fall 1931, there was little the industry could do to shrink, besides call for lower wages. 46. Although the margin was not so narrow in other industries, rationalization contributed to the precariousness of industrial prosperity after 1925. There were only 3 years during which total industrial production exceeded the levels of 1913. The differential nature of that period of prosperity was crucial in determining the political activity and coalitional preferences of the two fractions of industry. By 1930 the political crisis was full-blown, but its outcome was not determined. The resolution of that crisis was substantially affected by the politics of industry, and those, in turn, were largely conditioned by the economics of the preceding years. In addition to being uneven, Weimar prosperity was neither broad, deep, nor long-lasting. We can briefly characterize the years 1925 to 30 as follows. 1925 witnessed a reconstruction boom with increased importation of raw materials and agricultural products and increased exportation of finished goods. Capital shortages occasioned by rationalization, trade deficits, and reparations were covered chiefly through foreign loans. The year 1926 saw a 122/ brief though severe recession and then vastly increased exports of coal, iron, and finished products. The industrial plant was expanded further, yet Germany managed a slightly positive balance of payments. In 1927 there was further expansion and prosperity in all sectors. Exports decreased and the trade balance was negative, but both of these were caused by expanded consumption at home. There occurred in 1928 a flattening of overall domestic demand, but improvement continued in the dynamic and export branches. For agriculture, the crisis had already begun. The year 1929 brought an overflow of the market and a collapse of some prices. Domestic demand and imports declined, but exports of finished products continued to rise significantly, leading to a favorable trade balance. An even greater trade surplus was seen in 1930 as exports almost held their own. The dynamic and export sectors now virtually supported the entire economy as agriculture and heavy industry contracted both production and consumption. During these good years, there was substantial shifting in the balance of forces within industry. In 1925 the two fractions of industry were, politically, roughly in equilibrium. Between 1919 and 1925, the right or national wing of heavy industrialists successfully accomplished the reversal of the major working class gains of the revolutionary period and eliminated the SPD from the government. 47 The Republic was made acceptable. After 1925, the dynamic, liberal fraction seemed to gain the upper hand. But different groups continued to articulate different political programs grounded in different coalitions and bases of mass support, and it is to that articulation which we now turn. With the acceptance of the Dawes Plan, the beginning of an economic recovery, and the formation of an all-bourgeois government after the 1924 elections, bourgeois and industrial forces were in a position to create a broader political base for their social dominance. This became evident in Stresemann's attempts to garner the parliamentary support of the SPD, even at the risk of annoying and losing the right wing of his own DVP along with the DNVP. 48 The counterpart of this parliamentary opening to the working class took place within the industrial organizations and reflected the ascent of the dynamic export fraction. Thus, in January 1925, Karl Duisberg, the welfare professor, late of Conflicts within the industrial sector /123. The Chemical Industries Association and the expanded IG Farben, was elected head of the RDI. Duisberg was chosen over Albert Vogler and Ernst von Borsig. Vogler was a steel industrialist, Stresemann's archenemy, who seceded from the right wing of the DVP to join the DNVP in response to the foreign minister's strategy of international reintegration and cooperation with the SPD. Von Borsig was the similarly uncompromising chief of the reactionary Arbeitgeberverband. Duisberg overcame a somewhat feigned reluctance to be put forward when Silverberg, Abraham Froian of the textile industry, and Paul Ledgers of the machine industry warned that Duisberg was the only one of the candidates acceptable to the export and processing industries who might otherwise secede and form a new BDL. 49 The leaders of Ruhr-based, domestic heavy industry now believed the RDI to be dominated by Berlin political types, deal-makers of the sort who, during the period of popular upheaval, had exceeded, if not ignored, the wishes of heavy industry in pushing the Stins-Legion agreements and the ZAG. Duisberg brought with him, as business chairman, Ludwig Kastel, an active proponent of a fulfillment policy toward reparations and a strategy to reintegrate Germany into the world economy. 50 Kastel's two associates were Hermann Bucher, soon to be an IG Farben and German General Electric advisor, and Jacob Hurl, a leader of the old BDL. Both were known for their moderately progressive social views. The 1925 elections were thus a clear success for the dynamic export fraction in distinct contrast to the 1919 contest in which all the presidium candidates of the electrical, chemical, machine, and South German artisanal industries had been defeated. During Duisberg's tenure, the advisory committee to the Vorsitzender, the Präsidium, and the Vorstand were all expanded from 6 to 12, 16 to 34, and 60 to 100 members, respectively. The previous preponderance of heavy industry was temporarily ended in the course of this expansion. As Weisbrod's research has shown, only 5 of the 20 figures to belong to Duisberg's Beret. 124 Between 1925 and 1930 were associated with mining or iron and steel production, and on a regional basis, the industrialists of Saxony, a very different lot, were accorded greater representation than the Rhenish-Westphalian Langnamverein. 51. The Economic Policy Committee of the Präsidium and Vorstand was chaired by Bucher and his assistant Clemens Lammers of the paper industry. Of its 20 members, 3 each belonged to the machine building and small iron and steel wares industries, and 2 each to the electrical and chemical industries, all dynamic export branches. 2 each belonged to the paper and printing, textile, and construction and shipbuilding industries, a mixed group, but leaning more toward the dynamic export fraction, and only 2 each clearly belonging to the mining and basic ferrous metals industries. On the 34-member Presidium, between 1925 and 1929 heavy industry was generally represented by only 8 voices. Of the 100 or so delegates to the Vorstand, it sent only 21. Domestic-oriented heavy industry fared just as poorly in all the other RDI committees and bodies. 52. The Duisburg regime inaugurated a period in which the chief body formulating industrial politics was oriented primarily toward the interests and strategies of the dynamic and export branches. 53. And the representatives of heavy industry, now in a distinct policy-making minority, were forced to retreat to their own captive organizations, such as the Langnamverein and Wiedese. From these and other outposts, the leaders of Western heavy industry attacked the tax, finance, social, labor, trade, and other policies of both the bourgeois and Grand Coalition governments of the years 1925 to 30. On occasion they were joined in their efforts by the RDI as a whole, but frequently, too, they ignored the central organization and were ignored by it. During these years they set neither the tone nor the agenda for industrial politics. As often and nastily as they may have bristled, they did not lead. Instead, a revised and more cooperative industrial orientation emerged in the realm of state social policy and trade policy, and accompanying that new orientation was a different posture toward labor and its place in the state. The re-establishment of Germany's economic potential and international stature required a national consensus, which would be based on reintegration of a chastened but still strong SPD. 54. The anti-socialist bloc gave way to a class compromise bloc. 55. A fragile compact for a period of limited growth and progress. It was possible for ascendant members of the dominant economic classes, in this case the dynamic export fraction, to abandon the interests of other economically dominant fractions, wholly or in part, in favor of more thoroughgoing collaboration with parts of the organized working class. This collaboration with the working class was feasible because the essential interests of industry seemed no longer to be threatened. A series of compromise equilibria, albeit unstable ones, was now possible. The counter-revolution of 1919-23 had guaranteed for industry that it would continue, in Gramsci's words, to exercise the decisive function in the decisive nucleus of economic activity. With such a guarantee, a popular class state was possible. 56. Once the revolutionary and insurrectionary impulse of the working class had been defeated, some of its interests could be incorporated and molded by the ascendant dynamic fraction of industry. Thus, in mid-1925, Hermann Bucher called for labor and social peace. He suggested binding, compulsory arbitration of wage disputes and even recommended a socialist, former labor minister Rudolf Wissel, as chief arbitrator. 57. He also told businessmen to stop cheating on their corporate and personal taxes because their own good was now linked to the public good. In his presidential address, Duisburg professed his personal loyalty to the Weimar Consti. 126/Tuschen and, rather hesitantly, even to democracy. He called for a concise abandonment of pre-war industrial attitudes toward the unions and even acknowledged the justice and frequent practicality of the 8-hour day. 58. The interests he expressed were certainly those of capitalist industrialists, but the emphases and programmatic implications were just as certainly different from those favored by heavy industry. In his turn at the podium, von Borsig of Arbeitgeberverband took direct issue with Bucher and raged against compulsory arbitration. In the conference closing presentation, however, Kastel not only avoided reference to von Borsig's remarks but proceeded to antagonize heavy industry further by arguing that domestic consumers ought to be freed from the high prices for basic industrial goods that kept down both their consumption and real income levels. 59. This more cooperative approach was possible because it issued from a position of strength. The ad hoc institutions of the revolutionary period, which might have, and for brief moments actually had, operated as institutions of counter-hegemony or dual power in the hands of the working class, had either been dismantled, penetrated, or recaptured by industry. Foreign policy, national policy, and social policy could now be formed into a coherent whole. Just as acceptance of the Dawes Plan was intended to link Germany's foreign creditors to the fate of its economy, so social policy and the acknowledgement of labor's due were intended to insert the working class through the right wing of the SPD into a national endeavor with a reconsolidated capitalism. In both areas it was a question of costs that at least the dynamic fraction was willing, and could afford, to pay. Both of these tasks were facilitated by the reorientation of RDI policy following the elections of 1924, which had produced heavy losses on the left and large gains on the right. 60. This two-pronged strategy of the dynamic fraction did, however, widen the cleavages within industry. Acceptance of the Dawes Plan precipitated a minor secession from the RDI, as we have suggested. The new policy of social peace and class cooperation and competition precipitated a struggle within it because of both the economic costs and political implications involved. In this struggle the representatives of heavy industry were unable, before 1929 or 1930, to rally the collective forces of industry on behalf of their stated goals. As early as 1926, Riesk and Max Schlenker put together a program intended as an alternative to the policies pursued by the RDI and the government, but virtually none of its planks were adopted. Most of them had been or would have been adopted before 1925, and most in fact were again in 1930, but in the situation pertaining between 1925 and the onset of the crisis they could not expect to obtain the assent of the RDI. 61. Almost all of what heavy industry now opposed became either law or policy in the course of the next 4 years. None of what Schlenker and Riesk here proposed was adopted, either by the new RDI regime or by the governments of 1925 to early 1930. The election results of 1924 and the establishment of an all-bourgeois government had made entrepreneurs and state and industry and parliament central discussion topics at the 1925 RDI meetings. The direct, parliamentary influence of industry expanded, numerous industrialists belonged to the victorious parties, and some even became members of Parliament 62 and the executive. The RDI meetings of 1926 sought to come to grips with the opening to the SPD, and therefore they highlighted the splits within industry. The political class struggle of the previous half-dozen years and the outcome of that struggle contributed to a change in the structure and programs of both industry and working class. In the case of the SPD, this manifested itself in a political and theoretical shift from social politics to production politics, in the neutral state implications of the theory of organized capitalism, and in 128/ an ever-hardening attitude toward the KPD. 63. In the case of industry, Paul Silverberg's keynote speech at the RDI meetings in Dresden of September 1926 set out the new lines of demarcation as articulated by the dynamic figures: social peace and compromise with labor through acceptance of the Republic, and an export offensive through trade treaties that would be negotiated largely at the expense of agriculture and backward sections of German industry. Silverberg announced that industry now had an absolutely affirmative attitude toward the state and that no government was possible without labor. Germany could not only not be governed against social democracy, it could not be governed without social democracy. And, now that the SPD had abandoned the politics of force, the politics of the street, and had responsibly accepted the politics of facts rather than of doctrine, that party was needed and ought to be welcomed into government. A social partnership was the order of the day for the sake of the nation. 64. Like Duisberg, Silverberg offered a trade-off: industry would accept popular government and the formally democratic republic in exchange for abandonment of anti-capitalist pretensions on the part of the SPD and unions. This, neither more nor less, was the meaning of Silverberg's speech. 65. Of course Silverberg called on the workers to abandon socialist illusions first, but in fact the SPD was prepared to do that, for the most part it already had. Further, Silverberg expected, naively or otherwise, that cooperating with labor would further tame and integrate it, national leadership would thus be more likely to remain with Germany's entrepreneurs. 66. Such a tacit agreement would mark a labor industry modus. Conflicts within the industrial sector. I-129. Vivendi and initiate what Duisberg and others within industry's dynamic fraction expected to be a political and economic upwards development. Ignoring the objections of the Employers' League, top leaders of the RDI had begun weekly secret meetings with members of the ADGB leadership, and although their early sessions dealt with somewhat less contentious issues like tariffs and currency revaluation, the more difficult ones were also to appear on the agenda. 67. Kastel later expanded on Silverberg's theme. What Germany needed, he argued, was an export offensive predicated on quality production and expanded trade and consumption. This was later the theme of the 1927 RDI convention, at which delegates accepted sweeping social and labor legislation and increased public and state expenditures. Silverberg's speech immediately elicited heated and emphatic responses from labor, both socialist and Christian, all the political parties, agriculture, and heavy industry. 68. Whereas the dynamic fraction, in lieu of other, unavailable popular bases, sought to incorporate the economic demands of labor while enlisting its mass political support, the heavy industry fraction found no solace in a program that threatened both its profitability and pivotal political position. The stage was set for conflicts between the two fractions which would last for the duration of the Republic. Representatives of heavy industry opposed Stresemann in the Reichstag and the Silverberg line in the RDI. In the former arena, they worked for a unification of all the bourgeois parties right of the DDP, and in the latter they pleaded the case, along with agriculture, for a domestic market and anti-socialist strategy. They wanted coalition to the right, not the left, and were not particularly prepared to compromise. 69. Unlike the leaders of the new, capital-intensive industries of the 130/Second Industrial Revolution or the representatives of the export-oriented skilled crafts industries, the men of domestic heavy industry were neither inclined nor in a position to compromise with labor. The industrialists from Baden, Middle Germany, and Saxony, indeed, the majority of the RDI Presidium, might be able to afford and support Silverberg and Stresemann, but not so the captains of the Ruhr. 70. Riesk, who was angered at not being informed of Silverberg's speech ahead of time, as well as by its content, decided to reply at the first available opportunity, namely the Langnamverein meetings beginning on October 1. 71. He wanted to be joined by a Rhenish-Westphalian industrialist from outside the mining or steel industries, but he was unable to line up anyone from outside those branches. 72. Instead, he shared the podium with the rather predictable Thiessen, who could manage no better than to insist that the soul of the workers is neither socialist nor clerical but rather German. 73. On a more programmatic level, Riesk rejected outright the implications of Silverberg's speech. And he informed the assembled Langnamverein convention that only a market and coalition strategy based on the productive strata, especially agriculture, and on the internal market, could make Germany prosperous again and provide industry with tolerable economic policies. 74. If Duisberg wanted his viable and strong government, it should be one composed of parties representing those productive strata rather than unreliable workers' representatives. Thus, whereas the RDI strategy implied the Grand Coalition, the heavy industry strategy implied some variant of the bourgeois Sammlung coalition. Neither fraction could achieve what it wanted on its own terms. For a Sammlung bloc, there was insufficient unity, and when the Grand Coalition finally arrived in 1928, it came as a result of the SPD's electoral victory. Throughout its duration from autumn 1928 to spring 1930, the Grand Coalition was the subject of conflicts between the fractions of industry. Before the Depression led all of industry to reconsider the costs and benefits of coalition with the SPD, industrial opinion had varied within a broad range. At one extreme were commercial and exporting groups like the DIHT who welcomed the trade and social policies of the new coalition and who were willing to pay added social costs in exchange for a counterweight to the protectionist demands of agriculture and monopoly price policies of heavy industry. At the other extreme were groups, especially in Ruhr heavy industry, like the VDES-1 and Langnamverein, with opposed interests who allowed the Grand Coalition no quarter. 75 So long as the labor industry compromise remained viable, and so long as Germany's export picture remained bright, the balance of forces within the RDI would continue to favor the dynamic sector. The forces themselves had not changed much over the previous 3 decades, even some of the chief spokesmen remained the same. 76. Eduard Hamm, chairman of the DIHT, considered 1928 a boom year and an appropriate time both to increase exports and make concessions to the labor unions. Industry and commerce should, he maintained, never indulge in simple naysaying toward labor. Germany's reintegration into the world economy was the only way out of her dilemma, and even domestic cartels ought to give way before that priority. 77 This 132 was tantamount to full support of the Grand Coalition's program. Labor and this fraction of industry agreed that exports equal jobs 78 and that industrialists had to check those in their own ranks who impeded cooperation. Thus, to counter the veto right within the RDI that the Langnamverein had attempted to claim for itself, moves were undertaken through 1929 nearly to double the size of the RDI executive, thereby increasing the role of the smaller, export, and coalition-oriented producers, many from Saxony and the South. 79. It was at least partially to counter this tendency within the RDI and the hostility of the DIHT and Hansebund that the 12 top leaders of Rhenish Westphalian industry formed the Ruhr late at the end of 1927. 80 Economics Minister Curtius personified the export labor trade-off supported by those other groups, and he was a special object of heavy industry's ire. It was against him and Stresemann that heavy industry propagated the term Illusionspolitik and supported agriculture's demands for high tariffs and a return to the domestic market. While the RDI meetings of June 1929 declared that a high level of exports is an economic and political necessity, spokesmen for the Langnamverein responded that limiting imports, lowering taxes, reducing Sozialpolitik, and terminating reparations would make a far better national program. 81 Just as the benefits derived from reparations and exports were supposedly illusory, so Curtius's cooperation with the unions in favor of the 8-hour day was perceived as Illusionspolitik. Finally, the case of the Ruhr lockouts of autumn 1928 underscored both heavy industry's hostility toward the Grand Coalition and the split within the ranks of industry. About 250,000 Ruhr metal workers were. Conflicts within the industrial sector I-133. Locked out by their employers upon expiration of their contract in mid-October in what amounted to a provocation by heavy industry through the Northwest Employers Organization. 82 Under attack were both the prerogative of the labor minister, now a socialist, to undertake binding compulsory arbitration and the entire labor industry modus vivendi, come to fruition in the Grand Coalition. 83 But the lockout did not evoke from the RDI and other central organizations the kind of support industrialists had taken for granted would be forthcoming. Paul Riesk remarked bitterly that we here in the West are extremely shocked and outraged that the RDI and Berliners are not supporting us in this struggle, one which we have undertaken in the interests of the maintenance of the German and free economy. 84 Not all of industry was yet prepared for the euphemistic healthy economy in a strong state, which had already become the goal of heavy industry. To understand the political and ideological divergences between the two fractions of industry more clearly, both in regard to the Grand Coalition and the various governments that succeeded it, we must look more closely at the world of production in the industrial economy as a whole and within its fractions or branches. This will then provide a context for examining further the economic conflicts within industry and the political activity of its fractions. The pessimism and lack of confidence with which the heavy industry fraction greeted the social, trade, commercial, fiscal, and reparations policies of the governments of 1925 to 30 contrasted sharply with the 134 attitude of the dynamic fraction. As we have noted, it was generally the case that Block 3 was most acceptable to the modern and profitable industries, together with those where fixed rather than variable capital seemed to contribute most to profits. A look at the performance and structure of production in several key industries will facilitate the analysis. Within the framework of the general stagnation of the period, 85, the expansive, dynamic industries were affiliated politically with the liberal bloc, whereas the stagnant industries belonged to the national bloc. The striking variation in production levels, highlighted in Table 15, found its parallel in the political attitudes of the corresponding industrialists. Table 16 indicates the relative economic importance of the major industries insofar as that was reflected in the size of the workforce and the net value of production. 86. These 5 branches of industry accounted for over half of the total net income from all non-agricultural production. Like the production indices, the employment figures demonstrate substantial unevenness in the extent and duration of industrial recovery and expansion. Juxtaposed, these two tables make clear that the stagnant industries retained a crucial economic presence despite their relative decline before the dynamic branches. Together, Tables 16 and 17 demonstrate the movement and burden of wages in several key industries. The burden of wages in any particular industry is not, however, simply a function of their level and the number of employees, and, as the tables indicate, particularly those industries in the capital-intensive branches where production and workforce were expanding, like chemicals and electronics, could generally afford greater wage increases. Further, industries like textiles and clothing characterized by low wages and a large workforce were increasingly less typical of the German economy. German industrialists were fully aware of the differential impact of labor costs on their production and profits. The RDI's analysis of taxation, receipts, and wages in 1927 discussed these differences in detail. It was generally argued that there were no profits in production, even in this very good year. 56% of value added went to wages, 15% to salaries, 7% to social insurance, 10% to taxes, and only 10% to the company itself. 87 of all the industries, mining had the highest proportion of costs devoted to wages, salaries, and social insurance while having a mere 4% profit rate. The rate of profit in the iron and steel producing industry was less than 2.8%. On the other hand, the textile industry enjoyed a 10% rate of profit owing largely to low wages, and the electrotechnical branch enjoyed a 7% rate, thanks largely to the minor role played by wage costs. 88-89 examined on an industry-by-industry basis, the varying place of labor costs becomes dramatic. 87 Besteuerung, Ertragende Arbeitslohn im Jahr 1927, Veröffentlichung der RDI, number 47, p. 15. 88. IBID, pages 31 to 33. 89. Value added equals value of marketed goods minus costs of materials. Value added is, by convention, defined as labor costs plus profits. Table 18 compares the shares of the component labor for several industries in regard to both sales or the value of marketed goods and the value added. 9. The higher raw material and fixed costs, the lower the component or share of labor in total costs and vice versa. The labor component in the value of marketed goods reveals the share of labor in determining the price of marketed goods. The labor component in the value added reveals the share of labor in transforming raw materials into marketed products. In other words, labor, according to Table 18, accounts for B% of the costs in an industry while creating D% of the profits. The exploitation ratio indicates how much an industrialist in a given industry might have received in return for his wage inputs. In mining, For example, the share constituted by labor costs was an extremely high 50%, while labor contributed only a slightly above average 83% to profits. In chemicals, on the other hand, labor costs were an extremely low 15%, so that labor's 68% contribution to profits made workers in this branch much more worth their money. By and large, the less worth its money the labor force in a given industry, the more opposed were its entrepreneurs to organized labor and the Grand Coalition. 90. There were few anomalies, generally explicable. 91. The bottom line for entrepreneurs is, of course, profits. The results for 1927 are displayed in Table 19, which verifies that the dynamic industries generally enjoyed higher rates of profit and far better net-to-gross earnings ratios. 92. Another variable that we have contended helps account for the political and coalitional preferences of different groups of industrialists was export orientation. Although substantial involvement in exports would not in itself dispose an industry toward political cooperation with the organized working class, the desire to remain competitive could have the opposite effect. The Stresemann policy of reintegrating Germany internationally was dependent on SPD support. In addition, in the case of many export products, their advanced technical state-of-the-art quality compensated for any higher prices. Table 20 lists the absolute and index figures for the value and volume of exports and indicates their share of the world trade. The data indicate that the international iron and coal cartels were especially successful in keeping prices up even once volume plummeted. A particularly stark example is provided by comparing the 1930 price and volume indices for coal and chemicals. Further justification is provided for the view that the 20s was a period of general economic stagnation in the West, although Germany's dynamic industries constituted partial exceptions, as their export volumes and world market shares testify. Such industries were the backbone of the liberal fraction of German industry, and the importance of these export branches clearly grew. In 1925, 2.7 million German workers produced 9.3 billion RM worth of goods for export. By 1929, 4.1 million workers produced 13.5 billion RM worth of goods for export, a degree of recovery and even expansion unmatched by the domestic sector. 93. For the period 1926-30, Germany's trade balance was more favorable than the rest of Europe's. Once the Depression began, the export branches not only remained more viable than the domestic branches but gained internationally as well. Germany went from the world's number 3 exporter in 1929 to number 1 in 1931, outstripping both Britain and the United States. 94. Heavy industry lacked the political strength that export industry derived from its superior economic position and cooperation with the SPD in matters of trade, fiscal, reparations, and even social policies. Not only did working-class gains limit heavy industry's profitability, but Stresemann's acceptance of armaments restrictions was a further limiting of heavy industry's field of activity. 95. The support of the rural sector, itself even more economically depressed, could not tip the balance in heavy industry's favor. 96. Of all the branches of heavy industry, mining probably suffered the earliest downturn. Its fortunes had already peaked in 1926. In that year the mines had obtained some 88% of the foreign loans made in Rhineland. Westphalia. By 1928 the mine owners received only 22% of a slightly larger gross, and perhaps with good reason. Because of cheap, primarily Polish, competition, the Ruhr mine owners claimed to be losing nearly 1.5 RM per ton. 97. In this regard, too, mine owners felt a distinct kinship with organized landwirtschaft. These two were bearing the brunt of higher costs, and it was they, according to Arthur Morris of the Dresdner Bank, who are paying off the Dawes Plan. Heavy industry was slowly but surely going the way of agriculture toward near bankruptcy. 98. Because the mining and steel industries belonged to several international cartels, tariffs and quotas were not as salient to them as they were to agriculture. This difference limited the identity of interests between those two fractions, as the ascendance of export industry had limited the identity of interests between the two industrial fractions themselves. Heavy industry's emphasis instead was on the losses it incurred through high wages, Sozialpolitik, and taxes policies emerging from the export labor coalition. 99 Since no dyadic coalition could prove entirely satisfactory to industry, efforts to unify the two fractions of industry were never abandoned. Heavy industry, in particular, was anxious to counteract its declining economic position by establishing mechanisms to bind the two fractions of industry together, preferably in such a way as to reassert its own leadership. Such mechanisms were at once economic and political, private and public. They reflected the conflicts within industry and were attempts to overcome them. 4 Inter-industrial conflicts and mechanisms, AVI, tariffs, and reparations. Some of the tensions between the two fractions of industry can be illuminated by examining 3 specific areas of conflict and the mechanisms that were established or proposed to manage them. The first set of conflicts arose simply because some industries, the processing branches, were customers of others, the primary producers. The former wanted to buy at low cost, and the latter to sell at high profit. Much of this conflict could be and was settled privately, but recourse to the state was available and used. The second arena was national trade policy. 142. How and to whose advantage would trade treaties be negotiated and with what compensatory considerations, economic and political? International trade agreements automatically involved the state and reflected, however imperfectly, the balance of class forces. The third arena was the issue of reparations, specifically the Young Plan. There was a clear split between those who believed fulfillment to be the best policy for the German nation and economy and those who preferred a showdown and reckoning. Businessmen represented Germany in international reparations negotiations, the 2 bankers and 2 industrialists who led the delegation split down the middle. The outcome of these various conflicts was a dislocation of economic, from political, dominance within industry. One consequence of this dislocation was a quicker end to the labor export coalition and the foreclosure of certain political options after 1930. The inability of either fraction of industry to emerge as clearly dominant lessened industry's political effectiveness and constrained it to accept a political solution in whose making it had little say. 100 The first inter-industrial conflict we examine was the mechanism used to regulate relations between the buyers of ferrous metals and their producers. This mechanism was an export rebate scheme known as the Iron Processing Industries Agreement. The thrust of the agreement was that in exchange for not challenging politically the fixed and high price of domestic iron and steel, the producers of these raw goods would refund to the processing and finishing industries the difference between the domestic and world prices for that portion of the iron and steel which the latter industries subsequently exported. While they worked, the AVI agreements bound the generally smaller, more numerous, less cohesive, and export-oriented finishing industries to the car telephones of heavy industry, not just economically but politically as well. Though costly to the primary producers especially once the depreciation began and the world price became otherwise meaningless, these agreements were crucial in preventing a break between the two fractions. Heavy industry obtained complete control over the domestic market, including pricing, 101 while the finishing industries improved their international positions. Freed of pressure from the left, heavy industry was better able to deal with organized agriculture on its. The first AVI Accord was reached in 1925, and its consequences were felt immediately. Most representatives of the finishing industries in the DDP, Zentrum, and DVP momentarily deserted their usual partners in Handelspolitik, the SPD, and voted for higher tariffs and against a SAR agreement with France. 103 Suddenly, the finishing industries could accept heavy industry's cartels. They ceased opposing the IRG and, after further assurances, even opposed government surveillance of cartel price policies. High domestic prices were now acceptable because they subsidized exports. Once again a Republican government was unsuccessful in interpreting the interests of the bourgeoisie as a whole against its parts, 104 As industrialists preferred to institutionalize their internecine conflicts within their own organizations. So long as the economy was expansive, the AVI mechanism continued to work. Thus, a substantial number of processing industries altered their initial positions and supported the Ruhr steel producers' lockout of October 1928. With their significant influence in the liberal and democratic press, they did considerable harm to the union's efforts. 105 With the onset of the Depression, both partners turned to an attack on Sozialpolitik rather than to a reconsideration of their own price structures. At least initially, the AVI exporters had little cause to complain. The lower world market prices fell, the higher rose their rebates, and, since the domestic market contracted while their exports actually grew, they became increasingly dependent on their rebates. Hence, many were even willing to join heavy industry's opposition to Bruning's 1931 call for price cuts, even if, unlike heavy industry, they were not prepared to oppose Bruning altogether. The AVI agreements were important to heavy industry because of the declining value and increased costs of alliance with organized agriculture. Of course, the rub was that to retain AVI support, heavy industry had to pay even larger amounts. This, together with the temptation to expand into the profitable finishing trades, led to the steel producers' demands for revision of the accords. 106 Between 1925 and 1930, heavy industry had bought a rightward drift in the politics of many finishing industries. Now a different form of payment was in order. In 1928 and 1929 the strength of the processing industries within the RDI was enhanced not only by their economic vitality but also by their support of the Grand Coalition and cooperation with the SPD. Because of this greater freedom of political movement, the steel industrialists were forced to be more accommodating. Faced with an RDI resolution critical of the steel industry, Oscar Funk, describing the multifaceted character of the smaller producers, responded that egos perhaps played too large a role in his industry, but he and his colleagues fully recognized the responsibility to further the exports of the processing industries through the AVI agreements. 107 Paul Silverberg reiterated the complementarity of the two fractions of industry and stressed the absolute need for both groups to work together to save what left of and attempt to restore the lost position of the entrepreneur. Nevertheless, he chided the processing industries for demonstrating a certain conjuncture politischen opportunismus in their dickering with the political left and right. 108 The breaking of the Grand Coalition in March 1930 and the subsequent offensive against the SPD made the attainment of capitalist unity crucial. But the matter was not so simple. With each in pursuit of individual, entrepreneurial, and corporate interests, conflict between the steel and processing industries grew as the economic situation deteriorated in 1930. Representatives of the two groups met in October under the auspices of the RDI to try to find a compromise. The transcript of that meeting reveals clearly the balance of forces between and political drift of each of the fractions. Director Clem, as opposed to that of the iron producers, the situation of the processing industries is catastrophic. We view the matter of wages exactly as you do, but our wages are rigid too. But with us sales prices are determined by competition here and abroad. We are delivered up to the free play of forces. We have absolutely no monopolistic cartels. You can maintain constant domestic prices. Yet for iron we must pay 68% above the world price. You must reduce iron industry prices. Say you have losses. Let us not get into that, nor into GHH's dividend increase. To top it all off, you charge your own processing subsidiaries less than you charge us. We will be loyal, but we have to make our position clear on these matters. Ludwig Kastel, wage levels need not be maintained until the end of the contract period. But they must be changed through negotiation with the other side. Reichert, wages are the decisive thing. A general wage reduction affecting coal, or railways would really make a difference. Kastel, wages and prices must both drop immediately. Given reparations, Germany could not afford to lose any share of the world market. If producers were to convince the public that wages were too high and rigid, they would have to demonstrate that cartel prices were not. Ernst Poensgen, we must demonstrate the unity of all employers. The government had to saw off the branch on which it was sitting. Castell, the government wants to reduce prices. A great deal of courage is required for that, we should not frustrate it. Paul Pettinghouse, if I return home without a commitment to lower prices, my colleagues will stone me. The big concerns provision their own subsidiaries at lower prices than they charge us. Have used favorable deals with local governments for, and then underbid our firms. Lang, we ought to check, if a price reduction may not now be possible. We too will emphasize wage reductions. But one has first to dispel the argument that cartel prices are responsible for the current crisis. That would show the workers that wages alone are the cause of the crisis. 109 By mid-1931 the iron and steel producers had lost all interest in the export market that was more crucial than ever to the processing industries. The iron producers could simply no longer afford to pay the export rebates. In 1925, 70% of German iron and steel was consumed domestically and 30% ultimately exported. In 1928, the ratio was 50:50, by late 1931, it had reached 25:75. By that latter date, numerous steel producers were operating at 25% of capacity, with the domestic market absorbing only 22% of what it had absorbed as recently as 1929. Given the choice between abandoning their cartel pricing and continuing the full AVI rebates, they were highly ambivalent. 110 Heavy industry sought a way out of the 1925 agreements. Its representatives suggested procedures that would have rendered most of the smaller consumers ineligible for refunds. Other proposals would have reduced rebates to the amount of the tariff or some fraction of that amount. Still others would have provided the AVI industries a fixed quota of cheap iron to divide as they themselves saw fit. 111 Reichsbank President Luther and the Chancellery were called upon to limit the export industry's access to foreign currency, thereby forestalling their circumvention of the reduced rebate rates. The AVI controversy became a major subject of recriminations in the press, in Parliament, and within the RDI. 112 In March 1932, the RDI was again called upon to mediate or arbitrate. For the RDI, the issue became a test of the political balance of forces within it. Under the impact of the struggle against organized labor and the SPD, the RDI had swung to the right in mid-1930 and then again in mid-1931. The selection of the steel man Crook to replace the retiring chemicals man D. Uisberg in September 1931 illustrated the renewed organizational dominance of heavy industry. That May, Riesk had indicated to Crook that the RDI was ready for this change, no purge would be necessary. 113 Instead, heavy industry would attempt to integrate the demands of the exporters into an overall program that the former would oversee. Renewed leadership by the heavy, domestic market-oriented fraction of industry could only facilitate the move toward a new Sammlung bloc. Trade policy was another area of inter-industrial conflict where developments and outcomes both reflected and affected relations between the fractions of industry. It was also an area in which a multitude of organizations sought the intervention of political parties and the executive branch on their individual behalves. 114 During the period of export labor cooperation from 1925 to 1930, Foreign Minister Stresemann and Economics Minister Curtius pursued a trade-expanding policy of most favored nation treaties, which proved damaging to organized agriculture and divisive for industry. While the dynamic fraction profited from these policies, heavy industry gambled instead on the expansion of the internal market together with participation in international cartels. After 1925 it became increasingly apparent that this was not a good wager. 115 The prototype for fractional conflict over trade policy was the protracted discord over a treaty with Poland. After 1925, the mining and steel industries, especially those of Upper Silesia, joined organized agriculture in opposing a trade treaty with low-cost Poland. Together, heavy industry and the RLB frustrated the efforts of Stresemann, Curtius, and the export industries to conclude a broad-ranging agreement. 116 export industrialists attempted to portray trade with Poland as involving essentially the exchange of Polish raw materials for German finished goods. Karl Lang contended that Agri. 148/ cultural goods constituted only 13% of all imports from Poland and that East Prussia's economic problems were not to be blamed on Poland. The nation must not, he argued in 1928, accept the foolish arguments which the estate owners provided the Langnamverein and which they now both used against Stresemann. 117 Heavy industry's interest in opposing the treaty was increased by the prospect of gaining greater support from agriculture in the fight against the Grand Coalition and its wage, tax, and social policies. Heavy industry's opposition was not severe enough to prevent a treaty supported by the entire labor export coalition, but the lines of a future autarkic coalition did begin to emerge in the course of the debate. Paul Riesk wrote, an industry-friendly member of the Agrarian League executive, that neither I personally nor any of the enterprises I lead has the slightest interest in a trade treaty with Poland. However, Eastern and Middle German industries need this agreement badly. Yet agriculture and especially the RLB hotheads reject completely even the most minor concessions. Schlenker held this no way to improve cooperation and join ranks in our current struggle as well as against the entire direction of the government. 118 Riesk's contact man in Berlin, Martin Blank, was informed by the agrarians that heavy industry, if it expected the shoulder-to-shoulder support of agriculture in social, fiscal, reparations, and political questions, would have to reverse the slap-in-the-face attitude toward agriculture which it had let representatives of the dynamic and export industries manifest in the Poland question. 119 Riesk and others were not yet in a position to do that, although they did step up their efforts. Thus, at the very time the RDI was formulating its contribution to an agrarian program, a program that met with near total denunciation by organized Landwirtschaft, some Ruhr steel industrialists raised the slogan "Protection of National Production." 120 While a majority RDI report detailed state assistance to agriculture, which it described as thankless and incompetent, and advocated more trade with Poland, heavy industry came to agriculture's defense in the name of the national economy. 121. The series of trade treaties negotiated after 1925 resulted largely from the cooperation of the dynamic fraction of industry with labor. The collapse of the Grand Coalition came as a result of domestic factors, primarily the rising costs of that cooperation, but with the coalition's fall and the slowdown of international trade, the two protectionist fractions, agriculture and heavy industry, reasserted themselves. They began to stage a political comeback even as their economic situations deteriorated. Trade treaties did, at least, help keep heavy industry producing. But in a situation where high labor costs, taxes, and social welfare payments, and ballooning rebate requirements combined to take the profit out of production, heavy industry lost interest in maintaining the volume of production. 122 and, hence, in the trade treaties that kept the export branches not only busy but profitable as well. The export drive, which began with great fervor in 1925 and made Germany one of the most adamant supporters of free trade at the World Economic's conference in Geneva in 1927, split the two fractions of industry and, by 1930, became for one of them little more than an onerous burden. Exports allowed individual capitalists to make substantial profits and extend German influence. 123 But the national necessity to export emerged from the assumption of reparations obligations under the Dawes Plan in 1925 as modified by the Young Plan in 1929. The policy of continuing to fulfill reparations was itself the subject of bitter conflicts within industry, and the victory of the fulfillment advocates over the catastrophe advocates, in October 1929 and again in March 1930, however narrow and unenthusiastic, was the last significant victory of the Grand Coalition. 124 Coming as it did at the end of the boom period. 150/ The majority of industry's representatives were convinced that they needed the Young Plan. A portion of this majority believed that acceptance of the plan would assist in limiting labor's demands and restoring fiscal responsibility. For the large minority at the center of the national opposition, the Young Plan signified national humiliation, long-term capital impoverishment, and a cementing of the export labor coalition's strategy of social peace and international reintegration, all on unsatisfactory terms. Germany's business representatives to the negotiations were split. The banker Karl Melchior of the Hamburg House of Warburg and the industrialists' agent Ludwig Kastel supported acceptance of the plan they had helped negotiate. The banker Hjalmar Schacht and the industrialist Albert Vogler rejected their own work and left the negotiating team. 125 The RDI unofficially supported Kastel, Melchior, and acceptance of the plan. The Langnamverein explicitly supported Vogler, Schacht, and its rejection. For the exporters and still more prosperous industries, the Young Plan, although it technically might require a half-century of reparations, promised not only immediate restoration of German sovereignty over important territories and public enterprises but also a continued and even enlarged flow of foreign credits along with the commercialization of reparations and war debts. These final points particularly appealed to Melchior, a prominent figure within the DIHT, and to the representatives of the dynamic and export industries in the RDI echelons. Because they promised little if any benefit to stagnant, domestic-oriented heavy industry, its representatives saw nothing in the Young Plan to recommend itself, not even the planned restoration of Germany's full control over her finances. For the time being, however, the balance of forces within industry still favored the dynamic fraction and its cooperation with the Grand Coalition government, and the Young Plan's opponents had to admit defeat. 126. Many in heavy industry were prepared to allow the RDI to incur the blame for any consequences of the plan and, hence, did not militate strongly against it or act in support of the Hilter-Hugenberg referendum against the plan and its proponents. 127 The RDI at its October 1929 convention described the Young Plan as exceeding Germany's ability to pay but necessary politically. For heavy industry, the political necessities the plan dictated were of a different order, ending cooperation with organized labor and the SPD. Those supporting acceptance saw it as a necessary evil to be accepted quickly and quietly, and indeed, the RDI convention's discussion was notable for its brevity. 128 In contrast, the Langnamverein meeting was orchestrated to maximize the vehemence of the plan's opponents and to disassociate them from any responsibility for its success. 129 In addition to manifesting support for the Vogler hard line, the Ruhr industrialists used the occasion to call for the immediate reversal of the already impossible burden placed on us by outrageously high wages and taxes. Especially endangered, said Riesk, our agriculture. 152 Heavy industry and the raw material industries. 130 Opposition to the Young Plan became intertwined with the overall critique of policies approved or tolerated by the dynamic fraction. In one and the same paragraph, Riesk could protest that 5 generations of tribute and the sellout of the German economy are unacceptable. The Young Plan will reduce the German Volk from a nation to a geographical expression. Not counting debts and interest, the demands on the economy have increased 18 billion RM since 1925, 3.5 billion in taxes, 10 billion in wages, 3 billion in salaries, and 1.4 billion in social welfare expenses. Were the social purchasing power theories correct, we should be in the midst of blooming prosperity. We are not. The execution of the Young Plan on top of all that is impossible. The enslavement of the German people for the rest of the century is impossible. 131 Kastel's view was almost diametrically opposed. For him, world economic developments and Germany's ability to export were critical. Responding to the British reparation agent MacFadyen's suggestion that Germany facilitate its debt payments by cutting public expenditures, Kastel wrote that social welfare costs are a premium for warding off Bolshevism. Were those not paid, then large sections of social democracy would wind up in the communist camp. By preventing this, Germany serves the interests of other European countries as well. 132 Even once allowances are made for the rhetorical components in both statements, the severity of the split between the two fractions remains clear, as does the inadequacy of the mechanisms designed to overcome the division. 5. Political responses to the crisis: Bürgerblock, Brianing Bloc, and national opposition. The abandonment of the Grand Coalition by the bourgeois parties and its subsequent collapse in March 1930 left the dominant social classes without a popular base to support their program for overcoming the worsening economic situation. 133 prominent industrialists strove to replace the late coalition with a bourgeois concentration, but were unable to marshal either the requisite unity or popular support. Besides their growing electoral weakness, several of the bourgeois parties would not cooperate with each other. 134 Thus, some in the DVP would under no circumstances unite with the DDP, yet others would unite with that party only. The largest burgher-like party remained the DNVP, but Hugenberg's leadership was unacceptable not only to other politicians but to the industrial proponents of unity as well. Although the unification efforts of the industrialists were multifaceted, they were confused and reflected the salient divisions within industry. Eduard Hamm of the DIHT and August Weber of the textile industry, for example, financed the Liberal Alliance, which tried to bring about a merger of the DDP and DVP at the same time that Paul Riesk and Fritz Springorum attempted to unite the DNVP, the DVP, the Wirtschaftspartei, and other splinter parties while excluding the DDP. 135 And, while all the unity proposals involved the DVP, that party's chief parliamentary and ministerial figure, Curtius, was utterly unacceptable to almost all of heavy industry, which inveighed against him constantly. 136 Heavy industry also found unacceptable the DVP finance minister, Paul Moldenhauer, formerly of IG Farben, because he ignored the immediate needs of business in the name of some vague long-term goal. 137 Whereas some industrialists viewed the Zentrum as a large and needed pillar of any burger bloc, others saw it as too spoils-oriented and a major impediment to that goal. Many in the DVP were unprepared to forgive the Zentrum its Prussian Black-Red coalition, but refused, to subordinate themselves to the DNVP. While the DVP leadership bore real enmity toward the DDP, Bosch and IG Farben continued to fund it. 138 The various efforts to buy or blackmail the bourgeois parties into combination or coalition continued through 1932, but they all failed. The goals of the forces within industry were too divergent, selfish, and narrowly defined to be amenable to formation into one unified political voice. Despite critical financial support, the heavy-handed involvement of industrialists did nothing to enhance the electoral appeal of the bourgeois parties. In the absence of any substantial bourgeois unity, both fractions of industry were initially constrained to accept an SPD-tolerated Brüning government as the successor to the Grand Coalition. Initially, too, Brüning's program promised a restoration of profitability through lower wages, reduced state expenditures, a further revision of reparations, and general austerity combined with an expansive trade policy, all in the context of a strong government semi-independent of parliament. Such a catch-all program was bound to follow a zigzag course, but one that could not meet the needs of both fractions of industry so long as the program did not seek to eliminate all SPD and labor influence. Short of such a commitment, the two competing fractions of industry would still need to thwart each other. 139 Dissatisfied with the tempo of Brüning's and Labour Minister Steigerwald's belt-tightening in the fiscal, labor, and social spheres, spokesmen for heavy industry began looking for alternatives as early as November 1930. Not only did Brüning leave intact the structural basis of Labour's economic gains, but he appeared intent on lowering basic industrial prices in order to facilitate an export drive and revision of reparations. 140 As noted above, Germany became the world's #1 exporter in 1930–31, and the exporting branches found the uses of general adversity quite sweet. August Heinrichsbauer, an associate of Reisk's Berlin representative Martin Blank and chief link to the national opposition, reported in December 1930 that the time for a so-called bourgeois concentration is past. It is a matter of providing the masses leaders from those already available. The essential goal must be to maintain and build the unity of the national opposition. The time for not only this but also that must be past. For his part, however, Reisk, replying to a report by Edgar Jung later in the month, preferred an attempt to create a movement whose goal is not to fit a point of crystallization between the bourgeois right and National Socialism. Much more, the movement should have in mind the creation of one national right, which would also tutor the Nazis. He and several colleagues may have noted Goebbels' readiness to promote the interests of entrepreneurs and his statement that wage cuts for the sake of reparations and the current system are unacceptable, but that he would put himself completely at the disposal of the entrepreneurial class if it joined in thoroughgoing opposition to the system. Reisk may also have noted Strasser's remark that industry has exerted itself too much for exports, the economy must be switched over from the world to the domestic market. That would mean the reinvigoration of agriculture. I embrace a feasible form of autarky. It would be too much to infer from these documents a switch to a strategy based on the Nazis. Reisk considered the Jung report so controversial that he asked him to destroy all his copies. 141 Nevertheless, they do help to demonstrate that the split between the liberal and national fractions of industry began almost as soon as the outlines of Brüning's program became clear, and the national opposition emerged as a real force. Brüning earned the wrath of heavy industry and the support of the heavy industries by mandating price as well as wage cuts under the threat of invoking the long-ignored cartel laws. This was a threat to the only advantage heavy industry still enjoyed: guaranteed high prices. By 156/1931 the United Steel Works was operating at about one-third of capacity, but its prices had dropped only 8% since 1929. Other branches of heavy industry were in a similar position. Mine operators faced sharply reduced demand and fresh labor militancy, and to these was now added Brüning's demand for price reductions. 142 The constellation of economic developments and political responses sharpened the split over Brüning and further dislocated political from economic leadership in industry. 143 From the viewpoint of heavy industry, Brüning's program was neither effective nor sufficient. Granted that through both legislation and presidential emergency decree, he increased workers' contributions to the unemployment insurance fund while reducing the amount and duration of benefits. Further, a cut in wages was decreed, while the tax on wages was raised and the tax on capital lowered. General government spending was restricted, and, after much debate, civil service salaries were reduced. But the attempt to reduce cartel prices by force and the failure to eliminate the influence of the SPD and unions limited Brüning's acceptability to the national fraction of industry. Brüning was weakened well before the conflict with Hindenburg and the estate owners that toppled him. 1. Brüning continued to receive some support, from the representatives of the more viable industries of the dynamic fraction, from the bank most closely associated with that fraction, from commercial and small industry organizations, from those who considered the Zentrum a stable and reliable mass base, and from all those who looked with favor or comfort on the efficacious presence of IG Farben executives at the head of the Economics Ministry and, earlier, Finance Ministry, and as financial advisor to the Chancellor. 145 Impatient and short-changed, representatives of heavy industry mobilized as they had a few months earlier when Duisberg suggested re-establishing the Arbeitsgemeinschaft. 146 Representatives of heavy industry discovered that united they possessed a greater degree of political maneuverability than the dynamic fraction, despite suffering from greater economic paralysis. 147 With the collapse of the export economy at the end of 1931 they were able to demand the political leadership of all of industry. By that time it was becoming increasingly less clear which fraction held the better position to set the tone and agenda for industry as a whole. Who would integrate whose demands into a program overseen by whom? It was partly this absence of a hegemonic fraction that drove German industry to foster or accept a Bonapartist solution to the political crisis and an imperialist solution to the economic crisis. Heavy industry stepped up its offensive in early 1931. In January, the Mining Association threatened to withdraw from the RDI because it was taking only half measures and had not succeeded in convincing the government to cancel wage agreements. 148 4 months later, when Duisburg and Kastel continued to support Brüning, the Mining Association 158/Schen withdrew and began systematic funding of the Nazis and Hartberg Front. 149 At the same time that Silverberg attempted to involve industrialists directly in government posts, Ruhr industrialists informed Brüning that they were no longer prepared to tolerate government inaction, even if it meant calling Parliament back into session. Brüning felt certain the Ruhr industrialists were out to topple him. 150 Their anxieties over the 107-man Nazi Reichstag delegation had apparently ebbed. In a long letter to Brüning in mid-August, Riesk and other leaders of Ruhr industry complained that the basic problem of high costs, lost receipts, and no capital had not been resolved or even eased. Riesk charged the Chancellor with lacking the courage to convert his understanding of the situation into deeds and failing to proceed against the existing resistance with the required aggressive single-mindedness. The political parties can no longer save the fatherland. Only men who go the way of their own awareness can do that. 151 The primary target of their offensive remained organized labor and the Weimar system that permitted it to retain significant political power and influence. But the representatives of heavy industry increasingly distinguished between themselves and the other fraction, between themselves and those who would accept hunger exports as a national fate. At its June 1931 meetings, the Langnamverein became more explicit. The meeting resolved that, halfway measures are just making things worse. The entrepreneur's hands are still tied. Western industry demands a long-range plan for a balanced budget, an end to capital-destroying laws and policies and re-establishment of freedom of movement for the private sector. The Ruhr situation was worse than that of the others because of its cost structure and because for years cabinets had yielded to the unions. Because of its warnings, we were labeled the reactionary band in Dusseldorf, but this recessionary band proved right. To this, Thiessen added, I remarked last November that the RDI applause for Brüning was unwarranted. He had not substituted national supporters for supporters of class struggle, and the unions, through the labor ministry, still govern from behind the scenes. Many of the middle hissed me then, but we of Rhineland-Westphalia are harder types. And demand a national awakening. 152 Stepping up the offensive was possible only if control of the RDI could be wrested from the export liberals. They had been considerably weakened by the end of 1931, in part because of further declines in international trade and the collapse of several major banks that some mayor. 153 The liberals were prepared for a compromise candidate to replace the retiring Duisburg. Without attacking the aged welfare professor directly, representatives of the national fraction attacked his policies, primarily by assailing the RDI's chief administrative officer, Kastel. Intimately involved in the export labor coalition, he was now accused of cowardice in the struggle with the unions. 154 That spring heavy industry had settled upon Gustav Krupp as its candidate for the RDI chairmanship, 155 a post he assumed on September 25. His selection, together with certain centralizing organizational changes in the RDI Senate, reflected the new balance between the fractions. 156 In effect, Krupp's election moved the RDI to the right, but it also bridged the fractions. He was not the candidate of the outspoken philo-fascists, they had supported Vogler. Krupp's was a true vertical empire, based in mining and steel, it nevertheless produced locomotives and even sewing machines. Its primary market was domestic, but it had substantial export interests. Despite its size, it was self-financed and beholden to no banks whatsoever. The family and firm enjoyed excellent ties to agricultural organizations, the Foreign Office, and to the Reichswehr as well. 157 The moderate interpretation of the change of guard was provided by newspapers close to heavy industry, which spoke of Krupp as a bridge from heavy industry to the processing industries who smooth out conflicts. An agricultural newspaper surmised that industry is about to split into autarky and export camps. The accession of Krupp has helped the domestic market strategy. The processing industries are still hostile to us, but they may be on their way out of positions of power. For the Vorwärts, a different judgment was in order. In place of chemical capital we now have heavy industry taking over. Krupp's leadership means a stronger emphasis on class conflict directed against the working class. 158. Immediately after the RDI convention, Brüning shuffled his cabinet with a distinct move to the right. Curtius and Wirth were dismissed, but this hardly began to conciliate or mollify the growing industrial opposition. 159. Duisberg, now retired, and Kastel belonged to the shrinking ranks of those who continued to support Brüning until his dismissal at the end of May 1932. The ambivalence of many industrialists toward the Brüning-orchestrated re-election campaign for Hindenburg still. Conflicts within the industrial sector. 161. Strongly supported by Duisberg and his former staff was symptomatic of the internal division. A further indication of the near stalemate was the absence of any new numbers of the RDI publication series between September 1931 and December 1932. But it was a stalemate that worked to the advantage of heavy industry. The National Bloc derived support from Brüning's avoidance of the struggle against the masses and his failure to abolish compulsory arbitration of contract disputes. Brüning's government did not enjoy a popular base substantial enough to allow him to divide and conquer the industrialists. Martin Blank remarked that the Chancellor was not without anti-right hysteria and had definitively sold himself out to the left. He suffered from a big industry complex and made threats against Western big industry. Kastel of the RDI, on the other hand, remained satisfied and supported Brüning. 160. Around the same time, Blank enrolled Riesk and several other Ruhr industrialists in the Stahlhelm. Riesk himself participated in attempts to purge the DVP of supporters of Brüning and former backers of the Grand Coalition, and he authorized his agents with ties to the right wing of the DVP, such as Erich von Gilsa, to proceed without reservations against such compromisers in the party as the Frankfurt liberal Richard Merton. 161. On his own, Riesk ordered the staffs of several newspapers he owned around the country to cease attacking Hitler and the Endstab. 162. By January 1932, Brüning was being described as one who for years has been making compacts with Marxism while treating the national freedom movement the same as the 163 Sud. 162 Denley, the Endstab was perceived as behaving responsibly and as a fit coalition partner for a right-dominated Zentrum. By April 1932, both fractions had abandoned Brüning, as demonstrated by Hermann Warmbold's resignation as economics minister in early May. By the time he and Homesteading Commissar Schoolange ran into trouble with the estate owners over agrarian Bolshevism, Brüning had already been abandoned by the last of his supporters in industry. Von Papen's ascent to the chancellorship reflected the emerging dominance of domestic market-oriented heavy industry in conjunction with the estate owners. His coup d'état against the Red Prussian government in July virtually eliminated the last vestige of SPD power. 164. Nevertheless, his new state was without a mass base, and certainly without any base beyond the countryside. There existed no combination of groupings that could provide him with either a parliamentary or electoral majority, and his inability to integrate the Nazis as junior partners assured that this would remain the case. His unambiguous policy toward the unions and the SPD earned him the support of both organized agriculture and industry, and the Christian, Standes organic, corporatist, authoritarian, and beyond conflict ideology he propagated also stood him in good stead. 165. The initial lineup of support behind Papen could not last, however. Despite the self-proclaimed Systemwechsel and the presence in the government of all three dominant social fractions, the interests of all three could not be harmonized. At the behest of organized agriculture, Papen imposed unilateral import quotas. Export industries responded with the dire warning that this would mean a loss of essential markets, higher costs, and slower recovery for all, and the total demise of certain industries. Krupp himself warned Papen that one-sided agrarian measures would only compound the economy's ills. It was an issue on which the dynamic export fraction could not compromise, and its leaders withdrew their support. 166 The question became how to incorporate the anti-democratic and anti-labor components of Papen's program into a viable overall economic program with a mass base to support it. The crushing defeat of all the bourgeois parties in the elections of July 1932 forced even the liberals to give up any final hopes of a bourgeois bloc. 167 The Nazi Party was the only force which could provide that mass base while conceivably offering a program acceptable to both fractions of industry. During the last phase of the Papen government, industry was divided over whether to incorporate the left wing of the N-STAP into a coalition with the Zentrum or its mainstream into a coalition with the DNVP. The dynamic fraction tended to favor the former solution, heavy industry the latter. Only a few cared to have the Nazis govern on their own. It would take another few months and the Schleicher interlude to tame the Nazis and make them the acceptable lowest common denominator for industry. Through the manipulations of the military and Hindenburg's Camarilla, General von Schleicher was appointed Chancellor at the beginning of December. The Schleicher government was possible because the N-STAP would not be split and because numerous industrialists, like Hindenburg, were as yet unprepared to yield full power to Hitler. 169 Schleicher's failures were a mirror image of Papen's. If Papen erred on the side of estate owners, domestic and heavy industry, autarky and the failure to seek a mass base, then Schleicher and his Minister for Work Creation, Gunther Jarach, erred grievously on the side of a minority of peasants, inflation, export and processing industry, integration, and too much dickering with the Nazi left and the unions. 170 Jarach's public works program was not unlike that proposed by some in the ADGB and was distinctly pro-labor and inflationary. Both fractions of industry were generally opposed to inflationary policies, frequently citing the horrors the very 164 idea evoked in the hearts of Mittelstand savings account holders. 171 The policy shift back in favor of export industry came as a rude shock to those in heavy industry who had previously brought about a shift in their own favor. Thus, Jacob Reichert, director of the Wiedersee, was astonished that he and his colleagues no longer had direct access to either the Chancellor or the Economics Minister. It was indicative that he had to depend on hearing things via Ham of the DIHT and Lang of the machine builders 14 days later. 172 Steel industrialists even seemed to fear socialization of their bankrupt companies. Once again, the dynamic fraction set the government's economic agenda. Officials of the Deutsche Bank and Hans Romer of the electrical industry, Schmitz of IG Farben, Kastel, Ham, Bosch, and, to a certain extent, Silverberg. Conflicts between the two fractions were coming to the fore rather than their joint interest. That component of Schleicher's program intended to capture a mass base was the same which isolated his industrial backers from their own colleagues. The specter of state socialism and a possible reparliamentarization of political life, even if in military dress, finally tipped the scales in Hitler's favor. The re-entry of the unions into the corridors of power, in the form of Strasser's Nazi left as well as the ADGB, threatened what was the primary political accomplishment of the previous year and a half, their exclusion. Most industrialists rejected Schleicher's Keynesian, public sector and consumption-oriented economic proposals and would have opposed him for that reason, together with the estate owners who feared resettlement of their latifundia. Schleicher had for months been negotiating with Strasser, with representatives of the ADGB and white-collar associations, and the prospect of a dirigist social dictatorship supported by anti-capitalist masses was too much to bear. 173 The Nazi electoral losses in November and their subsequent financial difficulties rendered more real the possibility of splitting the party. Most industrialists, however, preferred to make use of the chastening of the party and Strasser's suspension to integrate Hitler himself. It was the political fear Schleicher's program inspired. Conflicts within the industrial sector /165. That was central, and that led, finally, to the appointment of the Hitler-Papen-Hugenberg government. 174 Papen's program, this time with a mass base and a more nationalist tone, appeared to be the lowest common denominator for the three dominant social fractions. The remaining question was how to reconcile the interests of an autarkic rural elite with the interests of non-competitive and overexpanded heavy industry, and both of those with export-oriented finishing industries. A program for cartelizing agricultural production and guaranteeing prices without altering property relations would satisfy the demands of the estate owners. 175 A program of holding down the costs of production while increasing public spending, especially on armaments, would go away towards satisfying heavy industry. A vigorous program of trade expansion, especially in Middle and Southeastern Europe imperialism, could open avenues for export industry without setting it against either the rural elite or heavy industry. 176 Residual notions of laissez-faire entrepreneurship would have to give way to state guidance. 177 And years of ideological homage to the middle stand would be honored, after some early confusion, mostly in the breach. A republic which could only infrequently muster a majority in its favor, but which was nevertheless divisive and costly, would have to be abandoned. Initially, given an improvement in the international economic situation, only the peasantry, the working class, and many neighbors would have to pay. 178. In early 1932, spokesman for the ADGB unveiled the Watinsky-Tarnobata work creation program. Envisaging a variety of public spending and counter-cyclical approaches, the plan was designed to put 1 million unemployed Germans back to work within a short time. The designers largely emphasized public programs, especially the sort that might increase mass purchasing power without requiring any increase in the size of the nation's production plant. To initiate the WTB program, its supporters called for a state commitment of at least 2 billion Rm 179. The RDI, along with every other organization of industrialists, manufacturers, and commercial interests, loudly opposed the Union plan on the grounds that it represented cold socialization and a planned economy and would induce massive inflation, ruining the currency. Although some industrialists gradually distanced themselves from Brüning's brutal deflationary strategy, they continued to oppose any programs resembling that advanced by the unions. Even in May 1932, with 6 million unemployed, representatives of the Employers' League informed Brüning and Steigerwald that they opposed all publicly financed job creation because it would increase the state debt and reduce the amount of capital available to the private economy. All such measures were considered to be as destructive as the unions' call for reduced working hours at constant pay. 180. Labor Minister Steigerwald did propose some public works and job creation projects, more as a social measure than an economic one, partly out of sympathy for the plight of Catholic workers and partly to allay their political radicalization. Still in May 1932, Dietrich, now finance minister but soon to join the Chemical Industries Association. Conflicts within the industrial sector /167. Proposed an extremely modest, not to say marginal, public works scheme. Over the objections of the Reichsbank, he called for 60 million Rm for road construction, 50 million for canal modernization, and 25 million for agricultural improvements in the context of the Siedlung program. Within the ministerial bureaucracy, Lautenbach's plan for an expansion of credit also received an airing. 181 In any event, Brüning was dismissed at the end of May before anything could come of these proposals. As opposed to what they derided as employment therapy, representatives of heavy industry preferred what they called capital building work, and measures of this sort were, as we have seen, at the center of Papen's economic and social policies. Most Keynesian counter-cyclical thinking remained untrusted, unproven, and unwelcome, but even such proposals as did emerge from Poppen's Bulletin Reocracy were geared primarily toward building capital and were clearly predicated on the weakening and exclusion of the unions. They addressed the plight of Die Wirtschaft, not of the unemployed. Thus, it was only after he issued the brutal anti-labor decrees in September that Papen proposed what might be seen as a counter-cyclical economic package. Having obtained a drastic reduction in the labor and social costs of production, as well as a fully credible commitment to political authoritarianism, industrialists could afford to adopt a number of divergent views toward what were perhaps novel but still economically marginal and, unlike those to come under Schleicher, politically safe programs. The Papen Plan of fall 1932 offered entrepreneurs tax coupon credits equivalent to about 40% of taxes due in the next 9 months. 1/5 of the coupons could then be used toward payment of taxes in each of the next 5 years. In addition, the plan provided for a state bounty to employers of 400 Rm for every new worker employed for a year. 182 As Chancellor, Schleicher not only cancelled many of the wage cuts Papen had ordered, but his own counter-cyclical plans were combined. 168 With discomforting political experimentation. He instructed Jarrick to consult with Strasser and with the ADGB, both recommended labor-intensive programs and proffered the government their support in exchange for continued participation in decision-making. 183 With the exceptions noted below, most industrialists rejected Jarrick's inflationary proposal for the state to spend up to 2.7 billion Rm on various forms of economic stimulation, work and job creation, and assistance to the unemployed. 184 At the same time, Hitler and the Einsatzgruppe prohibited Strasser from culminating his cooperation with the government with formal participation, and the ADGB was unable to overcome its hesitancies before Schleicher was himself ousted. Schleicher's political gamble on a mass base was more significant than his economic planning, and, although the two were connected, when the former failed, the latter lost its significance. By the middle of the crisis, virtually all industrialists had come to hold the democratic Weimar political system responsible for their problems. The system permitted organized labor altogether too much success while badly dividing their own ranks and placing an assortment of impediments in the way of industrial recovery and national reassertion. Insofar as what they faced was either a cyclical or unique crisis in capitalism that affected each sector differently, German entrepreneurs chose instead to blame the Weimar social compromise. Naturally, as capitalists they believed in the free economy, but certainly they were not and never had been Manchesterians. However precociously Keynesian or anti-Keynesian any one of them or group of them, their central demand was political freedom for the economy, for capital, for profits, not economic freedom in the sense of laissez-faire. 185 Generally, the strongest dynamic industries and the weakest manufacturers put conflicts within the industrial sector. 169 Some trust in the state and a measure of counter-cyclical intervention, while those in between tended more often to believe in the adequacy of the privately regulated market. Some liberal figures in industry, such as Lang and the leaders of the Hansebund, spoke of the need for a free economy in a strong state, but here the Lang-Namverein was both less ambiguous and more typical with its 1932 call for a healthy economy in a strong state. In either version, however, organized labor and political democracy were the culprits, and the kind of state interventionism they had forced on the German economy would be eliminated by an authoritarian state. 186. Some representatives of IG Farben and other members of the dynamic fraction of industry favored some counter-cyclical measures designed primarily to increase credit as well as aggregate and popular demand. These men made no headway under Papen but were subsequently among the figures who supported and worked with Schleicher, even once most industrialists began to worry about the Social General and his ambitious plans. 187 Nevertheless, Ernst Wageman's plan to increase the money supply and the state debt by 3 billion Rm was consistently rejected by entrepreneurs of all stripes from heavy industry to the DDP liberals at the Deutsche Volkswirt. 188 On the other hand, the assorted public works and work creation proposals championed by several representatives of smaller manufacturers, in the DIHT and elsewhere, once again linked these oldest branches to the spokesman for IG Farben, but also predictably set them against official opinion in heavy industry and the post-1931 RDI. 189 For the latter, the economy would heal itself if freed, probably better without intervention than with it, and consequently. 170/ They demonstrated virtually no initiative in formulating such programs. Ultimately, work creation in itself was not a problem, and therefore did not demand unity. 190 What was needed, in the opinion of nearly all industrialists, was simple: the restoration of autonomy for the economic elites and an end to the need for democratic legitimation in favor of a strong, authoritarian state free of the burden of reparations. They had organized the economy sufficiently well on their own, just as they did not believe that their cartel mechanisms deepened the economic depression, so they refused to accept that the state might do anything substantial to dampen it beyond removing the artificial impediments Weimar had created. Ironically, it was during the period of Brüning's merciless economic orthodoxy that industrial opposition to the Republic was most radicalized, and, for the now dominant fraction of industry, no policy undertaken within the framework of the Republic and its social compromise could achieve the necessary ends. Chapter 4. Conflicts between agriculture and industry. 1. Dominant and dependent sectors. If, as indicated in Chapter 2, the capitalist mode of production, based on wage labor, never fully established itself in or dominated the countryside, it nevertheless became the overwhelmingly dominant economic force in German society. Even in the Weimar period, industrial capitalism developed partially at the expense of agricultural producers, and this was a basis for sometimes inchoate, sometimes violent peasant anti-capitalism and anti-urbanism. 1. The agricultural elite was nevertheless able to mount a political struggle to countervail the tendency for the economy to develop at agriculture's expense. Although ultimately unsuccessful in its struggles within the dominant bloc, the agricultural elite conditioned and affected state policy. Small owning peasants supported the agrarian elite so long as the latter could articulate some kind of joint or unified agricultural interest. The rural elite was able to influence the industrial leadership and the state for two reasons: the two groups had, in fact, come to share many of the same members, largely because of the earlier power and prestige of the Junkers, 2. And, a politically weak and chastened bourgeoisie had early on sought the landed aristocracy's help in combating the organized working class. 3. The feudalization of the upper bourgeoisie had been a major basis of stability in Imperial Germany and was an important factor in the weakness of Weimar democracy. This alliance had cost German industry its own liberal impulse for and slowed the unfolding of its productive potential. 5. We shall argue that, during most of the Weimar period, the fraction of industry we have called heavy, domestic-oriented industry favored continuing the political and economic alliance with the agricultural elite, which would, in turn, pass unlimited protective benefits to the peasantry. The fraction of industry we have called dynamic, export-oriented industry, feeling less pressure from the organized working class, favored bypassing, if not abandoning, the agricultural elite and directly incorporating and marginalizing a modernized and capable peasantry. The attitudes toward agriculture of industry's various branches thus mirrored the splits that existed within industry itself and the way in which those had been resolved. After 1930, however, the economic and political crisis cut short this bifurcation, and the offensive of the dominant classes against the working class provided the rural elite a temporary reprieve. 6. The political necessities of the dominant class fractions in 1931 and 1932 overrode the internal economic conflicts, which had been worsening since the onset of prosperity based on collaboration with the working class and the beginning of the export offensive in 1925. 7. The concrete conjuncture after 1930 was characterized primarily by the collapse of international trade and the struggle to roll back the previous gains of the organized working class. Together with the earlier collapse of the domestic market, the collapse of world trade and the struggle against labor created political exigencies that aided the agricultural elite in its attempts to countervail the secular tendency toward conflict between industrial capitalism and forms of agricultural production which posed an obstacle to industry's further development. Earlier, we took the position that there was no inherent conflict between modes of production in a social formation, between the family peasant and rural capitalist modes. Analogously, it was not fully inevitable that German agriculture, dominated by the estates, would burden industrial production. It seems clear that German industrial capitalism could prosper with or without the continued existence of big landed property. The land distribution problem could be avoided. Given the increasingly subordinate role of agriculture, it made little economic difference whether big landed property was sustained, maintained, abandoned, or destroyed. Hence the rural elite's successful emphasis on political national, and class solidarity themes. But, backward, inefficient, trade-hampering German estate agriculture did fetter industrial capitalism and did rely on state assistance and intervention to the detriment of the state's autonomy, mass loyalty, and legitimacy. 8. Eckhart Kerr cites an example in a footnote which is characteristically both profound and demystifying. Commenting on the agrarian claim that in the protectionist trade treaties of 1905 for the first time the parity of industry and agriculture is explicit, he writes, translated from agrarian jargon into German, that means that agriculture hopes finally to have brought the development of industry to a standstill. 9. A second, farcical version of this position was pronounced in April 1928 when the future agricultural minister, Martin Scheele, proclaimed that an even balance existed between industry and agriculture and had to be maintained, for Germany was, in his neologism, an agrar-industry state. Actually, in the preceding 12 months, industrial production had been worth about 25 billion marks, agricultural production only about 10 billion. The values of industrial wages and salaries and of industrial exports were each 174/ greater. The rural sector could absorb no more than 15% of what industry produced. 10. In the Weimar period, the political needs of the socially dominant classes as a whole necessitated support of Landwirtschaft, particularly once heavy, domestic-oriented industry reasserted its leadership in 1931. The actors found themselves allies in a historically developed class struggle whose imperatives were at odds with the general structural developments of a capitalist social formation. The capitalist mode of production interacted with the two modes in the countryside in such a way that resources were systematically transferred from the countryside to the cities. Further, land became somewhat anomalous in the capitalist system. It was the only commodity neither freely extensible nor reproducible at will. In agriculture, investment was faced with the constraint of decreasing returns. German bankers, estate owners, and peasants all complained that increased investments did not lower unit costs. 11. As late as the turn of the century, according to Weber, land rents/profits reduced profits and hampered the development of industrial capital. 12. Peasant producers, however, did not profit from this peculiarity of land and may have had to work harder simply to maintain a constant standard of living. 13. A set of conditions was created characterized by low prices for peasant agricultural products and high prices for those industrial products necessary for agricultural production. This was a constant complaint of both estate owners and peasants. 14. As was the ensuing difficulty in attracting private capital into agriculture. The divergence in interest rates and constant demands for more credits for the countryside indicate how unattractive rural investment was. A very prominent banker of the Weimar period, George Solmsen of the Diskontogesellschaft and other banks, admitted that private capital tended to shun the country, preferring to meet the direct producer in the arena of circulation. Through the market mechanism, investment monies were scarce, but all knew that agricultural productivity had to be increased. Is your task? We can be helpful commercializing production and the business aspects of supply. 15. The semi-aborted Silverberg Plan for industrial aid to agriculture only proved the rule, as we shall see. This left the state, under pressure from the estate owners and agricultural organizations, as the chief provider of capital for the rural sector. In 1924, 40% of commercial credit flowed to agriculture. In 1925, the percentage dropped to 25%, by 1927, it was 17%, and in 1928, 16%. And most of that was in the form of undesirable short-term credits. Agriculture fared even less well in access to foreign capital. 16. An economic problem endemic to a declining primary sector was rendered a national and political problem, and the rural elite was powerful enough to guarantee that the urban working and middle classes would foot the bill, not only after but also well before the onset of the crisis. 17. Simultaneously, agriculture was compelled, under the advisement of industry and finance, to modernize constantly and increase productive ITY. The resulting investment was both expensive and catch-up, designed primarily to keep from sinking further into debt. Chronically indebted peasants and junkers were both forced to invest and improve productivity simply to keep afloat. A look at the rates of agricultural indebtedness and agricultural investment is illuminating in this regard. About 7% of farm revenue was necessary to service the agricultural debt in 1913. The inflation lowered this to well under 6%, from which the figure rose to 7% in 1926 and 14% by 1932. Further, investment in agriculture had to take place even when interest rates and indebtedness were at their highest and the price indices for agricultural goods at their lowest. This contrasted sharply with the investment pattern in industry, where no such self-mutilation took place. As Table 23 indicates, once the economy weakened, investment ended, and disinvestment began. Industrial capitalism thus interacted with agriculture in such a way as to contribute to the nearly continuous expansion of industrial capital and the marginalization of agricultural production. 18. It was not unreasonable, therefore, that the exemption of land and its primary products from the market, from the capitalist system, had been a real if vainly sought goal of organized agriculture since the turn of the century. By the Weimar period, and until the onset of the Depression, most of industry enjoyed the possibility of allying itself either with labor or with agriculture in passing its own trade and foreign policy bills. Industry could inflame or dampen the divergences within Landwirtschaft without actually splitting it irredeemably. 19. And the rural elite thus did become, in Gramsci's words, increasingly dependent on the liberality of the dominant economic group. But it did so partially on its own terms and not without making its own contributions toward resolving the political crisis. To use the Weberian image, its views often acted as switchmen determining the tracks along which action would be pushed by the dynamic of interests. Pre-capitalist groups generally had retained a disproportionately strong voice in determining what kind of ideological and political framework would accompany organized capitalism. Increased and systematized state intervention in the economy, and the political framework for that intervention, were in no small part the work of groups whose origins and outlooks were pre-capitalist, 20 even if they themselves had in time become capitalists or become part of a capitalist social formation. The influence of the dependent sector remained mighty. 2 strategies for sectoral interaction after 1925. A key to understanding the relationship between industry and agriculture during the stable years of the Weimar Republic may lie in the reconciliation of 2 almost diametrically opposed evaluations of how agriculture fared during this period. On the one hand, there is Georges Castellan's contention that for agriculture the period of prosperity and 178/ stability was much more, a period of depression between the pre-war period and the Third Reich. On the other hand, there is Hans Rosenberg's assertion that despite routine complaints and thanks to state aid, not only was the agrarian plutocracy better off than major industrialists and merchants but landowners in general were materially better off in the first decade of the Weimar Republic than they were in the first quarter century of the empire. 21. What makes these statements compatible is the fact that the marginalization of agricultural production as a whole and the protection of some agricultural producers were not mutually exclusive processes. So long as the rural elite was able to deliver the peasants, its own political standing in the republic would remain substantial regardless of which industrial fraction was pointing the way toward which larger coalition. The possibility of political coalition with agriculture remained a real and effective force, even during the period of the labor export coalition. Agriculture's economic problems were, therefore, only part of the story, and how the rural sector fared economically was only one component of its political situation. Further, the overall stagnation of agriculture did not prevent either occasional prosperity or the enrichment of certain producers. Any number of arrangements could allow for that. By 1925 industry was in a position to begin determining the place of the agricultural sector in both the national economy and any political bloc. Politically, the defeat of organized labor's insurrectionary movement allowed for its subsequent incorporation and functioning as a popular base for the state. The rural population, like much of the middle stand, was reduced to being on the outside much of the time. Economically, the restoration of Germany's trade freedom in 1925, in accord with the provisions of the Versailles Treaty, allowed for the reintegration of the industrial sector into the world economy and the growth of that sector under the leadership of the dynamic and export fraction. A tacit labor-export alliance chose a path detrimental to the interests of agriculture. Yet, as we have noted, coalitions remained shifting and unstable, and no single fraction ever achieved unquestioned dominance. All social classes or class fractions participated, therefore, in the formation of policies affecting agriculture, but, because we are analyzing relations between industry and agriculture, the primary actors considered here are the two fractions of industry and the rural elite. 22. The fractions of industry tried economic and political strategies that would variously have resulted in the integration, marginalization, or virtual abandonment of agriculture's interests. Some groups of industrialists and bankers sought to sustain and maintain the existing structure of agricultural production, others attempted to rationalize, thin out, and reorganize that structure, a few were even content to abandon it to its fate. Between 1925 and the end of 1932, representatives of industry offered 5 strategies for dealing with the problems of agriculture. The first was a kind of free trading, sink or swim position characteristic of the more dogmatic thinkers in the DDP and the most aggressive representatives of the dynamic, export-oriented industries. Often with the support of organized labor, representatives of this position, like Karl Lang of the machine industry, were foursquare opposed to the estate owners and any attempt to sustain their high-cost production. A corollary of this strategy was the separation of peasant dairy and livestock production from the estate owner's sphere of influence and the industrialization of that production through cheap imported feeds and the construction of a dense network of modern production and marketing cooperatives. Whereas supporters of the first strategy were prepared to align themselves with family peasants and even with the SPD in order to create a more efficient rural sector, the proponents of the second strategy were more concerned to preserve the unity of the propertied classes. Representatives of the older, domestic market-oriented heavy industries shared with the estate owners a stake in protectionism and were reluctant to injure the interests of even the most inefficient members of that class, especially so long as the attendant costs were borne by others. Thus, the DVP platform called for agricultural independence to be protected by tariffs and the nurture of units of all sizes, while the post-war DNVP platform added that agriculture was still the economy's first estate. 23. These two strategies, the export strategy and the domestic market strategy, could exist in relatively pure form so long as the economy was in any case expansive or at least stable. In public discussion and in the voluminous debates of the agricultural economists, the choice between the two remained the paradigm for both science and ideology. Although they never entirely ceased being the framework of analysis for vital agricultural and trade issues, after 1929 they increasingly gave way to policy initiatives grounded in 3 other, less starkly differentiated conceptions. The third strategy might be described as one of making agriculture fit for competitive capitalism, a kind of modernization without injury to the existing class structure of the countryside. Given the limitations imposed by that rather severe constraint, This proved to be a compromise approach pursued in two variants. In one form it was articulated by nearly all of industry under the leadership of the dynamic export fraction and was typified by the RDI's 1930 contribution to an agrarian program. As we observed in Chapter 2, this form of the competition or modernization strategy was perceived by the rural elite as a near ultimatum and, should the estates not shape up, a threat of abandonment. Some exporters did attempt to fashion this strategy into an attack on the estate owners, but at root it was a program to modernize and integrate agriculture. 24 The other variant of this competitive fitness strategy was developed much more in cooperation with the estate owners and was articulated by the luminaries of heavy industry. Whereas the first variant was associated with the labor-friendly export ERS in the RDI leadership, the latter variant was associated with the noblesse of both the rural and the estate areas, and it took its name, the Esplanade Circle, from the venerable hotel where it held its multipurpose meetings. Both variants of this strategy fell far short of their goals, the former because the dynamic fraction of industry was itself displaced from leadership in 1931, and the latter because its commitment proved much more to protection and preservation than to adaptation. Just as industrial capitalism itself had by and large evolved beyond the competitive era, so the fourth strategy sought to rationalize agricultural production without placing the main emphasis on competitiveness and international standing. This strategy of organized capitalism for the countryside emphasized instead the regulation of both prices and production. It attempted to move beyond the fixation with costs, protection, and trade treaties. Its two primary components, the cartelization of agricultural production and the financing of rural credit through a special bank established, funded, and controlled by industry, constituted an advanced capitalist program. And it was advanced capitalists who proposed it. Karl Bosch initiated the cartelization scheme, and Paul Silverberg formulated the program of the Industrial Obligations Bank for Agriculture. It was, perhaps, too advanced and was opposed by some representatives of industry and the petite bourgeoisie who feared potential state involvement, and by some representatives of agriculture who appreciated the possibility of better integrating agricultural production into the total economy but who rejected the implied marginalization and increased dependence on the industrial leadership. 25 The fifth strategy proposed to subsume both the shared and divergent interests of industry and agriculture under a program of imperialism. An expansion and redirection of markets eastward, primarily through the Danube Basin, promised to provide for the most commonly shared interest of agriculture and industry. 26 And a potentially popular program for redressing Germany's national grievances. By 1932 the first four of these strategies had been laid out and fought out, not simply on the basis of their objective economic merits, but rather in the context of shifting intra- and interclass coalitions and conflicts. During the tenure of the Papen and Schleicher regimes in 1932 all four of these strategies were quickly recapitulated while the fifth strategy became increasingly attractive. Thus, between 1925 and the end of 1932, 5 strategies governed the relations between industry and organized agriculture: export, protection, modernization, organization, and imperialism were all called upon and available. 3. The economic interaction of the two sectors. The various tables in chapters 2 and 3 illuminated the changing size and shape of agricultural and industrial production in Weimar Germany. Data presented here will illustrate how production in the two sectors interacted. As a consumer, the rural sector was stagnant and poor. In 1928, a good year all around, per capita consumption of industrial goods in purely agricultural areas was only 100 rm, compared to 135 rm in largely agricultural, partly industrial areas, 185 rm in partly agricultural, largely industrial areas, and 200 rm in purely industrial areas. The consumption of foodstuffs was also lower, even if allowances are made for peasant consumption of non-marketed goods. For foodstuffs, the corresponding figures for the 4 types of regions were 25, 61, 77, and 146 rm, respectively. 27 What was true for individual consumption was also true in aggregate terms. German industry had far better customers than the under-consuming rural sector. Together with the investment figures noted earlier, Table 24 indicates the relative strength and profitability of the two sectors. Rural stagnation and decline are striking. 27 Paul Munch, Die innere Marktvervoltung von Landwirtschaft und Industrie, p. 67. Table 25 demonstrates even more clearly the extent of the unequal exchange between the two sectors and the economic marginality of agriculture. In good years as in bad ones, the rural sector was never more than industry's third best customer. In good years, industry was its own best customer, followed by the export market, and, as importantly, during bad times, the export market became industry's best customer, thereby creating an even worse situation for agriculture. Its own exchange patterns, on the other hand, remained nearly unchanged in most respects. The increasingly important role of exports, through both the fat years and the lean ones, contrasted sharply with the stagnant quality of the rural market. While industrial exports, particularly those of finished goods, grew in importance throughout the period, German agricultural production experienced difficulties holding its own. The extremely significant impact of agricultural imports was noted in Chapter 2, 28. Until 1930, agricultural imports had a net worth well over one-third the value of domestic production. And, unlike the voluminous importation of raw materials, food imports served no further productive purpose. Table 26 provides a rough breakdown of the contribution of each of the three sectors to the German balance of trade. In an export-oriented economy like Germany's, agriculture's negative contribution became at best a very undesirable liability. One of the most tenacious problems of agricultural production in developed industrial social formations is that of the price scissors. The data in Table 27 demonstrate how agricultural prices first failed to keep up with increases in other prices and then proved to be far more downwardly elastic than the others. With no significant exceptions, the gap between agricultural prices and the prices of those goods consumed by peasants and estate owners continued to grow throughout the period. Although organized labor's wage gains were severely slowed by the inflation and buffeted by high unemployment, its gains were not easily rolled back. This was in very marked contrast to agricultural prices after 1929 and did nothing to help reconcile peasants and workers. No other trend aroused as much anger in the countryside as the price scissors, unless it was the tendency of liberal, pro-export economists to acknowledge that the scissors did exist but that the only way to overcome the trend was through rationalization and more efficient production. 29. The underlying complaint of agriculture's representatives, however, was the lack of profitability, and they would have accepted almost any arrangement providing them that. During most of this period the basic framework for the conflicts among the three economically dominant fractions was provided, on the one hand, by the question of how to deal with the SPD, and, on the other, by the choice between a dynamic export and a heavy industry/domestic market strategy. Sozialpolitik and Handelspolitik were the loci for conflicts between and within classes. For most of this period it was the dynamic, export fraction of industry that set the agenda and tone for the dominant classes as a whole. It relied largely on the support of the organized working class to overcome the objections of an often united agriculture and heavy industry. The search for the national good in economic matters therefore took the form of a conflict between expanding the dominant sector come what may and recognizing a parity or equilibrium between the dominant and the older sectors. In agricultural matters this meant choosing assimilation into an international division of labor and modernization, on the one hand, or protection and subsidy, on the other. After 1925 the dynamic export fraction had the initiative. 30. Its representatives wanted to ease the burden placed on them by the agricultural sector, first, by limiting its political and policy prerogatives, and second, by using the rationalization of peasant dairy and livestock production to force the estate owners either to swim or, preferably, sink. Despite the SPD's support, representatives of industry failed in their 1925 initiative to absorb the Agriculture Ministry into their own Economics Ministry. The very attempt, however, indicated the balance of forces. 31 From the outset of its trade offensive in 1925, German industry made it clear that it would accept the high-quality, low-cost agricultural products of its northern and western neighbors in exchange for its own advanced, industrial products. This opened the way for a comprehensive series of most favored nation trade agreements negotiated through Stresemann's foreign ministry. Stresemann and the export offensive both enjoyed full SPD support. High agricultural duties damage industry's ability to export, thereby increasing unemployment and lowering the ability of the home market to consume. We have realized this, and are pleased that some industrialists, like Bosch and Lang, also do. 32 For his part, Robert Bosch was quite explicit. Our own territory cannot, should not, and need not feed all of Germany. We need exports and profit greatly from them. Tariffs must be limited so as not to hamper them. He thought Landwirtschaft had no right to expect an 8 to 10% profit rate. The least profitable farms should be abandoned. Industry needs to retain its best customer, the rural sector, but it needs even more to expand its markets. 33 Trade treaties were negotiated between 1925 and 1928 on the basis of such positions, and the pre-war industry-agriculture trade parity was abandoned. The first major treaties were signed in 1925 with Spain, France, Holland, and Belgium. They directly affected rural producers in the north and east of Germany. Later treaties in 1927 with Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the Baltic and Balkan states spread the adverse effects to southern and western Germany as well. 34 Simultaneously, state expenditures for export credits rose rapidly while outlays for the rural sector dropped. Early symptoms of a crisis in agricultural production were labeled a purification process by exporters and socialists alike. It was another case of the strong preaching to the weak about the virtues of the free market, competition, and hard work. 35. Until the SPD electoral victory in 1928, however, these voices were countered by those in heavy industry who were proponents of a domestic market strategy. Until the Grand Coalition and the Young Plan reversed the trend, heavy industry and agriculture were, in fact, closing the gap that separated them. The Industrie und Handelszeitung meant that the bad times for agriculture began after the inflation with growing debts, competition, tax, and social costs, all while industry was forced to export. We grew apart. But now men like Vogler and Riesk are bringing industry back to its senses. They needed a reconciliation so that together they could battle the left and all opponents of a national production policy. 36 At the end of 1926, Riesk told his colleagues in iron and steel that their primary concern must be the development of the domestic market, for industry and agriculture are more dependent on each other now than ever before. For their part, representatives of agriculture were aware of both who their friends and enemies were in the changing industrial lineup and of their own trump card. Again, Economics Minister Curtius and the exporters were their primary targets, but the overall lie of the land was perceived clearly. Curtius is sabotaging the restoration of profitability in the domestic market. The kinds of attacks Bosch and Lang have made on us are as bad as anything produced by the socialists. We do not constantly tell industry what to do, but they do tell us. Their program for cooperation is a program for our capitulation. In order to combat state socialism, we need to develop a really unified position. But we must admit that although certain branches of industry, the ones that used to be decisive, are closer to us, the predominant mood in industry, including that of very influential circles, is very hostile toward us. 37 Finally, the 1927 annual report of the Northwest Iron Group presented a view of agriculture and the market almost diametrically opposed to that held by spokesmen for the dynamic fraction. 188 We appreciate with compelling clarity how vital it is for industry to maintain and develop agriculture. Agriculture is only now recovering from 10 years of government coercion and catching up with our competitive neighbors. The goal is to make Germany's food supply as independent of imports as possible. This goal of food independence is both supportable and fully attainable. Aside from the national political grounds for such an effort, it would assist our trade balance. An increase in the export of our industrial products will not accomplish these goals. 38. After 1928, the rift between industry and agriculture grew, first because of the Grand Coalition and then because of the slowdown in domestic production combined with expansion in the export sector. Even conservative groups like the Langnamverein became less receptive to agrarian demands. Legislation for the assistance of rural producers, of the type they themselves favored, met increased resistance from the representatives of industry. Until around 1931, the moderate programs of Agriculture Minister Dietrich and the reasonable programs of his successor, Schiele, found only minimal industrial approval. So long as the argument was carried on within the framework of the export versus domestic strategy, opposition to agriculture mounted, as was evident, for example, in the East Prussia/Poland trade-off. 39 Andries Hermes ventured into the free traders' den when he cited Adam Smith and admonished the 1928 DIHT Convention, telling it, in the name of agriculture, that all industrial and commercial expansion depended on a thriving rural sector. The delegates were much more impressed, however, when representatives of the Dresdner Bank told them that there is an indisputable standstill in the growth of the domestic market. Despite all the barriers, German industry is competing successfully on the world market and can more than compensate for the declining domestic conjuncture through its increased sales abroad. 40. Capital-short German industries and banks were not prepared to make the sacrifices necessary to build the rural market when the foreign market beckoned. The political strength of the SPD and unions might force industrialists to acknowledge the urban market, but the rural market was more easily slighted. Labor and industrial capital concurred that the cost of living needed to be kept down for the sake of competitiveness, and although industry would campaign for reductions in taxes and social costs, it would not endorse tariff increases likely to result in higher wage demands. Thus, Edmund Piotrkowski, a leader of the Chemical Industries Association and also a textile industrialist, insisted in 1929 that agricultural imports would have to be maintained at their existing levels and industrial exports encouraged. The notion that the domestic market could absorb lost exports is preposterous. The trade-off would yield 1.5 billions at a cost of 6 billions per year. 41 The maintenance of continental foreign trade and a low cost of living were joined in the effort to expand the dairy trade with Finland rather than restrict it as demanded by agricultural spokesmen in early 1930. The RDI countered that restrictions would not only raise unemployment and the cost of living and lead to the loss of foreign markets, but would also precipitate reprisals and a trade war whose beneficiary could only be England. 42 Because most industries during this phase adopted similar positions in the name of the national interest, those few that dissented appeared to do so out of selfish interests. The farm equipment manufacturers could at most claim that the distress of agriculture is our distress, and that agriculture must be protected like any young industry. The particularistic motives were apparent when a spokesman for that industry asked rhetorically, would we not seek to lower labor costs and increase profitability and productivity in an industry which started out with disadvantages like those faced by agriculture? The German producer produces twice per acre what the American does, but he does so with 4 to 8 times the labor costs. 190/ Despite real wages there being at least double the German level. He went on to ask, if this were any other German industry, would it not be protected? 43 Such outspoken support for agriculture was, however, the rare exception both before and after 1930. Even once the Grand Coalition collapsed and industry resumed its campaign against the SPD and Sozialpolitik, the primacy of the export market and reparations obligations both remained. Initially, the consequence was increased industry-agriculture tension and general industrial opposition to the Schiele-Hindenburg programs for assistance to agriculture, discussed in Chapter 2. On the one hand, the Brüning government attempted to mediate the interests of the two fractions of industry while leaning more toward the dynamic fraction, all the while dependent on organized labor's toleration. On the other hand, Brüning was compelled, largely at Hindenburg's behest, at least to appease the escalating demands of agrarian organizations and maintain the mass support of the rural population as a partial alternative to the support of labor. This nexus could have furnished the possibility for coalitions, but instead the various triads acted only to aggravate the internal contradictions of the Brüning government. As long as the agriculture-industry conflict remained within the export/protectionist paradigm, no real reconciliation was possible. 44 Between mid-1930 and 1932, other paradigms did begin to emerge under the impact of a deteriorating economic situation and a changing class balance. Nevertheless, important debates continued within the framework of export versus protection, and we must follow those to their conclusion before turning to the other strategies. Through 1930 and into 1931, the discord between the two sectors was personified and summarized as the debate between agriculture minister Schiele and the RDI leadership. Outraged that Schiele had formulated his program without consulting them, 45 The corporate leaders of industry hastened to point out the bankruptcy of his proposals. The specific points emphasized time and again by industry's spokesman included the following, culled from the membership newsletter. Variable tariffs would render commerce chaotic, the use of veterinary regulations against foreign meat would invite retaliation, the abolition of frozen meat imports would harm the urban diet and fully endanger 380 million RM worth of exports to Argentina, increased prices and unemployment would strengthen the left, the compulsory use of German goods in production, such as hops, would be not only a threat to foreign trade but a basic violation of the free economy, the Dutch, Swiss, and others would indeed boycott German goods in retaliation for any new agricultural barriers. German exports to the Netherlands in 1929 were worth 1.4 billion. Over 300,000 German workers depended for their jobs on the maintenance of this market alone. Exports to Holland alone exceeded the total value of German butter production by 300 million marks. The government's cost-cutting measures and agriculture's adaptation to post-war consumption patterns would both be made more difficult, and symptoms masked rather than problems addressed. For all these reasons the RDI opposed Schiele's program in the cabinet, in parliament, and to Hindenburg personally. It sought to demonstrate that guarding the interests of industry and thereby also of the workers it employed was no less national than the protection of Landwirtschaft. 46 Even the relatively stagnant iron and steel industry took note of the dangers in Schiele's protectionist program. Together, the Scandinavian countries plus Holland absorbed 25% of all German exports, including 24% of 500 million RM worth of raw ferrous exports. What ferrous exports there were also went to food exporting lands, and so even the Witteze argued that the principle of most favored nation treaties had to be maintained. 47. Representatives of the dynamic fraction went beyond this, refusing to discuss with agrarian representatives any measures that affected exports or, in Römer's words, protected low quality and inefficient production. Eduard Hamm of the DIHT wrote all the cabinet ministers that in this time of unemployment and national sacrifice the needs of industry, commerce, and consumers must come first. An RDI delegation headed by Duisberg, Kastel, and Silverberg called on Hindenburg himself in December 1930 and warned him that the measures proposed to protect agriculture would make exports virtually impossible. 192/Bli. Increase unemployment substantially, and jeopardize 5 billion RM worth of exports, all for minimal benefits. 48 Toward the end of 1930. Brüning was besieged by telegrams protesting the implementation by presidential decree of several of Schiele's proposals. The protest lodged by the Munich Chamber of Industry and Commerce was typical: we must express our growing concern over steadily rising trade barriers. They ruin our ability to produce and trade and lead to shutdowns. Unemployment and price increases, hunger, misery, and mass unrest. The life chances of industry and commerce, they maintained, were being destroyed in obeisance to grain-growing estate production, which was assumed to represent what was good, not only for all of agriculture, in itself dubious, but for the whole nation. 49. By the end of 1930, industry, under the leadership of its dynamic fraction, and agriculture had arrived at fully antagonistic positions. This contradiction within the dominant economic classes was at its most severe. The democratic Berliner Tageblatt of December 13, 1930 summarized this development in an article entitled From Contradiction to Absurdity. In its attempts to assert its parity, the sick part of the economy is prepared to bleed the rest white, to make the rest sick without healing itself. There is no reason to wonder when other social strata refuse to continue sacrificing at the altar of agrarian destruction of capital. Rural sector, their demands would simply have been denied or ignored. We noted in Chapter 1 the weak political impulse of the German industrial capitalist class and its inheritance of an early compromise with and reliance on the rural elite, a reliance that manifested itself, even during the Weimar years, in the peculiar prominence of rural notables in the various state organs, particularly the executive. In Chapter 2 we discussed the importance of the peasantry for non- and anti-socialist coalitions and the ability of the rural elite to use integration/dependence mechanisms to deliver that peasantry. And in Chapter 3 we analyzed why one fraction of industry, at least, was prepared to make disproportionate economic sacrifices on agriculture's behalf. Even so, the relative success of agriculture's representatives remains a remarkable phenomenon. In some sense, Germans of nearly all classes believed that agriculture's interests and well-being were more national than those of industry. This was partly because significant rural areas were border areas, some of which were lost after the war. Conservative ideology sought, with some success, to blame these losses on the working class and liberal industrialists, while portraying the reactionary rulers of the East as the last bulwark against the Slavic and Semitic tide. Although the diffusion and success of this ideology must be left unexamined here, there is little doubt that its saliency for many among the non-agricultural population led them to accept, passively at least, measures designed to benefit the most rooted and national of classes. Only if one appreciates this does the success of agrarian propaganda become comprehensible, particularly success in portraying most of industry as internationalist compared to patriotic and national agriculture. 50. It was out of combined economic self-interest, ideological affinity, and a political commitment that the journal Steel and Iron could write. Despite the losses we have had to incur in our trade with several countries, industry, and especially the iron industry, has supported agriculture in its tariff demands. Industry is aware of the responsibility it must share for the viability of its largest domestic customer. Further, all members of the free market economy had to be protected against state encroachment and further weakening of the nation's strength. 51. These same groups accepted the Osthilfe not just for economic, but rather much more for political reasons and supported revision of the Polish and Finnish trade treaties, because rural Germany, as the backbone of the nation, was entitled to parity in the calculation of economic policy for the nation as a whole. Those in heavy industry who preached self-sacrifice on behalf of protecting agriculture were, however, not about to abandon the mechanisms that protected their own high-cost production. As we noted in Chapter 3, through the AVI agreements the steel industry's customers in the finishing industries did not import raw ferrous products, despite the fact that the domestic price was substantially higher than the world price plus tariffs and freight. 52. Thanks to this and international cartel agreements like the IRG, the iron and steel industry never faced the price competition from which agriculture suffered. These same heavy industries 194/ opposed a unilateral reduction in interest rates on outstanding private sector loans to rural producers. Nor were they prepared to lower their own prices as part of any rural assistance scheme. Until it was displayed from the overall leadership of industry in late 1931, the dynamic fraction continued to support Brüning while opposing almost all aspects of his agriculture minister's program. For Schiele's protectionist program it attempted to substitute its own, one that recognized a growing need for exports while integrating a modernized agriculture into a more subservient or marginal role. Because its preferred mass base was organized labor, and because it had chosen to accept reparations and reintegration into the world economy, it could not let the basis of its viability be undermined by the kind of protectionism needed to save the existing structure of rural production and its elite. Piotrkowski summarized both the acceptable and unacceptable when he wrote, "If the goal of agricultural policy is to be the feeding of Germany entirely through its own production, then that goal is an illusion. If the goal is to make agriculture production profitable, then that is a worthwhile goal." 53. We now examine how the two fractions of industry propose to have rural production attain that worthwhile goal. Like other programs proposed by the dynamic fraction of industry, its program for making agricultural production more efficient and profitable, the contribution to an agrarian program, bore a striking resemblance to initiatives put forward by the SPD, in this case at its 1927 Kiel Congress. 54. Industrialization of agriculture was the phrase used to describe the program to seek out and assist the capable producers while abandoning the hopeless ones. As early as 1925, the German Engineers Association had published a series entitled Technology in Agriculture, in which it was argued that we have no intention of permitting our industrial state to develop back into an agrarian state. Rather, we want to develop that industrial state further in that we intend to industrialize Germany's single largest occupation, agriculture, one which, they thought, remains socially and technically backward. 55. The dynamic fraction of industry, together with most of the larger banks, groped for a program to overcome the substantial rural backwardness and inefficiency inherited from the Prussian way in the development of capitalist relations in agriculture, which now impeded social peace and international trade as well. In the same month, September 1927, in which Duisburg had called for a one-third increase in exports, Kastel and the RDI Convention called for a new emphasis on quality in German industrial production. A simple extension of that underlying theme prompted Kastel to attribute vastly increased food imports to a certain deficiency in quality and value characteristic of domestic production. He contended that Hahn-S circles in agriculture admit this and offered industry's cooperation in remedying the situation, as long as all concerned realized it was a question of quality and costs, not tariffs and protection. 56. The transformation of production better to suit demand, the rationalization and standardization of all production units and products, and the organization of a dense network of production and marketing cooperatives were all suggested reforms intended to lower costs, not raise prices. The goal was a modern, efficient, and more purely capitalistic agriculture in the Scandinavian or Dutch mode. In this pre-crisis period, voluntary measures, education, technical innovation, and the provision of easier credits together with no retreat on tariff questions were thought sufficient measures. Even representatives of heavy industry were attracted by the early form of the modernization strategy. After all, if industrialization were to take place, there would undoubtedly be a market to tap. They seem not to have feared that such a program would endanger the Junker class. In the pre-crisis period, the program did not seem to threaten existing class relations. 57. If modernization and rationalization were what the dynamic fraction of industry demanded of agriculture for its own purposes, the heavy industry fraction saw no harm in them either. Hence, Northwest Iron could endorse such programs and did so in 1927 in considerable detail. Noteworthy successes in improving production and quality capabilities have already been scored. The energetic contribution of others to the self-help would enhance it greatly. The government and banks by providing easier credit, technical assistance and Con. 196/ Consumers by showing a greater readiness to satisfy their needs with German products. Cooperation with agriculture and an increase in its buying power remain the best pledge for industry's prosperity. The farm equipment industry could absorb 500,000 tons per year. Industry has every reason to cooperate. Peasant resettlement. Per capita consumption of milk averages about /s liter daily compared to 1 liter in America. Dairy production is the keystone for about 2/2 million small units. Through our company depots we promote the consumption of milk by workers. And more importantly in worker families. As our experience in cooperation grows, we can hope to succeed in bringing industry and agriculture to a unified position on general economic policy questions. 58. As the economic crisis in agriculture worsened after 1928, the strategy of modernization and reform began to threaten the rural elite. As agrarian spokesmen pushed harder for tariffs and other protectionist legislation, the dynamic fraction's version of modernization more and more resembled the export strategy so close to its heart. Initially, the RDI's definitive agricultural policy statement was eagerly awaited in rural circles. Basing himself on preliminary discussions and leaks, Andreas Hermes of the Catholic Peasants' Leagues was able, in July 1929, to voice his spirited approval that the RDI is adopting an attitude so essentially positive toward the necessities of Landwirtschaft. His view was echoed by Ernst Brandes of the German Agricultural Council, who proclaimed that it is extremely worthwhile for us to be in agreement with the basic principles of the RDI's program. 59. That optimism, however, had given way to anxiety by the time the RDI's long-awaited contribution appeared in May 1930. Drawn up while the RDI was still under the influence of the Labor Export Coalition, it countered Schiele's proposals on nearly every point and, therefore, soon elicited a chorus of outraged denunciations and protectionist counter-proposals from the major agricultural organizations led by the estate owners and the RLB. 60. It was symptomatic that Hermann Dietrich of the DDP, formerly agriculture minister in the Grand Coalition, where he professed to represent the family peasants of the Southwest, and now economics minister under Brüning, praised the RDI program as the one best suited to help those capable of utilizing it while furthering the interest of the total national economy. 61. Industry's platform clearly implied a move away from simple subventions to agriculture, particularly to the supererogatory and inefficient grain-growing estate owners. 62. However, Karl Brandt, one of the authors of the RDI contribution, revealed perhaps too candidly what industry's agricultural theorists really thought. In its current constitution, Landwirtschaft no longer fits into the national economy. Declaring the current constitution of agriculture non-viable was tantamount to a direct attack on the estate owners who personified that constitution. It was they who unified and led organized agriculture from their strongholds in the East, and it was they who could provide a substantial portion of the troops for any anti-socialist coalition. The program of the dynamic fraction of industry sought to deprive them of their mass base in the peasantry, and its formula for a constructive Osthilfe threatened their very economic base at a time when they were in deep trouble. A newsletter funded by IG Farben described the Osthilfe in a manner that contradicted the intentions of Schiele and his rural supporters and even those of the heavy industry fraction. The task of the Osthilfe must under no circumstances be the restoration of incompetent or unfit families, rather it is to encourage and assist capable farmers and managers in the difficult but promising tasks ahead. Certainly the East must be helped, but help only there where it serves a purpose, and only with a simultaneous and deep alteration of the modes and methods of production and market orientation. 63. In the course of 1930 and 1931, representatives of the dynamic fraction of industry became increasingly active in asserting that this was the only viable way. As organized agriculture's attack on the program grew more acerbic and socialist support more evident, heavy industry turned reticent and began to back away from support of reform. Citing the position of the SPD and the left, the Deutsche Bergwerk-Zeitung announced that there was no need to get so excited or worried about the RDI program. It did not represent the collective judgment of industry, it is just the work of 3 professors. 64. At least one aspect of the RDI program was no academic's brainchild. One of the most eminent of industrialists, Paul Silverberg, broke new ground with his proposal for an industry-sponsored, financed, and directed bank to fund rural rationalization and modernization. Modifying the framework originally devised to funnel reparations payments but now rendered superfluous by the Young Plan, Silverberg wanted to convert the Bank for Industrial Obligations into a special, central credit institution for agriculture. Funding would be both private and public, but control would be strictly private, with ultimate authority residing in a mixed industry agriculture board dominated by the former. The idea germinated in 1929, before the depression in industry, and its scope was subsequently trimmed somewhat. In any case, the bank would help agriculture while extending industry's control over the rural sector and obviating any rural-inspired and state-decreed moratorium on debt repayment. In a systematic way, industry would become agriculture's chief creditor. Beginning in 1931, industry would levy itself 200 million Rm per year for 5 years to supply the bank with funds that would then be lent at a rate not to exceed 6% to reform-minded rural producers for modernization purposes only. This self-feeding fund would continue for 30 years, the length of time believed necessary to rationalize, integrate, and modernize production fully. 65 In practice, however, reform and giveaway were about evenly balanced. Much money simply went to pay off bad debts on bad investments made by hopeless landowners. It was precisely the issue of who would determine eligibility which came to bespeak the real nature of the program, and the ensuing struggle very much resembled that over Seedlung. In both cases the estate-owning class triumphed. Local landowners' boards, which they dominated, decided on eligibility, while the Socialist Prussian government and state bank were shut out of the matter. Although the Silverberg Bank program emerged from the industrial middle, it came to win acceptance from heavy industry. The restoration or renovation of agriculture had always been a tenet of the domestic market strategy, and in this form, too, it was a worthwhile endeavor, despite the hard times that had already befallen heavy industry. Schacht proclaimed that if this plan works, it will create a solid front capable of breaking the excessive demands of labor and weakening parliamentary prerogatives. Further, the plan would terminate the socialistic plans of the Prussian State Bank and enable industry to speak in the name of the national economy, not just of capitalism. 66 The only real opposition to the Silverberg Bank proposal came from those on the capitalist extreme right, like Hugenberg, who demanded full protection and outright subventions, and those on the left in the capitalist spectrum, like Karl Landauer of the DDP, who could only wish the Junkers an early demise. It was in this vein that Landauer contended that once again industrialists had fallen into the agrarian trap, and among them is Silverberg, who has missed the point of his own program. Too many of agriculture's demands are being acceded to, profitability is not being analyzed, subventions simply handed out. The more the agrarians got, he argued, the louder their anti-export propaganda becomes. 67 The agrarians had no intention of reforming, and the program was not operating to help the seriously capable peasants. What little Seedlung was taking place was doing so at prices and under conditions which were totally unacceptable. The Silverberg Bank proposal became separated from the RDI's contribution and enjoyed far broader acceptance. Silverberg's own endorsement of the two lends credence to Landauer's assertions, however. In July 1930, Silverberg had written, "My proposals are intended to assist those units which are still healthy and capable of improving 200/ their production. They are to prevent the healthy from becoming sick. Those that are sick and not to be healed readily should be turned over to the surgeons, i.e., where the soil quality is adequate for Seedlung, where not for reforestation." 68 Most of this program was to be emasculated by the time it was implemented. Bruning's subsequent attempt to combine or reach a compromise between the RDI program of reform and modernization and the Sheila program of protection could not succeed. As demonstrated in Chapter 2, the Osthilfe and Seedlung programs may have been conceived of by industry, or parts of it, in the context of a modernization/integration strategy, but in practice they assumed a more conservative form, if not exactly that of an outright giveaway. Schlange-Scheningen and ultimately Bruning were fired for their agrarian Bolshevism when they chose, or were compelled, to take reform too seriously. Once the primary social contractation of labor versus industry had re-emerged, reforming agriculture enjoyed much less priority than protecting the rural elite. If the RDI's contribution was a program for rural reform, and the Silverberg Bank was one aspect of a program for modernization, there remained a third and simpler component to this third overall strategy. That was conciliation, and it was undertaken primarily by the luminaries of heavy industry and agriculture in the framework of regular meetings begun in 1926 at the luxurious Berlin Hotel Esplanade. Most of the Esplanade Circle's early discussions focused on the joint goals and tasks of heavy industry and agriculture, and its early resolutions focused on opposition to organized labor and the leftward drift of industry's dynamic fraction. Thus, the critical situation of agriculture was described as no exceptional phenomenon, but one caused by the economic, social, and fiscal policies of recent years which have brought about a tremendous rise in costs, while impeding all capital accumulation. 69 To demonstrate its sincerity, the Esplanade Circle donated 40,000 Rm for a feasibility study of meat packing in East Prussia while helping to convince the government to spend 4 million for the same purpose. Later, the Circle arranged a 400,000 Rm interest-free loan for the RLB as a way to deflect RLB criticism of key industries. 70. The Circle receded somewhat during the period dominated by the Export Labor Alliance, but it worked always to keep the channels of communication open during the dark days of the Grand Coalition. In light of the existing reparations, tax, and social policies, the Circle placed special emphasis on debt consolidation and reduction. This concern reflected the anxieties of the Circle's bankers, interested in securing their debts. They opposed measures that would either drive down the price of land or result in rural debt moratoria and cancellations. Some rural representatives were sufficiently satisfied with the work of the Circle that they could profess their basic agreement with its principles in seeking an organic insertion of agrarian policies into total economic policies. 71 Some of the Circle's positions were so conciliatory as to conflict with the official stand of the RDI leadership, while others were deemed so inadequate by the rural delegates that they boycotted numerous sessions. It was all as if each of the two fractions of industry were constantly choosing whether to stand firm on the left flank or the right. Without losing sight of the larger policy issues or the overall political constellation, industry's members of the Circle shifted positions and fears with each set of issues. 72 Consequently, agriculture's representatives were able to modulate their tones while still pursuing a steady course. They watched the balance between the two fractions of industry shift and repeatedly offered their assistance in the struggle to roll back the economic and political gains of the working class. As one facet of the attempt to encourage and assist reform and modernization in German agricultural production, the Esplanade Circle was essentially a failure. The men of the Ruhr who dominated industry's side were half-hearted about the matter. The members of the rural elite sitting opposite them knew well how to utilize inter-industrial tensions to weaken whatever resolve occasionally manifested itself. Industry's program for agricultural reform really began too late. Both industrial fractions had long had policies, but they did not articulate a program until 1929, well after the onset of the crisis in the countryside. The RDI's contribution bore witness to the dogmatism and limitations. 202/ of the export liberals. They wanted to modernize and marginalize agricultural production, but they wanted to do so without admitting that, in Germany, only a full and continued coalition with the organized working class could render that possible. They wanted the city to conquer the countryside. They fomented sedition within the rural populace, but they were unwilling to muster the troops necessary to topple the dominant class of estate owners. They came to fear their potential troops more than the enemy itself. The Silverberg Bank plan mirrored the inadequacy and risk-averse pragmatism of the moderates. It sought to integrate the rural sector by making it industry's client. This plan offered the members of the rural elite a deal they could not resist. But, being both politically wiser and more desperate, they knew how to turn the bargain to their own advantage. Finally, the Esplanade Circle reflected the superficial commitment of heavy industry to rural reform and its greater commitment to solidifying the ranks of those opposing the Weimar system. Heavy industry's leaders and spokesmen did not need to be reminded of the rank order of social contradictions. Secure in that knowledge, the rural elite could attempt to call the Samlung bloc back into existence. 6. After exports and reform, toward a new national Samlung bloc. The heavy industry fraction rejected collaboration with the organized working class almost from the very beginning of industry's parliamentary and policy cooperation with the SPD in 1925. Declining profitability, combined with the continued high costs in wages and social legislation exacted by the SPD and ADGB, prompted the dynamic fraction to withdraw its support from that coalition in 1930. Partly in response to the loss of that mass base, industry, and particularly heavy industry, turned to the rural sector. As a distinct loser during the labor export coalition, organized agriculture was eager to oblige. In their opposition to the Grand Coalition, agrarian spokesmen, together with the more conservative representatives of heavy industry, juxtaposed to the existing power bloc their own proposals for a national bloc. The electoral fragmentation of the middle classes rendered a parliamentary Samlung bloc impossible, but by proving its own political and economic worth, agriculture could attempt to assemble the dominant economic classes into one anti-Weimar national bloc. Using the schema introduced in Chapter 1, we can see that in place of Bloc 3, the rural leadership attempted to substitute a modified Bloc 1. Ultimately, the best they could manage was a baseless Bloc 5, but heavy industry and